This is a new type of story for me. I've read a lot of Dark Harry stories, and I've found them to be excellent, so this is my attempt. I got my inspiration from a load of other stories, too many to name really, but hopefully you'll enjoy this. I want to thank my brave and valiant beta, John Foxton, who miraculously managed to read through the first drafts of these stories and not have a heart attack from the quality of the writing. I understand this story has been done before. Hell, I've read enough of them, but I really think I have managed to steer clear of most of the cliches, or at least approach them in a novel manner. The prologue is set 14 years after Chapter 1. Prologue, a fresh start. The rain was lashing against the windows of Harry's office on September 2nd. Harry himself was sitting behind his desk, hurriedly attempting to learn the names of all his new students. He checked the clock, 8:55, 5 minutes before his first day as a teacher. He looked back down at the parchment. Babcock, short boy with black hair. Wilson, pale girl brown hair. He carried on reading through the names until he heard the rumble of feet. This was it. Harry almost smiled as he considered that he was more nervous about this class than he had been about some of the battles of the war. He picked up his lesson plan and the register before stepping out from behind his desk. The class went silent as soon as he opened his office door. Good, Harry thought. A reputation as a war hero may well keep some of the rowdier students in check for now. He strode confidently to the front of the classroom, hands clasped loosely behind his back. Good morning, third years, and welcome to your first class in Wizarding Politics and Modern History. He placed his lesson plan on the desk. First things first, he thought. He read through the register quickly. All students present. Good. Now please open your text to page 1. It would make sense to start at the beginning. He paused now. 24 years ago, Neville Longbottom became the first person to survive the killing curse. Avada Kedavra. Now the curse itself you will cover in more detail next year. Now, take out quills and ink and get ready to copy this down. The class hurried to obey, and when they were all ready, Harry began to dictate. The class had gone well in Harry's opinion. He had 10 minutes left before the bell, and he had managed to get as far through the material as he had hoped, as well as start several interesting and relevant debates, which of course was part of the aim of this new class. Get the students to think for themselves. Professor Potter, sir. Harry looked down at the class. Yes, miss. Blakely, wasn't it? Yes, professor. I was just wondering. You were at school with Longbottom, weren't you? Harry stilled. This was not a line of questioning he particularly wanted to answer. I was 3 years ahead of him, but I suppose I knew him well enough. We were not friends, though. Harry added the last bit quickly. Oh, of course not. I didn't mean to suggest anything like that. I was just curious before the war, everything, was he the same as we understand he became later? Harry paused and took a deep breath. The war was over, but saying the wrong thing now could still get him in a lot of trouble with the new ministry. Neville Longbottom is a fascinating individual. I won't say anything on him for now, as we will be having a full lesson on his exploits during his 6 years at this school and his relationship with the Order of the Phoenix next week. However, if you want to read into it further, I would recommend The Rise of the Dark Arts by Bletchley and Individuals of Note During the Wizarding War, 1981 to 2009 by Davis. Both provide interesting perspectives and are on the extended syllabus reading list. Just then the bell rang, and the students stood up to leave, packing books and ink into bags. Homework. 9 inches of parchment on why the corruption in the ministry following the events of 1987 led to it being woefully unprepared for war. The class filed out, and Harry closed the door behind them, 10 minutes until his next class. He had enjoyed his first class, and hopefully none of the students had been too bored. However, that class had been Slytherins and Ravenclaws, which in Harry's experience tended to be the more studious of the 4 houses. He stood up lazily, flicking his wand to clear the previous lesson off the blackboard. A second flick and the tables and chairs lined up neatly, whilst any rubbish left behind sailed into the bin by the door. He leant down to check his class schedule, Hufflepuff and Gryffindor 5th years. A few minutes before the bell rang, the doors burst open and the students poured in. Harry put down the book he had been reading and looked out over the class. He kept quiet, merely observing, and when the clock struck 10, he stood, The Hufflepuffs and most of the Gryffindors went silent, and the remaining conversations quickly stopped. Harry mused that, unlike the previous class, these students viewed him not as a hero, but as the villain. He supposed he could play that role easily enough. Good morning. Please open your books to Chapter 6. I trust you all did the holiday reading. All the students nodded and Harry smiled. It seemed a foreign expression to his face. Good. Then who can tell what the Knight of Broken Wands refers to? The class was silent. Anyone? Very well, you boy. Any ideas? The boy didn't answer, instead just glowering at Harry. No ideas. Dear me. What's your name, boy? Archie Bones. Harry nodded. As Mr. Bones is unable to answer, allow me to fill you in. The Knight of Broken Wands refers to the 743rd meeting of the Wisingamot, when the previous Chief Warlock Albus Dumbledore, in collusion with the ex-head of the DMLE, had the heads of all ancient and noble houses arrested and imprisoned without trials. It was for these crimes, as well as those of treason and war crimes, that Madame Amelia Bones was tried and executed for last year. But I personally think young Archie already knew that, don't you? Archie Bones glowered at Harry from his desk near the front. Harry raised one eyebrow with a slight smirk. They stayed still a moment until Archie broke. My aunt was a good woman. She was murdered because she opposed tyranny. Archie shouted angrily. Harry smirked. She was executed because she was a traitor who opposed progress. Speak out of turn again, and I will have Mr. Filch flog you. Do I make myself clear? The fifth-year Gryffindor sagged in his seat, though he still looked murderous. Good. Now back to the material. This term we aim to be covering the repression of dark magic in society and the impact the recent easing of restrictions has had on crime rates in Britain. No one spoke out of turn after that. What do you think? In this story, I aim to have very much a dark Harry, with lots of similarities to the Dark Lord. As you probably gather, Neville is the boy who lived, and Harry is 3 years older. The next chapter, Chapter 1, will be starting from before Harry's first year. The first 3 years I aim to cover in 2/30th chapters, as it will be his interactions with Neville and the gang that will begin to pressure Harry into making his decisions regarding his future. Give me your thoughts. Marshall Angmar, Chapter 1. The morning of Harry Potter's 11th birthday on July 31st started just the same as any ordinary day might. But then again, Harry mused. St. Hilda's orphanage, where he had lived his last 7 years, would never allow one of the boys to break the routine for something so mundane as a birthday. He woke early and was down to the dining hall before anyone else. He grabbed a bowl of shredded wheat from the counter and sat down behind one of the wooden bench tables. The orphanage had for the last 4 years benefited from the patronage of a very wealthy London businessman who felt that some degree of philanthropy would do his enterprise good. Whatever the reason, Harry was pleased with the situation. This had led to the entire building being perhaps not comfortable, but at least clean. By the time the first wave of children entered the dining room, Harry had finished his cereal and was watching the children attentively. The relationship Harry shared with his housemates was frosty at best. It wasn't Harry's fault, but whomever crossed Harry often ended up in a bad way. One boy had once slapped Harry's food from his hands, and that night had fallen into a coma. That was 4 years ago, and he still wasn't awake. There had been other examples of Harry's peculiar ability to control things, and these abilities had, over the years, developed. Harry could now command animals without training them or make people hurt when he wanted to. Naturally, the other boys and staff had questioned Harry at length, but they never had proof he could disguise his emotions well. Too well sometimes. Aside from his mountains of book, his only real companion at the orphanage was Cecil, a runty little boy with a large forehead and bulging eyes. Harry only tolerated his company as it amused him how easy to manipulate he was, and Cecil benefited as Harry offered him a great deal of protection from the older boys. "Happy birthday, Harry," called a voice from the door. Cecil bounced over to his table, left conspicuously empty as the rest of the room started to fill up. "Thank you, Cecil. I trust you slept well." Cecil, as always when Harry took an interest in his life, beamed. Very well, thank you." Harry smiled slightly. "I got you a present. It took all this year's savings, but I think you'll like it. That was very kind. Do you have it with you? The smaller boy's smile didn't fade a bit. No, no. It's in my room, I thought. If you wanted, we could maybe use it this morning. Harry nodded, and Cecil settled happily in his bran flakes. Here you are. A large rectangular box was thrust into Harry's arms. He held it up to his ear and shook. Cecil grinned. Just open it for pity's sake. As the wrapping paper was thrown to the ground, Harry was left with a cardboard box with the words Risk, the ultimate strategy board game. Harry cocked his head and looked at Cecil. It's a strategy game, Harry. Cecil grinned. I'm aware of that. I can read. The small boy flushed. It's a game. You pick a country and then fight other people to try to take over the world. I thought it would be a level up from that chessboard we always use. Harry smiled. He had been a great fan of strategy-based games and situations for as long as he could remember, and this gift would certainly allow him to exploit his passion. Well, come on then, CC. Let's open it up. Cecil immediately tore of the plastic outer coating and pulled the lid of the box. Pick a color, Harry. Red. Harry answered as he peered at the small figurines in the box. Cecil chose green, and together they set up the board. Soon they were thoroughly engrossed in the game. As in their chess games, Harry was wiping the floor. Europe fell to the Red soldiers, followed by North America, South America, Africa, and most of Asia. To Harry, the board was awash with possibilities, and Cecil's rapidly thinning troops were unable to keep up with Harry's voracious appetite for conquest. The first game was over in 40 minutes. They played again. This time, Harry won in 30. One more, Harry. I can't handle being destroyed too many times in a day. Harry grinned apologetically, and they reset the board. This match, Harry played differently. Whereas before, conquest had been Harry's goal, this time he attempted to minimize his casualties. Thus, over an hour later, Harry commanded only 2/3 RDS of the board. However, his armies were more than 3 times the size of his enemies. Cecil had just launched a last hurrah invasion of Africa, in which Harry had easily trapped and massacred Cecil's best effort with minimal casualties when the door opened. Harry, are you in here? Ah, Cecil, good morning. The matronly head of the orphanage, Mrs. Phelps, poked her head around the door. Harry, you have a visitor from a school your parents put you down for. Harry's looked up at the door. The gleeful expression he had had at the possibility of destroying Cecil almost immediately replaced by an innocent look of confusion. The matron shuddered at the boy. He had been nothing but trouble ever since she took him in 7 years ago. The woman behind her was old, with her steel gray hair bound into a tight bun behind her head. She had a severe, if fair expression on her face. Mr. Potter, my name is Minerva McGonagall. I'm a teacher from a school where we would like you to attend. Harry's face remained politely puzzled. However, as I showed a shrewd cunning that Minerva had never seen on one so young. It was neither malicious nor friendly. It was unnerving. Yes, yes, we will leave you two to chat. Come now, Cecil. You can play your game later. Come, come. Mrs. Phelps called. Cecil left, promising to clear up the game later. Harry ignored him, but pulled out a chair for the teacher and sat across from her at his small desk for homework. Mr. Potter, I represent a special school in Scotland called Hogwarts. She paused to take a breath when Harry interrupted her. Special how? The words were spoken calmly, but Professor McGonagall couldn't help but sense that what she had said had set him on edge. Special as in it is for wizards and witches, that is to say, practitioners of magic. Harry's eyes flickered from the risk board, where he had been silently reviewing strategy, straight back to the teacher. Neither said anything. She waited for him to react. He waited for her to either laugh off her poor joke or expand. Finally, your mother and father, before they couldn't take care of you, they placed you on our lists. Have you ever managed something incredible, impossible, or unexpected when you felt strong emotions? She looked at him, seeing as how a fire suddenly lit in his eyes. So it's magic? I could do magic. McGonagall nodded and Harry smirked. I always knew I was different. They could never keep up with me. No wonder if they were lesser beings. He said this mainly to himself, but McGonagall interrupted. Would you like a demonstration of what we can do? Harry's nod came at once, and the aged professor smiled before pulling out her wand. She noticed Harry's eyes stick to the thin stick of wood in evident envy. She gave it a wave, and all the chess pieces on Harry's board started to sing. Harry blinked, then grinned, a wide, toothy smile. May I take it you're interested in pursuing your education at Hogwarts? Asked McGonagall. I'm certainly interested in gaining a magical education, Professor. However, I feel I would be a fool if I took the first opportunity presented. Forgive me, are there any other magical schools I could attend? He said this with a humble and embarrassed look on his face, and if McGonagall hadn't been paying such close attention to his eyes, she would have fallen for it. She sniffed haughtily. There are other schools, certainly, however none are in the same league as Hogwarts in Britain. As for international schools, most of them tend to be rather selective in their students. She said this as though it were a great strain for her. Forgive me, Professor, I did not mean to infer your school to be any less than exemplary. McGonagall looked appeased. Anyway, Harry, your parents did leave the school adequate funds to put you through your education before the incident. Harry looked at her, for the first time a look of genuine puzzlement on his face. Incident, Professor, forgive me. I know nothing of my parents before they died, and would certainly appreciate any insight you could offer. The gray-haired witch suddenly appeared strained. Mr. Potter, Harry, your parents, well, your father, is not dead. He is. I am afraid he has been incarcerated. He is in Azkaban, the wizarding prison, where he has been for the last 8 years. I am sorry to tell you this. Harry looked down at his lap. His gut had clenched tightly. His father was a criminal. He opened his mouth to speak, but to his embarrassment his voice wouldn't come to him. Why? It was all he could manage. The single syllable sounded horribly forced to the boy who prided himself on being able to bluff through any situation. I should start at the beginning, Harry. It is a long story, but I hope you will forgive me if I give you a far more condensed version. It is not wholly appropriate for a person as young as you are. Harry nodded, and the professor leant back before continuing. Harry, you were born on the 31st of July, 1978, to James and Lily Potter. Your mother was one of the best witches, best people I have ever had the pleasure of knowing, and your father, well, I had thought him a good man also. I know for certain that when you were born, both your parents loved you very much. However, at the time of your birth, there was a war in magical Britain. There was an evil, dark wizard who wished to control all of Britain, and he was willing to use any means necessary to achieve his goals of domination and subjugation. Harry raised his head. What was the dark wizard's name? His voice was strained but steady. His name, although I do warn you, it is not said in society often if at all, is Voldemort. She gave a small shiver, and he had radical views on blood purity. He believed that only wizards and witches with pure blood, that is to say, 2 parents with all magical ancestors, were worthy of living in magical Britain. When he was in school, yes, he was a student at Hogwarts too, she mentioned when Harry's eyebrows rose. When he was in school, he was an exceptionally charming boy with a brilliant mind and a passion for knowledge. I did not know him personally, as the year he left was the year I began teaching. However, he was held in great esteem by most every student who knew him. However, many years later, he returned to the public limelight, but now as Lord Voldemort. She twitched again. A terrible leader with an army of sympathetic wizards, witches, and beasts. She paused and took a long breath. When you were born, the war had been raging for many years. There had been thousands of casualties, and most everyone was desperate. The first few years of your life, you lived with your parents in hiding. However, when you were 2 years old, Neville Longbottom was born. Now no one knows why, but as soon as this happened, the Dark Lord began targeting him to kill him. Harry looked surprised and opened his mouth as though to speak, but then quickly closed it again. Neville and his family were put into hiding, and the Dark Lord's efforts were frustrated for over a year. However, on Halloween 1981, your father betrayed them. He was one of the very few people who knew their location, and he freely gave this information to the Dark Lord. That night, the Longbottoms were attacked. Frank and Alice, Neville's parents were both killed. However, Neville lived. Somehow he survived where no others did, and in his survival, the Dark Lord was slain. Whether he is dead or merely in hiding is a matter of much discussion. However, what is known is that two of your father's friends, Sirius Black and Algie Longbottom, went to apprehend James and bring him to justice. He killed Algie and seriously injured Sirius, but he was captured and imprisoned. What happened to my mother? Or was she in league with my father? McGonagall's cheeks tinged red and her nostrils flared. Your mother was not involved with your father. However, when word got out of your father's crimes, there was a public backlash. She sniffed loudly. Her eyes glistened. A mob attacked your house. Your mother got you to safety, but she was killed in the process. The normally stern witch's cheeks were blotchy, and Harry wondered if he should comfort her. You were sent here so no vengeful wizards could attack you like they did your mother. McGonagall finished her story, and silence enveloped the small room. Harry sat stock still, his eyes fixed firmly ahead. McGonagall conjured a handkerchief and dabbed her eyes and nose. A few minutes went by before the Scottish witch tried to unsubtle change the conversation topic. So, Harry, shall we get your school things? There's a magical alley in here in London. She looked at Harry as he nodded slowly, then shook himself. I should get my school things. You may leave. I would appreciate directions, however. The aged professor looked set to object, but then appeared to decide against it. Very well. I understand you wish to be alone. She withdrew from a fold in her clothes a thick yellow envelope and a small golden key. This contains a list of what you shall need, as well as a train ticket and directions to the platform for the Hogwarts Express. She put the envelope on the table, and this is a key to the Hogwarts bursary vault. I am afraid your family vault and all your family's properties were seized by the government. Harry's lips tightened slightly, but he nodded. Silence enveloped them once more before the professor stood and made her way to the door. I'm sorry to bear such terrible news, Harry, though I look forward to seeing you at Hogwarts. Just before she had almost left when Harry stopped her. Professor, what sort of treatment should I expect from wizards? It will not be easy, Harry, but no one knows what you look like. I would suggest anonymity is your best weapon at this point. With those foreboding words, she left. 5 minutes later, Cecil entered, peeking his head around the door. Harry, the raven-haired boy didn't move. Harry, get out, Cece. Cecil didn't move, but looked at his only friend concerned. I said leave. Cecil actually recoiled at the vicious look in Harry's eyes. His voice was filled with rage and malice, and he scrambled to obey, hurriedly shutting the door behind him. Harry sighed and picked up the yellowed envelope. Flicking through the sheaves of heavy parchment, he stopped on the one with directions to Diagon Alley. The pub, which claimed to be the only entrance to Diagon Alley, was not much in Harry's opinion. The floor was stained and the counter dusty. There was a smell of old beer and stale tobacco over the whole room, and Harry wrinkled his nose. Can I help you, lad? Came a friendly voice. Harry turned to see a bald, stooping man grinning at him. A rather horrifying sight, seeing as how the man had only one wonky yellow tooth. However, Harry smiled politely. I'm looking for Diagon Alley. Am I in the right place? His voice was casual, whilst the hood he had covering his face kept him obscured. Course, lad, this is the place. The entrance is round the back. Follow me, follow me. They left the bar and entered a yard at the back, filled with dustbins and smashed bricks. Pay attention to the sequence. Get it wrong, and you'll feel a right muggle. The man gave a wheezy chuckle and then tapped a series of bricks in the high wall before them. Before his almost disbelieving eyes, the wall disintegrating, leaving an archway to a wide street filled with brightly colored shop fronts. Well, this is Diagon Alley, lad. Come by the pub for a spot of tea later if you like. The old barman said with a smile before returning to his shop. Harry stepped forward, eyes darting from side to side, barely maintaining his composure. He shook himself. Plenty of time for sightseeing later, he thought. He strode purposefully towards a white marble building that was larger than any other in the alley. If the letter was correct, this was the Bank Gringotts. stepping through the high doors into the cavernous bank entrance. Harry let his eyes take in the sights, incredibly high and wide. Harry thought the entire orphanage could fit into this room. He smirked before joining one of the long lines of people queuing for service. As he slowly moved forward, he saw the tellers were not men, but instead were short humanoids with long pointed ears, long fingers, and large eyes. Goblins, Harry thought, remembering his letter. Reaching the front of the queue, he tried not to stare at the bored-looking goblin before him. Key. Harry offered the small key he had been given, and the goblin gazed at it for a few seconds before nodding. Rip tooth, he cried, and another goblin scurried over. Give me a sack from the Hogwarts bursary fund. Quickly. The goblin scurried off, and a few moments later returned with a small leather purse. 50 galleons. Here is your key. Next, Harry was pushed aside by the next customer and quickly pocketed the purse and key. He felt hopelessly out of his depth, a feeling he didn't like one bit. He made his way outside before wandering over to a large bookshop nearby. The sign flourished and blots hung above the faded green door. Can I help, son? Asked a portly gentleman who stood by the door. I would like the first-year Hogwarts books, please, Harry asked politely. And also any books on the wizarding world, the government, culture, money, and the like. The man looked at him. Muggleborn, eh? No problem. We have first-year book sets in row 10, and Wizarding World books are row 2. Anything else? Harry shook his head, and the man nodded before heading back to the counter. The next 2 hours of the morning, Harry spent devouring books in the bookshop. He quickly learned about wizarding money. The money he had would be adequate for his school purchases, with maybe a little left for extras. He had since read a brief introduction to government, which in his opinion was too brief, but he didn't help much. But the other books on the topic were too big to read properly. Thus, he was now sitting on one of the stools provided reading about the Wizarding War. He wanted to know what his father had believed in, but the book wasn't helpful, providing a partial account of events. Harry sighed. History is written by the victors, he thought ruefully. He read the book anyway. It wouldn't do for somehow to shock him at a later date by being more knowledgeable. Around 3 in the afternoon, after 3 hours of intense reading, Harry stood up, purchased his first-year books, and continued shopping. He hurried through the rest of the shops, quickly getting his cauldron, potion ingredients, trunk, telescope, and robes. He looked down at his list. Parchment, quills, and ink, and a wand, he thought to himself. He saw a stationer's 2 shops away, and soon all that was left was his wand. Ollivander's appeared to be the only wand shop in the street, and Harry made his way over. He opened the door, and the bell tinkled. There was a family being served, and he settled down to wait. Before too long, 3 red heads entered the store, a matronly-looking mother and 2 sons who appeared to be twins. Harry kept his face in shadow and tried to remain inconspicuous. It appeared to work, for as the first family settled their bill, the redhead stood and approached the counter. Mrs. Weasley, how lovely to see you in here again. Your sons have grown," said the white-haired shopkeeper in a soft voice. "However, it is Mr. Potter's turn to be assisted. He has been in longer." Harry blinked as the man's pale eyes came to rest on him. The matronly redhead turned, and when she saw him, seemed to swell. "Mr. Ollivander," she said loudly, "is it wise to be providing him with a wand? You know what his family did." Harry glowered, but internally knew this was to be expected. His family name wasn't the best in Britain after all. The books he had read had rather reinforced that idea. "Mrs. Weasley, forgive me, but you should not judge the son for the sins of the father. Do not let one bad apple sour your opinion," the pale-eyed shopkeeper said in his creepy voice. The twins on either side of the woman were looking at him curiously, but not hostilely. "I'm Fred. This is my brother George," said the first brother. "Starting Hogwarts this year?" Harry nodded, and the twins smiled again. "Harry, we have 3 elder brothers. Bill's already graduated, but Charlie and Percy are still there." Before Harry could reply, Mrs. Weasley seemed to notice what her sons were doing. "Get away from my sons. Fred, George, get over her now," she screamed with a hysterical note in her voice. Before Harry could respond with some choice words he had on the tip of his tongue, Mr. Ollivander interrupted. "Let's get you a wand, shall we?" "Well, come on. Step up here." Harry did as he was bid, eyeing the Weasley woman warily. He didn't like the way her hand was edging toward a fold in her robes, doubtless concealing her own wand. When he returned his attention to Mr. Ollivander, the tape measure had dropped to the floor, and the man was returning from between two shelves with a high stack of thin boxes in his hands. Let me see. Elm and dragon heartstring. 9 inches, pliable, good for charms. Harry took the wand, and at the encouragement of Mr. Ollivander, swished it through the air. Nothing happened. Mr. Ollivander smiled at this and opened another box. 11 inches, unicorn hair and oak. Swishy, also good for charms. Harry waved this one, and Mr. Ollivander yelped as the hem of his cloak caught fire. "No," he cried, hastily waving his wand over the flames, restoring the cloak as though the fire had never existed. "Dragon heartstring and willow, 10 1/4 inches. Excellent for defensive magic." Again, nothing. After 10 minutes of failed wands, Harry was beyond frustrated. However, Mr. Ollivander appeared to be having a wonderful time. Tricky customer. "Well, let me see. When you do accidental magic, has it ever been partial to a particular element?" Harry thought back. "Well, I can make a room very cold when I'm angry, and if I concentrate, I can set things on fire." He saw Mrs. Weasley look faint, but Ollivander nodded a few times. Fire and air. Okay." His hands dithered over the remaining pile of wands before him, before discarding half the boxes. "And your magic, does it normally affect a specific object or the general environment?" "Both, really," Harry replied. "Neither one is more frequent?" asked the wand maker. Harry shook his head. A dozen more wands were discarded from the pile until just 3 were left. The first wand was a disaster, smashing a vase on the counter. The second wand produced no discernible result, and Harry looked down at the third nervously. "Phoenix tail, feather, and yew. 12 1/2 inches, unyielding, excellent for offensive spells." Harry picked up the wand and immediately felt a warm, feeling surge travel up his arm. Blue and black sparks flew from the tip, and he laughed, exhilarated beyond belief. Mr. Ollivander looked at him curiously. "Curious, but not surprising, I suppose. Look after your wand. Do not feel pressured into any path. Make your own destiny. The wand is 11 galleons, please." Harry ignored the old man's parting words and left the sum on the counter. His money bag now almost empty, he pocketed it and left the stale shop. September the 1st dawned like any other, and for most, life in the orphanage carried on as normal. For one particular 11-year-old, however, the day was anything but normal. Harry woke before his alarm with a smile on his face. He wasn't naive. He knew there would be a faction that would hate him, but Harry was brilliant. He would figure something out. He always did. His heavy trunk was packed to the seams with clothes, books, and the few personal possessions he owned. As he slipped out from between the coarse cotton sheets, he shivered. He had left the window open the night before, and the cold September air had left the entire room frigid. Harry sighed, slipping his feet into a pair of comfortable shoes before picking up a toothbrush and his other essentials. No one else was in the bathroom when he arrived, and for this he was grateful. He didn't enjoy the communal aspect of his living. He was one of the few children who possessed a single room. No other student wanted him near whilst they slept. Harry smirked. It hadn't taken long to teach the students respect. When he reached the dining room for breakfast, the other students had already arrived. Harry sat alone, as usual, and tucked into a meal of toast and scrambled eggs. The room was loud around him, but the raven-haired wizard tuned out the noise. His eyes were on the large clock on the wall in front of him, as he waited for the minutes to tick away. He sat still, glaring at the clock for over an hour, before eventually the clock reached 9:30. He stood, his stiff joints creaking. Mrs. Phelps helped him carry the trunk into a waiting taxi and gave him his allowance. Harry wasn't an idiot. He knew the woman. Hell, most of the occupants of the orphanage would be delighted he was going. Except Cecil, he mused to himself. He briefly wondered if he should say goodbye to the bye, but dismissed the thought quickly. Cecil meant little to him. He would not waste his time with people who were going anywhere. The cab pulled away, heading towards the nation's capital. The taxi pulled into the busy station and assisted Harry, shifting his trunk to one of the trolleys. The man gave him a smile, assured him that Mrs. Phelps had already settled his bill, and drove away, leaving Harry before the large stone building. He pulled the crumpled parchment with instructions out of his pocket and pushed his trolley forward. Platform 5, Platform 6, 7, 8, and 9. Harry stood still for a moment. The barrier before looked very solid, and Harry was hardly prepared to rush into a potentially embarrassing situation. Slowly, he pushed the trolley forward until it was an inch from the barrier. He paused again, pulling the instructions from his pocket again. He was just rereading it when a voice interrupted his thoughts. "I don't mean to hurry you, lad, but there's a queue, you know. The train leaves in 20 minutes. I'd rather like my boy to be on it." Harry flushed slightly. Turning around, he saw he did indeed have a queue of disgruntled-looking children and amused parents behind him. He forced out an apology, closed his eyes, and took a step forward. Then another, then another. When nothing stopped him, he carried on forward, opening his eyes. Inside the barrier, it was very dark, but a few steps later, he came out on the other side. The platform was long and decorated elegantly with stone carvings. The track looked old in design, but the magnificent scarlet train upon them looked brand new. Steam was slowly issuing from the chimney at the front, whilst hundreds of children were scurrying around. Parents tearfully hugged children and hefted trunks up the steps to a carriage, meanwhile attempting to dodge the veritable menagerie of cats, rats, owls, and many other pets who were present. Harry took all this in quickly, before he pulled his hood up to mask his face and lugging the trunk forwards. He reached the penultimate carriage and bent his knees to try and get his belongings up the steps. It was a futile effort. The trunk was barely leaving the ground. Harry pulled again and would have slipped and fallen if not for a hand reaching out and grabbing the strap on the trunk. Together, he and his savior successfully manhandled the case onto the carriage. He turned to thank the man who'd helped him out. It was the man who'd spoken to him at the barrier. "Thank you, sir," he said respectfully. The man smiled kindly. "No problem, lad. The name's Amos Diggory. Is this your first year?" Harry nodded, and Amos pulled his son forward. "This is my boy, Cedric. He started his first year, too. Are you a Muggle-born?" The question surprised Harry, but he shook his head. "Half-blooded, sir. But my parents are, away." He prayed the man would leave him alone, and luck was evidently with him that day. "Sad. Well, why don't you?" and said find a compartment. "The train leaves in 5 minutes." He gave Harry another wave before helping his son with his trunk. "Good," said right off, and you know how your mother gets. She will expect constant information. Don't leave her wanting, "All right, lad." Cedric laughed, and then the two new first years moved their trunks into a compartment. "What's your name, then?" asked Cedric curiously. Harry still had his hood slightly up. He imagined no one would know what he looked like, but he would cross that hurdle when it came up. "Harry, you're Cedric, right?" "Cedric Diggory, at your service." Cedric gave a short bow, and Harry gave a small smile. "Have we met before, Harry? Your face is familiar." Harry shook his head. "I doubt it. I grew up on a Muggle orphanage. I only discovered magic in July." The wizard opposite him whistled. "That must have been a surprise." Harry shook his head ruefully. That day was full of surprises. Learning about magic was almost a small side note. Cedric peered at him, slightly confused. But his eyes cleared shortly. Trusting Harry thought, but kind. "So, have you read all your school books?" Cedric asked. Harry nodded. "All bar the astronomy one. I just wish I had more books. I feel very much unprepared for this world. I know nothing of the politics, customs, or anything. I am afraid I may look a fool." Cedric nodded understandingly. "It must be weird. Did you not get books on the subject?" Harry sighed, shaking his head. "Sadly, the Hogwarts bursary fund does not contain much in the way of extra spending money." They spent the next hour or two speaking in relative comfort. A few people poked their heads in the door, but no one stayed. Harry got a few lingering looks, mostly by the upper years, but no one said anything. Around lunchtime, an elderly lady pushed open their door. "Anything from the trolley, dears?" she asked kindly. Harry eyed the trolley. It was filled with a combination of bizarre-looking sweets and cakes and a selection of sandwiches. What could I get for? He emptied his money bag into his hand. It was a pitifully small pile, and the witch sighed. Not much, I'm afraid, dear. Harry's chin rose, and he glared at the seat opposite. Putting his money pouch back in his pocket, he forced a smile to the trolley lady and sat back in his seat. I'll get 2 ham and mustard sandwiches and 2 pumpkin juices, please. Cedric spoke up from next to him. Harry eyed him in shock as he pulled a bulging pouch from the pocket of his jeans. Here you go, Harry. Have you had pumpkin juice before? Harry shook his head dumbly. Nobody had ever bought him anything before, except Cecil, and he barely counted as human in Harry's eyes, the wretch. It's good. They sweeten it a lot when you get it bottled, but homemade always tastes better. My mom always makes liters every year and then leaves it in stasis. Harry took a sip of the orange liquid. It's different, Harry spoke carefully. It's quite sweet, though. Cedric had been watching him closely. Like I said, not as good as homemade, but drinkable. Harry nodded and smiled. Cedric, there's something I have to tell you. He paused. You're the first person who I would say is my friend. I barely know you, but you seem like a great guy. Cedric looked at him confused. You didn't have friends at the orphanage? He asked slowly. No, not really, but that isn't the point of this. Said, I'm sorry I didn't tell you before, but you should know I'm Harry Potter. My father was James Potter. Cedric recoiled, and Harry's chin rose defensively. I'm not ashamed of my father. I don't remember him. Cedric said nothing, only looking at him slightly cautiously. His eyes flickered to the door of the compartment before returning to Harry's. He took a deep breath. Harry squared his small shoulders. I don't hate you for this, Harry. I'm slightly concerned. But surely an 11-year-old who doesn't know his parents cannot be judged for his father's acts. He shook his head before a small smile crossed his lips and he stuck out his right hand. I'm Cedric Diggory. Pleasure to meet you. Harry's chin rose and he released the breath he hadn't known he had been holding. Harry Potter, the pleasure is mine. They shook hands and Harry allowed himself to relax. He took a deep breath. It had been a risk telling Cedric, one of the few times in his life he made a decision without considering every outcome. He cursed himself for being in such a vulnerable position. So, what do you know of Hogwarts, Harry? Cedric asked. Harry laughed. Subtle said, but thanks. Next to nothing, really. I read the letter they give to new students and the first couple of chapters of Hogwarts, a history in Diagon Alley. But that only covered the founding of it. Well then, allow me to begin your education of the wizarding world. He sat back in his seat and looked out of the window before continuing. The 4 school houses are Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin. I don't know how each student is chosen for their house, but it's something to do with personality. Gryffindors are supposedly the brave, self-sacrificing ones. Ravenclaws are the smart students. Hufflepuff is the loyal house, where hard work and loyalty is chosen, and Slytherin is for the ambitious and cunning. Harry nodded slowly, processing the information. From what Cedric said, he would fit into Slytherin best. He was neither obsessed with book learning, heroic and brave, and he certainly wasn't loyal. How many students are at Hogwarts? He asked. I'm not sure. Several hundred, though. I guess we find out when we get there. And does the school play, Quidditch? Cedric laughed. Yeah, there's an inter-house cup each year, and any student can try out. His eyes had lit up as he spoke about the sport. You play? Harry asked. Seeker. Cedric confirmed. At Harry's puzzled look, Cedric began to launch into a full description of the game. After that, it moved onto the British Quidditch League, and then onto the international circuit. Harry paid close attention, absorbing all the knowledge he could about this new world. Eventually, Cedric seemed to run out of things to say and fell silent. I'm impressed, said. 90 minutes of pure talking. That was interesting, thanks. Cedric beamed at him, still riding his Quidditch high. Do you know any of the teachers at Hogwarts? Harry asked. Cedric nodded his head. Well, McGonagall teaches Transfiguration. Dad says she's really strict, but fair to all students. Then there is Professor Sprout. She teaches herbology. She's a friend of my parents', and she's really nice. Just don't mess up her plans." Harry laughed as the lecture went on. As it grew dark outside and the yellowed gas lamps in the compartment lit up, the two boys changed from their normal. Muggle Harry corrected himself, clothes into the robes of their uniform. The rest of the journey passed in companionable conversation. Around 7 in the evening, the train pulled into a dark platform. There was a little drizzle falling outside, but nothing serious. The two boys got off the train and stood on the platform looking around. Furs years over air. Came a great booming voice. Halfway up the platform stood a giant of a man, at least 12 feet tall. In his hand was a bright lantern. Harry looked at Cedric. "That must be Hagrid, the gamekeeper. Merlin, he's enormous." Cedric said odd. The two boys joined the rapidly growing crowd of terrified, looking first year around the giant. "Right, I think there's all of yes. Now follow me." He led down a winding path to a vast lake. "No more in, 4 to a boat. Hop in." They all got in the boats. Harry and Cedric ended up with a girl with long brown hair and a boy tall blonde boy. The fleet of rowboats suddenly started forward, gliding noiselessly through the water towards the enormous brightly lit castle ahead. After arriving at a dock and unloading, the first years were transferred to the custody of Professor McGonagall. She led them through a vast entrance hall, just as big as the hall at Gringotts. This one was lit by thousands of floating candles that hovered just over their heads. "In a moment you shall all be sorted," began Professor McGonagall. "There are 4 houses to go to: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house has its own noble history, and whilst you are at Hogwarts, they will be like your family. Good deeds or excellent work in class will gain you house points, whereas any rule breaking would lose points." The first years listen intently. "I suggest you smarten up. I will return in a minute, and when I do, we shall go into the Great Hall." She left, and Harry listened as the children around him discussed theories on the sorting process. There were many outlandish theories, such as entrance exams or fighting other students. Before too long, McGonagall returned. She stood at the front of the mass of first and pushed open the great doors. The room beyond was spectacular. It must have been 60 feet high, but it was impossible to be accurate due to the ceiling looking just like the overcast sky outside. This room, too, was lit by hundreds of bright candles floating above their heads. At the far end was a long table, where Harry saw the staff assembled. In the middle of this table sat an ancient-looking wizard with bright blue eyes, resting upon a magnificent golden throne. Arrayed before the teachers were 4 long tables, filled with the students. Arranged, Harry assumed by house. At the head of the line, McGonagall had placed a patched and frayed hat on a 3-legged stool. Harry stared at the hat nonplussed, until a rip near the brim opened up and the hat began to sing. Harry tuned out the words, but clapped with the others when it was over. McGonagall unrolled a sheaf of parchment and spoke. "When I call your name, you will come forward, sit on the stool, and put the hat on your head." She cleared her throat. Atlee, William, a nervous boy, stepped forward and the hat fell over his eyes. "Ravenclaw!" the hat shouted out, and the blue and bronze dressed table burst into applause. This continued for a while. Bull went to Slytherin, whilst Bradley went to Ravenclaw. Clearwater went to Ravenclaw, while Cedric was sorted into Hufflepuff. Harry zoned out for a while, and when his attention returned, it was to hear Ogden. "Frederick gets sorted into Ravenclaw." "Potter, Harry," called out McGonagall. The mutters and whispered conversations around the hall ended abruptly. The silence was deafening, and when Harry started to walk towards the stool, he heard one of the Gryffindors next to him loudly whisper, "Potter? Is he the traitor's son?" Harry's jaw tightened, but he kept his head held high and strode confidently to the stool. He sat back ramrod straight, and the last thing he saw before the hat covered his eyes was the hostile looks being directed at him. "Interesting. You have a wonderful mind, Mr. Potter," came a deep, rich voice in his ear. "Lots of talent. Goodness, yes. And dear me, you certainly won't fit in Helga's house. You would sell your own soul if it got you what you wanted." Harry was about to retort before realizing that arguing with a hat would be stupid. Now then, you're brave, but not reckless, vicious and ruthless, but not cruel, very intelligent and driven, but don't seek knowledge for its own sake. Tricky. You analyze everything in a way I have never seen before, not in all my 1,000 years. I must say this is interesting. It's extremely evident where you belong. Merlin forbid I sent you anywhere other than Slytherin. This last word was shouted to the whole hall, but unlike the others, this was not met with cheers. One lone boy at the Slytherin table cheered, but the sound seemed hollow, and he stopped quickly. Head held high, and face entirely blank, Harry stepped towards the table of green and silver. Chapter 2. As Harry stepped towards the Slytherin table, he was intensely gazing at the faces of his new housemates. They seemed split into 3 groups. Those who looked at him unpleasantly, those who looked at him somewhat welcomingly, and those who were neutral. Harry eventually decided to sit himself between 2 boys, both first years and both not looking at him distrustfully. He remained silent as the sorting finished. McGonagall put the stool and hat away, and the headmaster stood up. Welcome, students, to a new year at Hogwarts. May you fill your heads with wisdom and your bellies with food. Tuck in. As soon as he finished, the golden plates on the tables filled with a vast array of succulent-looking foods. Harry inwardly marveled at the vast mountains of meats and piles of parsnips. Imitating the rest of the house, he reached forward and spooned a generous helping onto his plate. "Excuse me." Harry turned to the boy next to him. "Yes." Harry responded carefully. "I am Charles Warrington." "Harry Potter. How can I help you, Charles?" The boy gave a somewhat nervous smile. "It's just I heard you live with muggles. That must have been awful." Harry smiled, thankful that he had skimmed over those books on wizarding customs and flourish and blots. "Now, Charles, forgive me if I am wrong, but you must be a pureblood?" At the boy's slow nod, Harry continued. "Yes, I live with muggles, and whilst it was certainly not pleasant, it was neither what you might call awful." The boy looked at Harry puzzled. "What I mean is that the muggles did not understand me. They didn't know magic, and, as such, were confused as to why bad things happened to them when they displeased me. Humans fear what they don't understand, and they didn't understand me. However, when you fear something, you tend not to antagonize it. They left me be for the most part. Some needed to learn a lesson in discretion from time to time, however." Charles nodded, looking slightly puzzled, whilst an older boy, Harry guessed 15 or 16, looked at Harry interested. The conversation continued, and the first years near Harry introduced themselves. The boys he was sat next to were Charles Warrington and Terence Higgs. Then there were 2 other boys, Marcus Flint and Aidan Montague. The girls of Harry's year had yet to introduce themselves to Harry, but he figured there was time for that later. The feast eventually ran to a close, and Harry followed the other first years down to their common room. This stretch of wall is what stands between our common room, our sanctuary, and the rest of the school. It is protected by a password. The easiest way to remember which patch of wall is the common room is that if you look closely in the top right corner, you will see a carving of the Slytherin crest. The prefect who had introduced herself as Bonnie Moran paused. First year's heads all looked up and saw what she spoke of. This year the password is champions, as the house has so far managed to maintain possession of the Quidditch Cup for 2 years and the House Cup for 3. Passwords tend to change every couple of weeks. The wall slid open silently, and the odd first years filed in. Harry took a moment to look around the spacious common room. The walls were made of sheer gray stone, and the ceiling was quite low. However, there was a pleasant light filtering over the room and lots of comfortable-looking sofas and armchairs. Harry thought it all looked magnificent. He could see himself being very comfortable here. Most of Slytherin House seemed to be in the room, filling chairs and leaning casually against the walls. Traditionally, Professor Snape will address the house on the first night of the term. He's also the potions professor here, and I should warn you, he is very strict. Always be respectful around him. "Thank you, Miss Moran. That will be all." Several of the first years jumped at the silky voice that came from just behind them. "I am Professor Severus Snape." Welcome first years to Slytherin. The man was tall, thin, and his face was framed by lank hair that fell carelessly. He had a large nose and deep-set black eyes that gave nothing away. He strode to the center of the room, from where he would be visible to everyone in the room. Welcome back, Slytherins. I trust you have all had a pleasant summer and have managed to complete any assigned work. I will not be kind should I hear any reports of failure. The room was silent. Snape had a talent for maintaining quiet seemingly without any effort on his part. For our new Slytherins, I shall inform you of our house rules. For our old students, I trust that you shall remember them all very well. Harry almost smirked, but restrained himself. First, Slytherin House enjoys a rather negative reputation from the rest of the school. However, we must display a united front. The other houses will be rather unwilling to go against any of you if they believe you have the rest of your house ready to support you. Harry could accept that. It made sense, and he believed that he would need all the help he could get considering his reception from the rest of the school at dinner. Second, Slytherin does not openly judge its members for what they could not choose. Except, of course, if you're a muggle. The students laughed, and Snape let the noise continue for a moment before raising a hand and immediately restoring quiet. This means that whatever your politics, wherever your sympathies lie, whatever your fathers may have done, he looked at several members of the house intently, before finally resting on Harry, who met his gaze freely. Slytherin will not ostracize you. He finished his speech before turning to the first years. My office is down the hall. My door is always open to my snakes should you have need of me. That does not mean you may speak to me because you miss your mother or any other ridiculous notions other houses perhaps enjoy. He gazed at them all for a few moments more before gliding to the door. Mr. Potter, with me if you please. He motioned for Harry to walk before him, and together they left the common room. Mr. Potter, it would be remiss of me not to warn you to expect some hostility from this school. I shouldn't have to tell you that your family name is not exactly the best in the business. However, prove yourself to the school, to your house that you are worthy of being here, and they may come to accept you. Yes, sir, I understand. Good. And Mr. Potter, like it or not, thanks to your father, you have something of a reputation here. Other teachers and other students will be watching you far more closely than they would any other student. Therefore, if you are planning anything not in line with the rules, you had best ensure you do it out of sight of the rest of the students and faculty. Snape was looking at him intently, and Harry understood the gravity of the situation. Professor, I have no intention of gaining any more of a reputation than you say I already have. That being said, I will not curb my education and activities because of my father. I am not James Potter. The tall professor nodded approvingly before turning and leaving, gliding silently away. Harry sighed, running a hand through his unkempt hair before turning to the wall and speaking the password, as before it slid aside on silent hinges. The rest of the first years had taken seats around the roaring fire, and Harry was pleased to note that they had left a pillow empty for him. As Harry sat down, one of the girls spoke up. Now we're all here. I thought it might be a nice idea to introduce ourselves. After all, we're going to be housemates for 7 years. It would do us good to make friends early. The girl who spoke was short, with long light brown hair falling down her back. I'll go first, shall I? Seeing no argument, she started. My name is Olivia Moran. You already met my sister Bonnie. I live in Donegal in Ireland, and like music, Harry thought this a pleasant enough exercise and continued to listen as the rest of the girls introduced themselves. There was Clara Montague, who he learned was half Spanish, then Georgia Hart, who loved to sing. Finally, there was Honoria Vasilei, who hated her name and wanted to be called Honor. After the girls had their bit, they looked expectantly at the boys. Terence went first, then Marcus Flint, who Harry learned had a passion for Quidditch, Charles Warrington, and then Graham Montague, who was Clara's twin brother, despite not looking anything like her. Finally, all eyes turned to Harry, who cleared his throat. My name is Harry Potter. I grew up in a Muggle orphanage near London, and I like strategy games like chess. Introductions out of the way, the 9-11-year-olds began chatting, and the topic, as Harry had expected, soon got onto his father. I didn't know him, And thanks to my upbringing, I don't even know who he betrayed. The books I read were too vague. The other children nodded understandingly. Harry watched Clara and Graham look at each other for a few seconds before Clara turned to him. It's terrible that a wizard from such an ancient family as yours should be forced to grow up with muggles. But don't worry, Harry. Me and Graham will teach you everything you need to know. Graham and I, her brother rebuked mockingly. Clara just stuck her tongue out. Now hold on, cried out Flint. Why should you teach him? Your family has been neutral forever and spent most of the last century in Spain. Harry will need a teacher from a fine British family. Several of the others nodded. It appeared that a full-blown argument was going to break out. Do I not get a say in this? Asked Harry. In his year, mates paused to look at him. Sorry, Harry. Would you like us to teach you in the ways of magical culture and politics? Asked Clara sweetly. Her brother just rolled his eyes. Well, I would like to be taught, certainly, but I want only the best teacher. Almost immediately, the entire group, except for Honor, started clamoring to be the one to teach him. Harry smiled and let them sort the matter out themselves. After a few minutes of them all arguing, Harry stood up. Why don't you sort this out between yourselves? I must go study for tomorrow's lessons. He walked away, leaving the others still arguing. He made his way over to the steps to the boys' dorms and had almost made it when a hand grabbed his arm. That was impressive, Potter. Almost artful to watch. Harry smiled up at the girl who had his bicep in her firm grasp. She was incredibly beautiful, tall with dark blonde hair reaching mid-back. Her face was flawless and perfectly proportioned. But Harry missed all of this. He was too entranced by her eyes. They were a bright, almost unnatural blue and cold as ice. My name is Miranda Rookwood. We have something in common, Potter, she whispered quietly. And what might that be, Miss Rookwood? Well, Potter, we both have fathers locked in Azkaban. Her answer surprised him, but he did at least now understand why she would seek him out. Oh, I see. Now may I ask what you found so impressive? Miranda laughed. His question seemed to genuinely delight her. Perfect. Oh, Mr. Potter, you'll be fun to have around. I was simply referring to the beautiful manipulation of your new year mates. People who barely know you arguing over who gets to spend time with you. Most enjoyable, Harry smirked. He liked it when his work was appreciated. You remind me a lot of myself, Potter. When I joined this school, most of the teachers wanted nothing to do with me, and students tried to curse me in the halls. She paused. I imagine you have that to look forward to tomorrow. But if you like, I can show you how to overcome that. She smirked at him. He narrowed his eyes at her. And what is your reputation now? Harry asked. Miranda smiled widely, flashing very even and very white teeth. Now, I'm Mr. Potter. Now I'm top of my year, respected throughout all the upper years and feared by the younger. In 4 years, I have turned what could have been hell on earth into a paradise. This gave Harry pause. He shook his arm loose from her grip and slowly walked over to a sofa. He sat down and quirked an eyebrow at her. Miranda smiled at him again before walking over, her hips swaying with exaggerated motion. Harry's lips twitched. Well then, Miss Rookwood, may I inquire as to what caused such a dramatic turnaround? The girl paused, looking down at her hands, which were neatly folded in her lap. For the first time, she seemed to be thinking about the best way to answer his question. Eventually, her icy blue eyes found his again. It's simple, Mr. Potter. I showed the rest of this school that I was the meanest, toughest, and most ruthless bitch in this place, and that crossing me would be a very bad idea. They gazed each other in the eye again, his green eyes cold and calculating, hers blue and ruthlessly cunning. Eventually, he slowly proffered his hand. I think. He allowed a small smirk to grace his lips. This could be the start of a beautiful relationship, Miss Rookwood. The girl's eyes for the first time showed some emotion, and she smiled almost maliciously. Meet me here tomorrow after supper. Bring your wand. She elegantly rose. Her hand gently brushed across his face before she laughed softly and walked away, her entire body swaying enticingly. The words "deal with the devil" briefly crossed his mind before he shook such notions from his mind, and finally making it to the sanctuary of his dorm room. The next day, at supper, Harry had the chance to reflect on his first day of classes. As both Professor Snape and Miranda had predicted, neither teacher nor student had been kind to him. Students from other houses had always given him a wide berth, and in classes Harry often heard whispers about the traitor's son or words to that effect. The teachers, with the exception of Professor Snape and Professor Sprout, had been acting as though he didn't exist, refusing to answer his questions and not letting him answer theirs. Whilst most of his mind continued to seethe in anger at the injustice of being judged because of someone else, a small part reveled in the challenge of increasing his self-image and popularity. It was the most difficult game he had ever played, and he thoroughly looked forward to all the intrigue. The classes themselves had been rather dull for Harry. So far he had had potions, herbology, transfiguration, and charms. The two wand-based classes had been theory which Harry had all but memorized weeks ago. Herbology and potions Harry thought went hand in hand, as Professor Sprout taught them the individual properties of each plant, while Snape taught the interaction of each plant with another, or in a cocktail of different specimens. Harry thought the two classes could develop into something much more interesting. During his musings, Harry had missed the fact that his new housemates had joined him at the table. He gifted on them a rare smile, before going back to his delicious lasagna. Harry, we have decided who will teach you everything you've missed about the wizarding world. Harry looked at them with a quirked eyebrow. We will, Clara chirped. Her brother, who was next to her, rolled his eyes and sighed. What she means, Harry, is that we all will. We thought we could form a study group, work on homework and the like, as well as getting you up to speed. Harry nodded. That sounds really excellent, you guys. Thanks for this. I promise to be a good learner. The others laughed. So we were thinking of having our first meeting tonight, after supper. Harry shook his head. Sorry, guys. I already promised to meet Miranda tonight. Charles frowned. Miranda? Miranda Rookwood. She's in her 4th year. The 8 first years look surprised. But my sister told me that she's a Pisco and knows more dark arts than most of the 7th years. Are you sure that you want to hang out with her alone? Olivia said quickly. She's right, Harry, added Higgs. One of the 7th years told me that she once put half the Ravenclaw 5th years in a hospital wing. She takes after her father, I'm telling you. I can assure you that those Ravenclaws deserved it. Besides, Terrence Higgs, didn't your parents tell you not to judge people prematurely? It can lead to painful results. Higgs paled as he felt a warm hand upon his shoulder. Good evening, Miranda, Harry said, a hint of warning in his voice. Miranda's answering smirk displayed just how unintimidated she was. With reason, Harry supposed he was woefully ignorant in magic. I'd come by to ask if you were ready to go, Potter, but evidently your new friends would prefer I didn't. She gazed at him speculatively. I did not break my promises, Rookwood. I am ready if you are. She smirked and motioned with her head. Harry stood, and the two of them left the hall, not paying any heed to the stares that were directed at them. Some, mostly from Harry's new friends, were concerned. Others, particularly Dumbledore, watched Harry's choice of companion with a degree of concern. After a few minutes of navigating the dark halls of the dungeons, the two of them found themselves in a disused potions laboratory. Miranda swept the desks to one side and conjured 2 comfortable-looking chairs. Harry suppressed his desire to question her on how such magic worked. He assumed he would learn it eventually. What did you expect me to teach you tonight, Harry? Miranda asked after she had settled herself in the seat opposite him, one leg crossed elegantly, her back straight. Harry didn't answer for a second, gazing at the empty blackboard behind her. I have experienced the pettiness of my year mates and teachers. I had hoped you would show me an effective way of stopping them from doing anything too excessive. A good answer, and what I had initially planned to show you. Harry nodded his head appreciatively. Potter. Call me Harry. It makes this feel less formal. And you are looking for something less formal? Harry chuckled. I have had a great deal of experience, both today and before Hogwarts, of people hiding insults behind formal language. I had hoped that we could pass beyond such tedious behavior. The blonde said nothing, merely gazing at him speculatively. She straightened a small crease on her blouse before responding. Potter, part of winning this fight is to be better at such subtleties as your opponents. If you thought I would only show you how to defend yourself from physical assaults, perhaps I overestimated you. This gave Harry pause. He had hoped to be shown how to defend himself, but his mind quickly accepted the validity of Miranda's words. He could hardly use violence every time a professor belittled him. So you show me how to beat them at politics and word games? Miranda nodded pleased. Correct. However, that is not all. Your typical boorish Gryffindor first year will not be cowed by harsh words. In this situation, violence is necessary. Harsh measures must be meted out to destroy any opposition to your progress. Harry nodded. Everything she had said so far made excellent sense. I'm not discussing the typical spells that a first year might use. To stop these attacks, you must prove yourself to be the meanest and cruelest out there. I am saying spells that rend flesh and break bone must be employed. This gave Harry pause, and he wondered if maybe he was in over his head. It was, after all, only his first day, and he was already contemplating dark, violent, and most probably illegal magics. He considered walking out, but then he looked into the beautiful girl's eyes. He looked into her eyes, and for the first time saw something behind the ice-cold exterior. He saw fear. He imagined the first-year girl, who barely knew her father, yet was violently attacked by strangers for his actions. That would ruin someone, he thought. Miranda learnt this because it was the only way he reasoned, and her father is not anywhere near as infamous as mine. He needed this so he would not turn into her. Very well, Miss Rookwood. I am ready to learn whatever you deem appropriate. Miranda smiled, and for the first time since he had met her, he thought she looked pleased. Over the next few months, Harry's life found itself in a taxing but enjoyable schedule. He spent most of his free time in the library, where the librarian Madame Pants prevented anyone from speaking loudly or using magic, and thus he was safe from the many who wished to do him harm. His lessons continued to be slow and rather dull, but Harry was diligent, often coming top of his class in charms and transfiguration. He thought he deserved the top spot in defense against the dark arts. However, the teacher, Professor Diggle, was one of those who had fought against Voldemort in the First War, seemed determined to punish Harry whenever possible, often mocking him because of his father and generally being antagonistic. As per the advice he had received in his evening lessons with Miranda, he had not responded. She had informed him of the results of going into an argument and losing. It would result in his loss of respect, and respect, she never hesitated to remind him, was something he had very little of in the first place. The other first years had been incredibly patient with Harry, and he would now describe them as friends. Every day, for 2 hours after lunch, they would sit around a table in the library, studying and finishing homework, and then spend the last 30 minutes teaching Harry the nuances of pureblood culture. After 3 weeks of this, Harry was up to speed with the basics of wizarding politics and customs, as well as correct procedure in various situations Harry could find himself. So this time became used instead for chatting, topics covering everything from wizarding sports to music. When the Christmas holidays arrived, Harry truly felt that he belonged, perhaps not in Hogwarts, but certainly in Slytherin. Some of his professors, such as Flitwick and Sinistra, had overcome their initial suspicion concerning him, and in the case of Flitwick, now treating Harry like he was some kind of prodigy at his subject, which suited Harry fine. On the evening of December 14th, 3.5 months after joining the school, Harry was sat opposite the Montague siblings playing them at chess. Whilst the two were good, and seemed to have a psychic link considering how in tune with each they were, Harry was managing to beat them relatively easily. "Surprise, Potter, check!" crowed Clara jubilantly. Harry was casually lounging on his chair, his eyes surveying the board. The moving pieces of the house chess set were looking up at him hopefully. So far as their general, he had yet to lead them astray. "Rook to a5, Harry dictated. The pieces moved accordingly. Clara scowled as her bishop was destroyed. "Knight to b4, check," Graham said. He was far more introverted than Clara and watched the board nervously, undoubtedly concerned by their surprising good fortune thus far. Harry's face revealed nothing as he continued to spin his trap, leading the siblings into a sense of security with small sacrifices of irrelevant and expendable pieces. Before long, the inevitable happened. Queen to D1, Clara called triumphantly. Harry finally allowed a smirk to cross his features. Queen to D1, Harry said in a passable imitation of the half-Spanish girl. I did not speak like that, Harry. Now shut up and make your move. Harry held her gaze until Graham nudged his sibling. Clara, he made his move. Clara's triumphant expression faltered as she looked at the board in time to see her queen being knocked off the board. Her expression fell as she looked at Harry. Checkmate. Potter, don't look so smug, you insufferable bastard, Clara cried, springing up from a board. Language, Miss Montague, rebuked Professor Snape as he walked through the door to the common room. Clara quieted her tirade, but remained glowering at Harry. Now, Slytherins, I have the list here for people who are going home for the Christmas holidays. Please form a queue, so I may take your names if this includes you. When he finished, most of the house filed towards the man. Only Harry remained in his year, none of the second or third years, Miranda and a fourth-year boy, and then several students who didn't want to be distracted from exam preparation in the upper years. He left them to it, plucking a book he was currently halfway through from his book bag. Shields and Counter Jinxes, A Beginner's Guide to Defensive Magic by Wilbur Sly. It didn't teach anything dangerous or effective in a duel, but Miranda had stressed that wand magic required a strong foundation before learning anything more advanced. He perused the book as his year mates returned and went back to their activities. Occasionally, he earmarked a page for later review, but mostly just read in silence. 3 days later, and Hogwarts felt empty. There were perhaps 40 students remaining, and Harry was enjoying the break in glares and whispers that were no longer following him everywhere he went. Harry was walking back from lunch that afternoon. Making his way down a narrow staircase, he turned a corner, only to see a flash of electro-blue light come into contact with his chest. Tripping Jinx, he had time to think, just before he collided with the stone steps hard and fell crashing to the bottom of the stairs. His body hurt, and his head felt dizzy. He lay there for a moment, trying to shake the dust out of his head. He opened his eyes. 8 feet were in front of his face. He blinked and realized he was seeing double for feet. 2 people. He tried to rise, but one of his assailant's feet came down hard on his hand. He cried out as he felt bone break. Clutching his hand to his chest, he rose unsteadily to his feet. Facing the 2 boys, he didn't recognize them, but could tell they were Ravenclaw 4th years. "Why aren't you at home, Potter?" asked the first. His friend chuckled. "That's right. You don't have a home, do you?" Harry said nothing. He had very few options at this point. Miranda had taught him a few spells, but they were fairly basic and would not incapacitate effectively. Considering they had already attacked him, Harry also thought it unlikely he could talk his way out of it. He scowled. Hadn't he promised himself to not let himself become weak? Failure was not an option. "I'm surprised that they even let you into the school, but then again, Dumbledore is a great wizard. You must be his charity case." These words almost made Harry lose his self-control. He was no one's charity case, and he would teach the world to fear his name one day. "Not so talkative, are you, Potter? Anyway, I'm afraid this is going to hurt. Quite a lot, which is too bad, really." The boys laughed, and the first leveled his wand, Chowra, the jet of blue light of the burning curse, designed to make the victim feel like he was burning, but not leave any physical signs, struck Harry in the shoulder. Immediately, he felt as if his skin was melting, and he cried out, his legs buckled out underneath him, and he collapsed to the floor. The agony was terrible, but Harry was used to pain. He tried to remember that it wasn't real pain, but it didn't have much effect. It felt like he was under the torture for hours, although in reality, it was only a few moments. Eventually, the spell was released, and Harry lay there panting. His hair was stuck to his sweaty face, and his palms were bleeding from where his nails had cut into them, making fists. "You all right, Potter?" asked the second Ravenclaw, a slight grin on his face. "I think he's fine, mate. Hit him again." The first boy grinned and raised his wand again. "Chowra." Harry watched as if in slow motion as the blue spell sped towards his face. However, before it struck him, it was intercepted by a pale green shield, which flared briefly as it absorbed the spell. Davies and Bradley, torturing first years now. The two fourth years turned and paled immediately. Before them stood Miranda. Her wand was drawn and held loosely at her side. Her face was relaxed and beautiful as always, but her eyes promised vicious retribution. "This doesn't concern you, Rookwood," the one named Bradley said, though his voice shook with fear. "Come over here, Harry." Her voice was soft, but it was definitely a command. Harry stood on trembling legs and limped over to his savior. "I have been meaning to give you a demonstration of exactly how to incapacitate an opponent, and Thomas and Stephen have kindly decided to oblige us. Thank our volunteers, Harry." She looked at him expectantly. "Thank you," Harry said as politely as he could, but his voice wavered. Miranda bestowed a quick, concerned look at him. "The first of its kind," Harry mused. "Now, Harry, the most important part is preparation. First, we prepare the patient." Faster than his eye could follow, the blonde girl's wand sped through the air, two jets of red light leaving its tip. The boys crumped at once. "Next, we prepare the surroundings, in this case with a silencing charm. We wouldn't want anyone to hear us and come investigating." Her wand sped through the air again. The charm went up, and then Miranda woke up the two boys. "Thomas, Stephen, wakey, wakey," she said mockingly. The Ravenclaws struggled to their feet, eyes on Miranda nervously. "Ossus fragmentum." The dark gray-colored curse struck them in the knees, and they both fell, screams silenced by the ward. "That was a bone breaker. It can be lethal or just used to incapacitate," Miranda lectured, whilst Harry watched in fascination. "Next, the Bombarda spell. This is just a concussive curse, and not quite as powerful as the Reductor curse." "Bombarda!" she cried. It hit each boy in the face, resulting in a spray of blood from their noses. "Now, then, to finish, I think we should give them a taste of their own medicine. What, Harry, is the purpose of the Chowra curse?" "It makes the victim feel like they are burning alive," Harry responded, voice more steady now. "Good, Chowra." The boys flailed on the floor, whilst Harry watched dispassionately. It was like Miranda had said, if punishment wasn't severe and immediate, they would just do it again. There was no place for mercy or forgiveness in Harry's world. A few minutes later, Harry and Miranda were in the infirmary. "What seems to be the matter, Miss Rookwood?" asked the healer. "It's Harry, Professor. Someone set upon him in the dungeons. I'm not sure what they did, but I thought it best to bring him up her." Harry was almost shocked at Miranda. Her voice was nothing but concern and kindness, whilst her face showed earnest fear for Harry. Not that he believed it. Miranda was a survivor, and to Harry's benefit, she was apparently working for his survival too. "You did the right thing, Miss Rookwood. 5 points to Slytherin for taking the time to help Mr. Potter. Now let's see." She waved her wand in a complicated series of gestures, paused, then waved it again, before running the tip up and down Harry. As her scans progressed, her eyebrows rose steadily higher. "Mr. Potter, it's a miracle you are still standing. Concussion, 2 cracked ribs, 3 shattered bones in your hand, and a concussion. That's just the physical damage. You have the burst capillaries and high blood pressure typical of someone who has undergone magical torture." Miranda scowled, her icy eyes glaring out the window. The matronly healer bustled off to get some potions, and Miranda helped Harry over to a bed. She didn't say anything, but she rested her hand protectively on his shoulder and from his closed-off Slytherin companion. That was as good as a hug. Madame Pomfrey returned shortly with 5 vials of potions. "Drink these," she said, handing him 3. "Then go and get some sleep. Take the next 2 when you wake up. Please come and see me tomorrow morning, just for a checkup." After promising he would, he downed the vial, tasting potions before walking back with Miranda to their common room. "This won't happen again, Harry. We will get them to leave you alone, just like they leave me alone," Miranda murmured. Harry smirked up at her. "Never knew you cared, Rookwood." The older girl sniffed, but didn't remove her hand from his shoulder. "Slytherin looks out for her own." Christmas morning dawned, and with it, the first snow of the year. Harry woke up from a rather uncomfortable sleep to discover that he had managed to fall asleep on one of the sofas in the common room. He awoke to see a pair of enormous green eyes just in front of his face. He gave a startled yell, and the creature yelped frightfully, falling off of him onto the sofa. "Mitty is sorry, master. Mitty is sorry." Its voice was slightly high-pitched, and its look terrified. "Are you a house elf, Mitty?" Harry asked. He had heard that they were the creatures who maintained the school and took care of the students, but he was yet to meet them. "That is correct, master, sir. Can Mitty return her duties?" Harry nodded before standing. He stretched out his shoulders and back, sighing in relief as the bunched muscles and tight joints popped. 20 minutes later, he was in the Great Hall. It was empty except for the headmaster and Professor Diggle, who were engrossed in their own conversations. The rest of Harry's morning passed rather slowly. He sent out letters to all of his year mates, including Honor Weasley, who had never been particularly friendly with him. He would have liked to send gifts as well, but that was hardly an option considering his financial state. Hopefully his friend would understand. The rest of the morning he spent in the library, his nose deep in several texts concerning advanced transfiguration. Miranda had told him that battle transfiguration was easily some of the most effective ways to disable someone. However, it required immense concentration. Harry sighed. Whilst his proficiency with a wand was now well ahead of his year mates, he was still only a first year, and any opponent with a modicum of experience would not be defeated by his limited variety of spells. Miranda had been magnificent in her assault on the two Ravenclaws, and he wished that he could get to be that powerful, to have those boys look at him with the same looks of fear that they had looked at him with. Following the incident with Bradley and Davies, Harry had been called into Snape's office. Miranda was already there, looking perfectly innocent and confused as to the nature of why she had been called to see Snape. "Mr. Potter, I trust you are feeling better after your incident yesterday?" Snape had asked, his eyes on Harry. "Yes, thank you, Professor. Whatever was in those potions worked miracles." Snape's lip quirked. They were a bone regrowth drafts and a few potions designed to reduce any swelling in the brain, for your information, Harry. The raven-haired first year suppressed a smile and nodded his head appreciatively. "Now I have called you here because yesterday afternoon, two Ravenclaw fourth years, Thomas Davies and Stephen Bradley, were attacked, much like you were Harry, only far worse. As you were also attacked, I had hoped you may have any information on the matter." Harry schooled his face into confused uncertainty. "I'm afraid not, sir. I didn't see who attacked me, and Miss Rook." Miranda arrived a few minutes after they left, so she wouldn't have seen anything. Snape didn't say anything, and Harry almost smirked. "Surely you don't mean to suggest that I attacked them as some sort of revenge attack? I wouldn't be able to do anything to fourth years." Snape curled his lip and was silent for a few moments. Indeed, he paused, and his gaze switched to Miranda. "Miss Rookwood, your time at Hogwarts has been dogged by those who wronged you, ending up in the infirmary, and I just simply chalk this latest incident up to coincidence also." The blonde sniffed, her chin held in a regal pose. "I simply helped an injured student. The halls can get dangerous, Professor. We may never know what happened. I assume Davies and Bradley said nothing." Snape nodded to her question, and the ghost of a smile flit across her beautiful face. "You may go, Miss Rookwood, Mr. Potter, and do try to look after yourselves." Harry smiled as he remembered the incident. Snape obviously knew it was them, but with no way of proving it, he would not investigate. Revenge was the Slytherin way. Christmas lunch that day was a loud affair, and Harry had a wonderful time, even though there was only one other first-year present, a loud-mouthed Gryffindor named McClagan. None of the other houses seemed interested in talking with the Slytherins, most of whom looked surly at the childish antics going on around them. Dumbledore wore a flowery pinafore, whilst he had one from Cracker, whilst Professor Flitwick had wrapped a neon blue cloak around his diminutive shoulders. That afternoon, when they got back to the common room, Harry was delighted to discover a small pile of presents sat upon his usual desk at the corner of the room. He had never received presents from people who mattered to him, and he wasted no time in ripping off the paper. From the Montague siblings, he had received a wizard's chess set, the pieces far more decorated than the house set had been. From Warrington and Flint, he had received a selection of wizarding sweets, and Olivia Moran had given him a book on great Quidditch moves. He had sat next to her at the first Quidditch game in which her sister Bonnie played as Slytherin Star Chaser. Olivia had patiently explained the rules and some basic strategies. Harry had listened interested. One gift that had been a surprise was from Cedric Diggory. He and Harry had spoken a few times since the term began, but Hufflepuff House didn't seem to trust Harry one bit, and Cedric seemed under pressure to distance himself from Harry. However, Cedric's gift was more than welcome. An elegant notebook, bound in black leather and embossed with his initials in gold. High final gift was from his unofficial mentor. Miranda had given him a black-bound book with the words Concealment and Detection by A. Sinistrum. Harry had flicked through the book and very much looked forward to finishing it properly. The next few days, Harry got into a rather pleasant routine. He and Miranda would continue to discuss how to out-talk any would-be bully, whilst also teaching him dueling and offensive spells. Following the attack by Davies and Bradley, Miranda had thrown herself into improving Harry. They now spent 4 of 5 hours each day working on magic. Recently, too, she had begun to teach him the basics of the dark arts, spells powered by negative emotions. They were hard, certainly, but when he cast dark magic, Harry felt a rush of elation and power. It was intoxicating. In the evenings, Harry had taken to reading Olivia's book on Quidditch and carelessly noting down Quidditch plays in his new notebook. He found the concept of strategies when each player was mounted on a broom far more difficult than he had expected, and he relished the challenge. The evening before the rest of the school came back for the new term, Harry was to be found curled up on the sofa in front of the fire, journal in one hand, quill in the other, scribbling down ideas and diagrams for the Quidditch pitch. At his feet sat Miranda, who sat as elegantly as always, her blonde hair slightly damp following a recent shower. She was reading a book on advanced potions and seemed rather uninterested by it. Soon before the bell for curfew rang, Harry was surprised when he felt someone hug him from behind. He jumped. His focus had been entirely on his journal, and he turned around, surprised to see Olivia. "Surprise, Harry. Bonnie and I arrived back today. How was Christmas?" asked the brown-haired girl. "Fine, thank you. Thank you for your gift. I've already read it." The girl blushed at his compliment. "Thank you for your letter. I hope you weren't too lonely, Harry." As she said this, her eyes fell on Miranda, who pointedly kept her eyes on the book in her hands. "I've been very happy. It's been nice, almost relaxing." The girl smiled and gestured to the journal in Harry's hand. "What are you working on there?" "It looks like Quidditch." Harry gave a delicate shrug of his shoulders. "It's a few strategies and such I've come up with. Nothing exciting, just a way to fill up my time." Olivia grabbed the book from his hand. Ignoring his protests, she leafed through the pages, brows furrowed as she read what was on them. "Bonnie, check this out," she called to her sister, who was chatting to some of her fifth-year friends. Harry tried to protest, reaching out to snatch the book back from his friend, but the girl just danced out of reach, laughing at his attempts. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Miranda smirking at his futile efforts and sighed, sitting back down and awaiting the book to be returned to him. "These are good live. Where did you get them from?" Bonnie asked. Olivia just jerked her head in Harry's direction. The brown-haired prefect looked back down at the book in her hands, before shouting, "Urquhart!" The enormous figure of Julian Urquhart, Slytherin's Quidditch captain and beater, lumbered into view. Despite his vast muscles and intimidating demeanor, Harry knew him to be personable and very intelligent. He had captained Slytherin for 3 years and had won each time, quite a record in most people's opinion. "What is it, Moran?" asked the 6 for captain. Comparatively, the lithe and athletic Bonnie looked like a child. "Potter wrote out a few Quidditch plays. I thought you might want to take a look." "They're good," Urquhart grunted, but took the book. He read silently for a few minutes before looking up at Harry. "I'm borrowing this, Potter. I'll give it back later." Harry nodded dumbly, before turning to Olivia. "See what you do to me." The girl giggled before collapsing down on the sofa next to him and launching forth into a tale of her Christmas. With the end of Christmas, the Easter term began. Harry quickly fell back into his old routine of work and socializing. although now he was expected to join the Slytherin Quidditch team on the pitch each and every practice as their tactical advisor. As the effectiveness of Harry's plays became apparent, his role began to develop into more of a coach. He practically ran the practices and had even been entrusted with the vaunted Slytherin Quidditch playbook. Flattering as all this was, it did mean he had very little time for relaxation. To make matters worse, Miranda felt that he wasn't spending enough time working with her, so had responded for increasing the length of their sessions together. The large amount of magic he expelled during these sessions always left him tired and sweaty, but he could tell he was improving fast, and he would always be grateful to the beautiful blonde for her help. In this way, the Easter term flew by, and before Harry knew it, the Easter holiday was over and summer was upon them. This meant studying for the exams, preparing for the upcoming Quidditch final against Gryffindor, and also maintaining his excellent academic record. This was proving to be a Herculean task. Urquhart was a hard taskmaster and kept the team for hours at a time practically every day. However, Urquhart's dedication was paying off. The Slytherin team had improved tremendously, and Harry was pleased that it was in part his plays that had allowed Slytherin to develop so much as a team. The day before the Quidditch final, Harry and Miranda were in their usual abandoned classroom. Harry had just learned to properly cast the Nightmare Curse, a dark spell designed to trap the victim with their nightmares for several hours, and Miranda had decided that this was enough progress for Harry for one evening. They were sat on a comfortable stool facing the blackboard at the front of the classroom, simply chatting, which was a rare occurrence for the two of them. "What are your plans for the summer then?" Harry asked. He knew about her father, but other than that, Harry knew little of his mentor's home life. "I will be at home. I have an apartment just off Diagon Alley. It will be nice to escape the constant stress of Hogwarts." Harry hummed his agreement. "Do you live with your mother then?" "No. My mother died when I was very young." "I'm sorry, I didn't know." Miranda scoffed, the most unladylike gesture Harry had seen from her. "Don't be. I don't talk about my home life. I live on my own, and that's how I would like to continue. Will you return to the orphanage?" Harry sighed, running his hand through his messy hair. "Unfortunately so. I would give anything to leave, but with my financial situation, I'm afraid that just wouldn't be possible." "That's unfortunate. When Father was captured, they confiscated our money, but left the manor and grounds intact. I sold the house in my second year, and now live off the money left over." She looked proud of what she had accomplished, but Harry thought it must be quite lonely on her own. Not that he would ever mention that to the girl. She had a tendency to get quite temperamental at times. The conversation paused, stretching into a comfortable silence, before conversation returned to far safer areas, such as what McGonagall would look like when she was denied the Quidditch Cup for the third year in a row. The game had taken an unexpected turn. Harry was watching the match keenly. While Slytherin's chasers were far superior to Gryffindor's, Harry was frustrated to see that Gryffindor star seeker Charlie Weasley was managing to prevent the House of Green and Silver from using some of their best moves. The game was currently 160 to 60 after 40 minutes of play, and at the rate that the Seekers were going, Weasley would be the one to catch the snitch. Slytherin needed to get a 160-point margin, or all their hard work would be for nothing. He watched in silence for another 5 minutes, during which Slytherin scored twice. Before his heart sank, the Gryffindor Seeker was diving straight down for the snitch, whilst Purview, Slytherin's Seeker, was at practically the other end of the pitch. Slytherin's hopes of Quidditch glory, however, were saved when a well-placed bludger from Urquhart struck Charlie on the back, making him lose concentration and lose sight of the snitch. Harry sighed. That had been too close. Signaling to Madame Hooch for a timeout, Harry mounted his broom and sped upwards towards the team. "And Slytherin's, coach, Harry Potter has signaled a timeout. Clearly that near miss with the snitch has shaken him quite a bit," came the announcement over the loudspeaker. Harry tuned it out and looked at each of his players. "That was too close. We need to get 40 points before Weasley gets the snitch, and our current tactic isn't working. Counterattacks are too slow. We need to get on the offensive. Blake, you're doing fine in front of the post. Keep at it. You're about to lose some defense. Keep a beater playing defensively to cover him." The players he had mentioned nodded. "Moran, this is your shot. You can do this. We will play Gauntlet, then Trident. If they're successful, then carry on with attack pattern 3. We need those points. Purview, you've got to accept that he's the better seeker. Mark him hard and don't let him lose you. Interfere with his game and don't take risks." He signaled to Madame Hooch that he was finished and play resumed. It became quickly apparent in the following minute that Harry had made the right call. The team were playing a far more aggressive style, and the points were showing that it was paying off. Within 10 minutes, Slytherin was 150 points ahead, but Harry was not one to accept a tie. It seemed, however, that the fates were against him, as Charlie Weasley and Nathan Purview were neck and neck. Diving towards the fluttering golden fall, Harry stood from his seat, binoculars trained on the two figures plummeting down. They were seconds away. Both had a hand stretched out. As they dropped lower, Harry momentarily lost sight of them. He heard a great roar from the crowd and watched intently as the two seekers rose up, mere meters from the ground. It was too far to tell facial expressions, and Harry's heart had risen to his mouth. Then, in a moment of majestic triumph, Purview raised his closed fist, snared tightly around the tiny, fluttering golden snitch. Harry let his eyes flit over to the large scoreboard. Gryffindor 60, Slytherin 360. Letting out a whoop of joy, Harry grinned maniacally as the team landed. The stadium was cheering loudly. Even the Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs seemed caught in the moment. The GROFFs looked put out, but the Slytherins had lost their usual decorum and were screaming to the heavens. If one looked closely enough, they would see Professor Snape punch the air in celebration, although he would deny it if anyone ever asked. A smiling Professor Dumbledore handed Urquhart the golden cup, and the Slytherin beater raised it in his hands. The Slytherins cheered louder than ever as the cup was passed from player to player, finally coming to rest with Purview. When Harry joined the celebrating team, the Seeker handed Harry the heavy cup with a pat on the back. "Wasn't good enough, you were saying, Coach?" Harry laughed at the nickname. They had insisted on calling him that ever since his stratagems had yielded results in their earlier games. "Party, Slytherin common room tonight," shouted Moran. The normally reserved girl flushed in glee. Harry smiled. They deserve a party. No one had won 3 years in a row for 50 years. 5 years more of victories, and they would have a record. Following the excitement of the final, the rest of the year passed relatively dully. Harry felt like he had aced most of his exams, and Miranda had finally decided that he was skilled enough in intrigue and conversations that he didn't need her help anymore. That didn't mean he didn't see her, but now they only practiced spell work and enjoyed relaxed conversation. Since Harry's revelation, he was now pretty convinced that Miranda was quite lonely and enjoyed the opportunity to speak with someone in a similar position to she had been. Harry never brought it up. The blonde had taught him the most useful skills he had gained at Hogwarts, and he was incredibly grateful. However, all good things must come to an end, and for Harry this meant returning to the orphanage. He had requested of Professor Snape that he be allowed to remain at Hogwarts over the summer, but his request had been denied out of hand. However, as Harry stepped back into his old bedroom, he supposed that things could have been worse. He had raided the library of several books and was determined to return to Hogwarts fully prepared to start learning advanced magics. Chapter 3. The summer had passed relatively quietly. He had received a few owls from his friends and had replied to them quickly. The Montague siblings had been sending him boxes of sweets and homemade food. They were convinced that the orphanage didn't feed him enough. His favorite letters were from Miranda, however. She didn't write regularly, and when she did, the messages were always short and to the point. However, the fact that they arrived at all was a great success to Harry. He would never have expected any correspondence from the incredibly closed-off girl. He always replied with long letters, letting her know just how insufferable the orphanage had become after the magnificence of Hogwarts, and also how tired he became of the constant prattling of the Muggles. He had finished his homework the day after his exam results came in, O's in everything except herbology, astronomy, and history of magic. He was pleased about this, as it gave him time to study the books he had pilfered from the library. Most of them were on spells, intermediate transfiguration, and charms. The fifth-year texts made sense to Harry, as did Advanced Defense, which was designed for duelists, and his personal favorite, So Far Charms. More than just making things float, which provided suggestion on how ordinary charms could be used in a combat situation. However, as July ended and August began, Harry's desire to actually practice magic grew whilst his supply of unread books ran out. On August the 5th, when Harry awoke, it was to find two owls sitting on the end of his bed. He blinked tiredly. He sat up and yawned widely. He recognized the first owl. A handsome tawny belonging to Miranda contained a large parcel and a letter. He relieved the owl of its parcel, and it flew off immediately, not waiting for a reply. The other owl ruffled its feathers importantly, glaring at Harry as he removed its thick letter embossed with a Hogwarts crest. He sighed deeply. Slitting open the Hogwarts letter, he browsed what it said. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you have been accepted into your second year of magical education at Hogwarts. He discarded the first sheet and looked at the second, a book list. Most of the books on the list he had already read and learned. Maybe he could use transfiguration and charms as a chance to improve his own learning. Not likely considering McGonagall, but still a possibility. The parcel from Miranda was interesting to him, however. He opened the letter first. It was typically short and written in his fourth-year friend's elegant script. Dear Harry, I imagine that you will have recently received your Hogwarts letter. Therefore, if you are interested in shopping together for our things, I would not be opposed, and could be found outside Florian Fortescue's at midday tomorrow. This book is one I would recommend learning. If my suspicions are correct, it will defend you from both Professor Snape and the headmaster. Regards, Miranda Rookwood. Harry resisted the urge to snort ungracefully at the letter. Only Miranda would ever write something like that. However, he missed his friends. Not that she would ever admit they were friends, dry wit, and arrogant self-assurance. He would meet her tomorrow. Turning to the package, he ripped off the brown travel paper to discover a thick and ancient-looking book, Defending Your Mind, the complete guide to occlumency. He read through the foreword and thanked Miranda in his head. If Dumbledore and Snape could truly use the skill legilimency, then learning this skill became imperative and took priority over all his other thought. The rest of that day was spent trying to learn occlumency. However, he quickly discovered there was a reason the book for this skill was so thick. It was not a skill to learn overnight. The first step required him to clear his mind of any thoughts, which was itself very difficult. Whenever he nearly got there, his brain celebrated and he had to start over. By the end of the first day, he had made no progress, but he reasoned he had a month to develop the skill. Hopefully that would be enough. The next day, Harry met Miranda just outside Florian Fortescue's. She was sitting in one of the outside booths, a copy of the Daily Prophet elegantly folded over her arm and a steaming cup of white coffee in front of her. Harry took the seat opposite her at 10.55, and she looked up at him with a small smile. Good morning, Harry, she offered politely. Good morning. Thank you for the book. I only wish you had shown it to me earlier. Miranda inclined her head slightly. I would have. However, your magic wasn't developed enough. I imagine you will find it difficult to manage even now. However, I won't show you any of the more interesting spells in my repertoire until you have it mastered. Harry could see the sense in that. She was taking a risk in him every time she showed him something illegal. Would you like anything, sir? Asked a waiter, and Harry idly ordered a latte, emptying his money bag completely to pay. Miranda quirked an eyebrow at him with a hint of laughter ghosting over her lips. Harry scowled at her, hiding the conspicuously empty money bag under the table. They sat in silence for a little while, occasionally breaking it for questions on the other's holiday so far, but aside from that, it was comfortable quiet. When both had finished their respective drinks, Miranda dabbed her lips with a napkin and stood up. Harry quickly followed suit, and the two of them walked over to the large white marble structure of Gringotts. They stepped up to one of the free tellers. Harry showed his key and was given a new bag of galleons. This one, he was told, containing 55 galleons. He didn't comment, grateful for the small increase. Miranda was taken to her vault, whilst Harry waited in the foyer, and when she returned, the two of them began to shop. Because he had no need to purchase a wand, scales, or telescope like last year, Harry was able to spend far more in the bookshop. Thus, when he left, his bags were full. In addition to his school purchases, he had added, "So you think you can duel?" Useful spells every man should know, taking the fight to the enemy, an introduction to runes, what you can get from wards, and many more. A most productive session. They went through the apothecary quickly, and by 1.30 had finished their shopping. "Lunch, Harry?" Miranda asked when his belly has rumbled. Harry nodded as his tummy gave another rumble. "Where do you want to go?" he asked, eyes looking up and down the street. "I thought we could go to my apartment. I have plenty of food there for both of us." Harry looked at her in surprise. She had never been forthcoming about her home life, and often denied letting him see her spell journal. So the idea of letting him see her house, which was hers and hers alone, was certainly a milestone in their friendship. That would be lovely, Miranda." "Thank you." She nodded, distractedly, and together the two of them headed down Diagon Alley. They reached Ladder Alley, and she took him towards a grand-looking four-story house. "My apartment is on the 4th floor," she told him as she took him up the steps. When they reached what Harry assumed must be her door, she paused, hand poised on the doorknob. But after a few seconds, she opened the door to him, revealing her home within. Harry's immediate reaction was that it was exactly what he had expected. Spartanly decorated, the furnishings and walls were all shades of beige and cream. They had entered into what Harry assumed to be her sitting room. Through a door to his right, he could see a bedroom, not a thing out of place, and to the left a kitchen. Straight ahead of him were wide, open windows, looking out over the shoppers of Diagon Alley and the Muggle world beyond. "Mistress is home. Will Mistress and Mistresses Mr. be requiring any lunch for Minnie?" Came a squeak from the floor in front of Harry. He looked down to see a house elf standing before them. "Yes, Minnie. Lunch for two. Put something together." Miranda replied carelessly. She walked into her bedroom, calling over her shoulder, "Make yourself comfortable, Harry. I'll be back in a moment." Harry walked further into the room. He was about to sit on the sofa when he spotted 3 framed photographs on the mantelpiece. He studied them for a moment. One was of a beautiful witch with Miranda's rich blonde hair, holding a chubby baby in her arms, laughing at the camera. The second revealed the same witch wearing a wedding dress, looking up at a handsome man with high cheekbones and a straight nose, who was evidently her groom. The third picture was a picture of Miranda when she was around 4 Harry guessed. The beautiful witch was gone, but her father was chasing her around the shot as she rode a toy broomstick. Harry smiled at the picture. He suddenly became aware of Miranda standing behind him. He hastily put the picture down and turned to face her. Her normally flinty blue eyes had gone soft, and it looked almost unnatural on her face. "My parents," she said simply, in all their lessons on conversation, Harry had never learned how to deal with a situation like this. "Your mother was very beautiful," Harry said simply. Miranda smiled at him. She died following complications to her second pregnancy. Neither survived." She swallowed deeply, and for an awful moment Harry thought she would cry. However, she didn't. She pulled herself together. "I'm sorry, Harry. You were not supposed to see that." Harry gave her a sincere smile and sat down at the table. The rest of their lunch, they deliberately stayed on very safe topics, never straying from school, summer holidays, or learning. Towards the end of the afternoon, she began to instruct Harry in occlumency, speaking softly to help him clear his mind. He had some success, but could never keep his mind clear for more than a minute or so. The book said not to progress to the next stage until he could stay in that state for 15 minutes at least. As Harry understood it, to reach the first level of competent occlumency, he needed to reach 4 intermediate levels of success. Step 1 was clearing the mind of all thoughts. Step 2 was compartmentalizing his memories. This would stop random bursts of emotion from interrupting his concentration. Step 3 was to focus his conscious thought on one thing, be it a memory or an image. The final step was to maintain this constantly and be able to continue normal behavior whilst maintaining it indefinitely. Needless to say, it would take a lot of time, especially considering that that was only the first chapter of the book and there were 6 chapters. However, Harry hoped that it would get easier as his basic knowledge of the mind arts increased. Otherwise, it could take him years. The rest of his summer passed quickly. He spent most of his time in deep concentration on the mind arts, and by the 1st of September had reached stage 3. He maintained regular communication with all his yearmates, whilst Miranda had occasionally sent her elf, Minnie, around with home-cooked meals, always denying it in her letters, of course, citing the elf's lack of control as the reason. He hoped his progress would be enough. He was certain that if someone attempted legilimency on him, he would at least be aware of it and have time to raise his defenses. Hopefully. As the train pulled out of platform 9¾ on September the 1st, Harry was sat on his own in a compartment near the back of the train, nose stuck in his book on occlumency. But his mind elsewhere, he was looking forward to returning to Hogwarts. Or at least he was looking forward to returning to Slytherin. He had never felt like an outcast in Slytherin as he had the rest of his life. Before too long, the carriage he was in began to fill up. First Cedric came in, and they spoke for a little while, before the Hufflepuff bid his goodbye to return to his friends. As he was leaving, Terence and Charles came in, both looking thoroughly put out. "Those bloody twins," shouted Terence. "Good to see you too, Higgs. What have Graham and Clara done this time?" Higgs looked at him like he had grown a second head. "What? Oh no, not those twins, the Weasley bastards. They've got filibusters fireworks and thought it'd be hilarious to fire them at passers-by." Harry choked back a laugh at the murderous look on his friend's face, but let it go. Soon after the two had sat down, Olivia and Bonnie Moran walked in. "Potter, a word if you don't mind," asked Bonnie. Harry stood up gracefully and stepped out of the compartment. "Potter, I'm Slytherin's new captain." Harry smiled at her. "That's great. Big shoes to fill, literally and figuratively." She rolled her eyes at him. "Whatever, I think you have a talent, and I plan to exploit it. You did excellent work last year, so I just want to tell you that you should expect the workload to lighten up. Have a nice journey, Potter." Harry sighed. He had thought that being the soft-spoken girl that she was, Bonnie would prove to be a calmer captain the Urquhart. However, that clearly wasn't the case. Maybe the badge was cursed to make the wearer obsessed? The rest of the journey passed calmly. The rest of their friends arrived, and they spent some time chatting and relaxing before the term began. Harry had been correct in his belief that all Quidditch captains automatically became crazy. They were 3 weeks into the term, and Bonnie had already successfully found replacement for the 2 chaser and beater who had graduated the year before. Despite there not being a match for another 6 weeks, Bonnie had them training 3 days a week, and if there were especially heavy rain or fog, she called an extra practice so they could experience adverse scenarios. Needless to say, Harry was rather unimpressed by her attitude. He wrote her plays and had described each one to her in detail, so he didn't see why she wanted him present on the pitch each and every practice. However, aside from Quidditch, Hogwarts life had fallen back into its typical routine. Wake up at 7, shower, breakfast, class, break, class, lunch, library with other second years class, Quidditch session with Miranda, supper, homework, sleep. In this way, the days became weeks and the weeks months, and before he knew it, Christmas was upon him. He was once again the only second-year Slytherin spending the holiday in the castle. But unlike last year, this time he had little fear of being ambushed in the corridors. He had learnt vast amounts of offensive and defensive dueling maneuvers, as well as having the protection of the Slytherin Quidditch team, and through them, much of Slytherin House. Thus, when Christmas Day dawned, Harry was in an unusually cheerful mood. He hummed through his shower and walked down the steps with a spring in his feet. As he arrived in the common room, it was to find most of the house who had remained, only a dozen or so. Waiting in the common room, Harry looked puzzled briefly before the house noticed his arrival and stood up. "Come on, Potter. We were waiting for you." Harry grinned, and together, the Slytherins made their way up to the Great Hall. It was once again splendidly decorated. Festoons of holly and at least 12 enormous Christmas trees filled the Great Hall. After a lunch that would have filled Hagrid, Harry returned to his room and practiced his occlumency. He was now nearing starting Chapter 3, How to Provide False Memories to a Legilimens. Around lunchtime, he descended the steps to find a pile of presents beneath the large house Christmas tree. Several of the other older Slytherins were already crouched beneath the tree, sorting them all into piles. When Harry received his, he was delighted to find it larger than the year before. He got the usual sweets from Georgia and Honoria, which was expected. He didn't speak to them much. Flint and Higgs had joined together and bought him a year subscription to the Daily Prophet. From Olivia, he got a framed picture that had been taken a few weeks earlier of all the Slytherin's second years in front of the common room fireplace. Harry smiled as his picture self blushed at something the others said, whilst they all roared with laughter. The Montags had bought him a copy P.F. Gilderoy Lockhart's latest book, Gaddying with Ghouls. The man was supposed to be a defense expert, and Harry was excited to read about his exploits. Finally, from Miranda, he received a book called Words Are for Wusses, a guide to nonverbal spellcasting. He looked over at the blonde and thanked her gratefully. She nodded kindly. "Read it properly, Potter. That's the next stage for your education." Harry grinned at her and placed the relatively thin book on the pile with the others. That afternoon, Harry had a breakthrough. He was in his bedroom. The windows were closed and the room was dark. He was lying on his back, mind fiercely concentrated on his occlumency. The step he was involved with was forcing his magic into forming a defense around his memories. It wasn't dangerous, nor was it particularly complex. He knew what he was supposed to be doing, but his magic was being uncooperative. The problem was that whenever he immersed himself in his raw magical power, he got drunk of the exhilaration and almost immediately lost his concentration. After attempting the stage for what must have been the 10th time that afternoon, Harry finally got it. This was an excellent achievement, as it meant that he would be able to block legilimens from accessing his mind, whereas before all he could have managed was to be aware of the foreign presence, but be powerless to prevent them. The rest of the holiday progressed slowly. Now that Harry had reached an acceptable stage of proficiency in his occlumency, he was no longer working quite so hard at it, concentrating instead on his schoolwork. The days melted together, and Harry was slowly gathering a reputation for being somewhat bookish. He spent a large amount of time in the library, studying and poring over texts. His grades, which had always been excellent, had skyrocketed. When the spring term had begun, nearly all of his teachers had commented on his improved skills. Whilst his extra studies had helped him in his academics, an unexpected side effect of his skill in mind arts was that he found his mind clearer and was able to draw up memories and answers far more easily. His friends were jealous of his recent success, but pleased for him, as more and more teachers seemed to be won over by the polite, brilliant, if cold child. As the weeks progressed, however, Harry began to grow rather frustrated at the library. Despite the vast number of books available, the actual content which he could learn was frankly limited. Almost 2/3 of the books were on history, a subject that, whilst interesting, held no special interest to Harry. It was with in mind, therefore, that Harry found himself on a cold spring day in April outside of Professor Snape's office. He breathed in deeply to steady himself, raising his occlumency shields, before finally raising his hand and knocking on his housemaster's door. There was silence for a moment before. "Enter." Harry twisted the elaborate doorknob and entered the confines of Snape's office. The walls were still covered with curious-looking potion ingredients, and the lighting was still somewhat poor. However, Harry liked the room. It suited the bat-like professor perfectly. "What can I do for you, Mr. Potter?" Harry kept his face straight as he looked at his housemaster, not in the eye, of course. He had thought about his best way of going about this, and had come to the conclusion that Snape was a master of deception and intrigue. An honest approach was more likely to succeed. "Professor, may I have permission to browse the restricted section of the library, please?" Snape's eyebrow rose. He looked surprised at the request, though not angry or displeased, which Harry thought could only be a good sign. "And why would I grant you this, Mr. Potter?" Harry smirked mentally. No outright rejection, definitely a good sign. "Well, Professor, I have read most of what interests me in the library, and believe the restricted section will hold what I want to discover now." Snape curled a lip in amusement. "Mr. Potter, the library contains 20,000 books. I'm sure you haven't read all of them." Harry raised his chin. Sir, much of the library is history, a subject I have little interest in. You should have an interest, Potter. It's imperative if we are to avoid the past mistakes. He paused, looking at Harry intently, as though there was some unspoken message in Snape's words. It passed straight over Harry's head. Nevertheless, Potter, there are still at least 8,000 books on spell work and other subjects in the library. Have you read them all? Harry sighed and shook his head. No, Professor. I am yet to read up on some topics. Arithmancy and ancient runes, for example, are still relatively unknown to me. Snape nodded slowly. Then why not read those subjects? A mind as brilliant as your own should be versed in as many topics of magic as possible. Do not blinker yourself to one branch of magic. Harry nodded his thanks at the compliment. Before reaching into his book bag, he withdrew 8 thick tomes and placed them on the desk. I will read those books, don't worry, Professor, but I want to extend my studies in the classes I currently take. Snape nodded his understanding before looking down at the pile of books. An interesting collection, Mr. Potter. I assume there is a reason behind them. Or have you simply decided to leave dust on my desk? Well, Professor, look, an anthology of Transfiguration published in 1048, and here, the same book, but published 80 years later, and again a century later. He picked up the last book. This is the latest issue, published in 1978, and is currently used for a Newt reference book. The rest of these are quite useless, Mr. Potter. I understand. Nevertheless, I cannot issue a pass for the restricted section unless you have a specific book in mind. Open passes are extremely rare, used only for students looking for their mastery. Harry smirked. Perhaps if I were to return with a list of books I would like to check out, you would be able to have a look and sign off on it. Snape smirked at the Slytherin boy. An adequate compromise. You may return to me with a list. Be warned, I will not blindly release them to you. His tone was warning, but Harry wasn't intimidated. He nodded his thanks before hurrying up to the library. Over an hour later, Snape's marking was distracted again by knocks to his door. Enter, he called loudly, and to his lack of surprise, the Potter boy walked in, head held high, eyes as cold and calculating as ever, and a long list of parchment in his hand. Snape gestured to the list impatiently, and Harry passed it to him. Let me see. His eyes scanned the list, his brow rose occasionally, and he smirked at others. This is a complicated list, Potter, although I am impressed if you think this to be your level of knowledge. Harry shrugged humbly. My theory is at this level, Professor. My practical work is sadly behind, however. Understandable, our magic develops as our bodies do. Do not exert yourself, Harry. It would be unwise at this stage of your life. Harry accepted that piece of wisdom. His studies had said practically the same thing. Mr. Potter, I am prepared to sign off on 5 books from this list. Once you have finished them, I will consider allowing you more. Harry almost smiled, but nodded demurely. He took the list back from Snape, and with a quill slowly underlined the 5 titles he most wanted. Mind Magic, Develop Your Occlumency Volume 2 by Veronica Neuron. Advanced Dueling Practices and Their Applications by Vindictus Crow. Magical Detection and Concealment Volume 6 by Octavius Sinistrum. Battle Transfiguration Volume 2 by Phineas Nigellus Black. A Thesis on the Enhancement of Wizards Through Subjugation of Muggle Kind by Gellert Grindelwald. You are aware, Mr. Potter, that without already having a strong foundation in occlumency, the first book on your list would not help you? He watched his charge intently. I understand that without occlumency the book is useless to me, sir, but it's on my list. Snape's eyes bored holes in Harry's skull, and for the first time since the conversation began, the two of them made eye contact. For Harry, this was the first time his occlumency shields had been tested. He felt the pressure of the legilimency probe on his shields, and to his relief, they held steady. Snape's mind probed a little, but withdrew shortly afterwards. Harry stared at the potion's professor impassively. 10 points to Slytherin Potter. Are you self-taught? Largely, Professor. May I have the books on my list? Snape reviewed the list once more. his eyes lingering on the final entry before he nodded curtly. Harry gave him a final nod of appreciation before heading to the door. He halted when he was on the cusp of leaving. Professor, is it legal to use legilimency on a minor without permission? No, Potter, is that all? Yes, Professor. Good evening. Harry left, allowing a victorious smirk as he looked down at the slip of paper in his hand. Which book to take out first? Bonnie Moran's first year as captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team had gotten off to an auspicious start. Following a triumphant victory over a strong Ravenclaw team in the final, Slytherin had once again taken control of the much-prized Quidditch Cup. For Bonnie, however, there was much more than just that to celebrate. She had been approached at the end of the game by the Core Coyotes, one of the stronger teams in the Irish League. That night, therefore, there was double to celebrate. The party went on long into the night, and Harry enjoyed the festivities, although he did retire at midnight in order to get some sleep for the next day. The first day of the end-of-year exam was in 2 days, and Harry was determined to get the best marks possible for himself. It was perhaps due to his dedication that when Harry left the hall of his last examination that he felt so confident. All of his papers had gone well, and with the notable exception of astronomy, which he viewed as next to useless, he felt like had quite well. The rest of the summer went by quickly, having no lessons, and the Quidditch Cup being over left Harry with very little to do. He spent a few days reading up on his electives that he could take next year before eventually deciding on arithmancy and ancient runes. However, despite his boredom of the last 2 weeks, when Harry got onto the train to head back to London, it was with a great deal of regret. He had once again asked Professor Snape if there was any chance he could spend the summer at Hogwarts, only to be refused once again. Therefore, when he boarded the train, his thoughts were darkened with anger and resentment about having to return to the Muggles. It was late evening when he eventually made it back to the old brick house on the outskirts of the capital. The orphanage hadn't changed at all, and for whatever reason this upset him slightly. The taxi driver helped him remove his trunk from the boot before driving off. As Harry entered through the front door, it was to see a tired-looking Mrs. Phelps at the front desk. She looked up at him, and he spotted dark bags under her eyes. He nodded his head cautiously. She gave no response. "Welcome back, Harry." The old matron greeted him coldly, her voice not so subtly hinting that she wished he hadn't returned. "Mrs. Phelps, I trust you are well." The matron eyed him suspiciously, as though suspecting him of mocking her. "Harry, I'm afraid I have some bad news." Harry raised an eyebrow. "Harry, Cecil is dead." Harry blinked slowly, but gave no further response. She took this as leave to continue. "Killed himself last week. Hung himself in his bedroom. To say it's made life complicated is an understatement. Child Services, NSBCC, the police, the place has been in uproar. I'll be lucky to keep my job." If she expected sympathy, she had approached the wrong person. Harry only glared at her from where he stood. "Why is he dead?" he asked, voice soft, yet ice cold. Mrs. Phelps shivered. "Well, he were always a weedy little one, weren't he? When you left her at school, he had nothing to protect him, right? It got pretty bad. And when you ignored him last summer, well, he just gave up. Nasty business." Harry's eyes narrowed, almost imperceptibly. "Are you suggesting this was my fault, Phelps?" he asked slowly. "Well, not just your fault, but, well, you were his only friend, and you left him. He couldn't protect himself, right?" Harry returned to his room in a rage. Whilst Harry had never considered himself friends with Cecil, hell, he barely considered the boy human. The boy had been under Harry's protection, and that had to mean something. He had to remind his fellow orphans that he was not to be messed with. The next 2 weeks were filled with curious events that affected nearly all the residents of St. Hilda's orphanage. Boys suffered from spontaneous fluctuations in shower temperature, or the stairs became inexplicably wet, causing falls. At all of these events, Harry Potter had been present, but never close enough to be accused of what was happening. However, the entire building had become on edge around the raven-haired boy. It didn't take long for Harry to view the situation as being back in the correct social order. Even Mrs. Phelps was on edge around him, unnerved by his intensely cold gaze. It didn't take long for Harry to sink into a pleasant routine. He left his room only for meals and to partake in exercise, which he had started as a way to fill up some of his spare time. He often wrote letters in response to those of his friends, and had enjoyed relatively frequent correspondence with all of his year, as well as Miranda and Cedric. The summer passed rapidly. 3 days after his birthday, he received his Hogwarts letter and was pleased to discover that he had come first in his year, with O's in everything except for astronomy, A in history of magic. Unlike last year, he got no offer to go shopping with Miranda, and he rather felt she was still uncomfortable over how vulnerable she had become a year before. The blonde girl was an enigma to Harry, sometimes using him like a confidant, and sometimes cursing him like he was the source of the world's problems. He supposed that, as he was her only friend, she expected him to fill all the roles of friendship, whilst at the same time, she acted in total denial that they were friends at all. It was a rather frustrating situation for the raven-haired boy. He postponed returning to London for most of the holiday. He had read all the books on his list, and thanks to his occlumency, had them practically memorized. Therefore, on the 31st of August, he found himself once again in Diagon Alley. He picked up his galleons and made his first stop Madame Macon's robes for all occasions. From where he had all his robes extended, he couldn't afford a new set, but the kindly lady inside had worked miracles to get them to reach a more suitable length. After he was finished there, he picked up second-hand sets of his school books, before returning to Tom the barman. Thanks to his thrifty shopping, he was able to rent one of the cheapest rooms for one night, which suited Harry perfectly. The next day, he arrived early on the platform and arrived just in time to meet up with Oliva, and together they made their way through the barrier. The train wasn't due to set off for another hour. So together Harry, Olivia, and Bonnie made their way to a carriage at the back. "So, I understand it's been a Quidditch-filled summer for you, Miss Moran?" Harry asked the Irish seventh year teasingly. She smiled brightly, before launching into a long discussion of how wonderful the professional leagues were, and how she wanted to show Harry some plays that he might like to work in a Slytherin's match strategy, to which Harry jokingly reminded him that she was the captain and her word was technically law when it came to Quidditch plays. "Yes, Potter, but with your making our match strategy, we have never lost. I would be a fool to ignore what you tell me. I am winning the cup. We have won the Quidditch Cup every year I've been on the team, and I will be damned if we lose it now." Harry chuckled before promising to do his best. Not long after that, the rest of the Slytherin third years piled into the carriage, and Bonnie left to find her friends. The train set off, and the 9 friends chatted brightly, catching up on all that they had missed during the summer and suggesting what might happen in the next school year. This whiled away the time most effectively, and before long the train was pulling into the station. The feast passed in typical fashion. Dumbledore gave a short speech introducing the new defense teacher, Professor Parker, a rather odd-looking woman, with long auburn hair tied back into a messy ponytail. Harry didn't have high hopes for her lessons. It became quickly apparent that Harry's initial assessment had been accurate. The woman insisted on telling long-winded stories about her own experiences with the creatures they were supposed to be learning about. Often the tales ended with her running away from said creature in fear. The rest of Harry's classes, however, were progressing well. He was enjoying runes and arithmancy. Both were very difficult, and arithmancy in particular required his constant attention. The first term for both subjects was simple introduction to the material. The practical application would happen after Christmas. Harry was also very pleased when both Marcus and Terence made it onto the Slytherin Quidditch team. They were both passionate about the sport, and Harry knew that this was a dream come true for them. Thus the term progressed. Harry had found a new passion in runes and spent much of his time reading up on it, and it was time well spent in his opinion. Slowly the months fell before him. September became October, and then November, and with it came snow. Before long it was Christmas Day. Harry sat at the Slytherin table enjoying a big lunch. To his left sat Miranda, and to his right Bonnie, who had elected to stay at Hogwarts to work on her schoolwork. The Irish chaser now had to travel to the Cork Coyotes pitch 3 times a week for training, and her academics were suffering because of it. He finished his meal, and the 3 of them headed back to the common room for the traditional present giving. Harry got his usual small pile of presents, sweets from Georgia. Olivia gave him a ticket to Bonnie's next professional match, and the boys had all banded together to buy him new casual robes. He had been complaining about his lack of a casual wardrobe, and was touched that his friends had been paying attention. Cedric bought him a magical wristwatch that would never break or unwind. There was nothing as a gift from Miranda, and he turned to her surprised. She grinned before leading him back to their traditional practice classroom. Once inside, she gestured to a chair in a somewhat sinister fashion. Harry sat cautiously. "Potter, for Christmas this year I have taken pity on you and decided to do what should have happened years ago." Harry was perplexed, especially when she drew her wand. "Relax, Potter. I'm just going to do something about your god-awful haircut." Harry chuckled. This was absolutely not what he had expected, but he had never been happy with his hair, and if the blonde knew what she was doing, he wouldn't complain. The next hour was curious for Harry. He never had a magical haircut before. Miranda's wand traveled across his wand, slicing hair off behind it. It was a slow process, but eventually the beautiful teenage girl seemed pleased with her work. She conjured a large mirror and held it in front of Harry's face. Harry blinked. He looked very different. His usually long, untidy hair had been tamed. Gone was the fringe that had constantly gotten into his eyes. His hair was short, about half an inch long, with the sides and back being ever so slightly shorter than the rest. He looked infinitely more mature, and the shorter look suited his face. Harry had never fancied himself a vain man, but he couldn't help but admit it. He looked good. As the term continued, several of his friends informed Harry of their approval of his new look. He wore his new robes and the new hair well, and whenever Miranda heard a compliment about him, she would smirk condescendingly at him. Shortly after the Christmas holiday, Harry read about a complex and dangerous piece of magic which could yield enormous results if he pulled it off. It was a method of forcing his magic into his eyes, allowing for him to see if an object was enchanted or whether or not wards were protecting a certain area. However, the operation was risky. If he put too much magic into it, he would risk blinding himself. As soon as he read about it, he was eager to try it. However, he was not the sort to go into anything without giving it a good deal of thought. He returned to the library to read up on it. He couldn't discover much about it, except that many of the more experienced Aurors had undergone it, and that it had been invented by Dumbledore's mentor, Nicholas Flamel. However, despite the risks, Harry was too tempted. Therefore, one evening, when Harry and Miranda had been having one of their small dark art sessions, Harry had asked for her to watch over him while he tried the spell. Harry was sat in one of the comfortable chairs he had conjured, Miranda opposite, speaking softly in a gentle voice, as he slowly sank deep within himself. Once he was properly centered, he gathered his magic and pushed it towards his eyes. He met resistance, but simply pushed more magic forward, willing the change to occur. However, whatever was preventing him succeeding was strong. Harry growled, and with a Herculean effort managed to flood his eyes with magic. The pain was intense, but Harry managed to focus and using sheer force of will attempted to bend his magic to his direction. Almost 15 minutes after he had descended into his consciousness, Miranda heard Harry give a cry. His closed eyes suddenly opened, and a bright white light shone from them. Miranda very nearly panicked, but was unwilling to do anything in case it affected the result of his experiment. The bright light in his eyes began to dim after a few minutes, but Harry remained unconscious, using a levitation charm. The blonde hurriedly marched him through the corridors to the infirmary, ignoring the few curious people who she passed along the way. Once inside, Pomfrey immediately bustled over. "What happened this time?" she asked hurriedly. Miranda shrugged. "I don't know, but when I found him, he was clutching his head, and it appeared his eyes were the source of the problem." The healer nodded and waved her wand over a charge. Her brow furrowed, and she waved her wand over Harry's face and eyes, whatever she found upset her. "What a stupid boy," she muttered angrily, before hurrying over to the fireplace and flew calling Professor Snape. The bat-like professor appeared quickly, and he and Pomfrey began a hushed conversation which Miranda strained to hear. "Very depleted magic," Pomfrey whispered. "Any idea of a cause?" came Snape's silky voice. Someone would appear. Sight. If I had to hazard a guess, Snape scowled angrily. Success? He asked. It would appear so, but at least 3 days is typical. Snape sighed once more. Thank you, Madame Pomfrey. Wake him up. I think this Slytherin and I should have a chat. Harry awoke quickly. His breathing rate increased and his face frowned. His eyes flickered open before Harry closed them. Opening them slowly, the normally ice-cold and blank orbs were now empty. A flicker of fear shot across Harry's face. Miranda, he called out. Miranda? Are you there? I'm here, Harry. Are you all right? I can't see Miranda. It's all white. Miranda took his cold hand in hers and squeezed it gently. Mr. Potter, 10 points from Slytherin for sheer stupidity. And I will expect you to serve detention with me every night for a week after you leave the hospital wing. Harry's head shot in the potions professor's direction. Professor Snape? He asked cautiously. Indeed, Harry's head fell back against the pillow. Is the blindness permanent, Professor? He asked, his voice deceptively strong, but it was hard to miss the notes of fear that existed within. Somehow, Potter, despite your absolute stupidity, you actually succeeding in your ridiculous task. You should have full use of your vision within 3 days. Harry smiled in relief, and Miranda gave a small squeeze to his hand again, then seemed to realize what she was doing and hastily released his hand. Harry chuckled. Potter, I should warn you. I have taken a blind eye to you and Miss Rookwood's little practice sessions, as you have always shown at least some restraint in your actions. However, if you ever do something this monumentally stupid again, I will have you out of this school before you can say blackmail. Am I making myself clear? Harry looked past Snape and nodded. The potions teacher seemed satisfied and left. 3 days later, Harry had regained practically all of his sight back. It was a blessed relief to no longer be helpless to everything that was going on around him. That evening was his first attention with Professor Snape. At 8 o'clock, he knocked on the professor's door and entered when summoned. The hook-nosed man was waiting for him and gestured for Harry to sit. Mr. Potter, you are top in your year, far ahead of the rest of your peers in terms of magical knowledge and skill. What in Merlin's name possessed you to perform such a dangerous task? It looked interesting, Professor. I thought the benefits of such a magical tool would be enormous. I knew the risks and deemed them acceptable. And what if you were now blind, Potter? What then? The risks were acceptable. Snape sighed. He couldn't fault the boy, and Snape had done exactly the same as Potter shortly after leaving Hogwarts. Potter, during these detentions, I'm going to teach you how to properly use your new talents. It is a process that could take years to master on your own, so you best be prepared to work hard. Harry couldn't believe his luck and nodded his confirmation at the potions instructor. Snape hadn't been joking. His sessions had been long and extremely tiring, but now Harry was able to summon his magic sight, for he had no better name for it. At will, it caused a colored shimmer around the object the spell was cast upon, or if it was a ward, the entire area would light up with a colored haze. Harry often walked around the castle, looking at the blue haze that surrounded portraits or the purple around the moving staircases. It was fascinating, and Harry believed it to be well worth the risk. No one would be able to trick him with a cursed object or trick him into taking a portkey unwillingly. Harry's 3rd year passed far quicker than the rest. Before Harry knew it, it was the leaving feast, and Dumbledore was giving Slytherin the House Cup for the 6th year in a row. Slytherin had once again got the Quidditch Cup, having narrowly beaten Ravenclaw in a thrilling final 2 weeks earlier. The feast wound to a close, and the happy Slytherins returned to finish packing for the train. Have you heard, Harry? Graham asked. Harry looked up. What? Neville Longbottom is supposed to be starting next year. Harry groaned. Longbottom's presence was likely to set tempers flaring up at him yet again, something he had practically stopped his 3 years at Hogwarts. What a joy! I can't wait, he responded sarcastically. The train ride was dull for Harry. No one really spoke, and Harry spent most of it with his nose in a book. A few games of chess were played, but it got boring for the others when they always lost to the green-eyed boy. When they finally reached King's Cross, it was with a heavy heart, He always missed seeing his friends, and writing to them wasn't the same, especially when he was made to live with the Muggles. He sighed, bid his friends farewell, and headed out through the barrier. It was looking like another happy summer. Chapter 4. Harry Potter was not exactly happy with how his summer was progressing thus far. Whilst he had been away, it became evident the other orphans had decided to take a policy of completely ignoring him. This would have been fine with Harry, except that it did at times leave him feeling rather lonely. His letters to his friends became more frequent, and as the weeks went on, more and more desperate. On the evening of July the 24th, Harry was to be found lying back on his thin mattress. A book lay discarded over his chest, hands folded behind his head. His eyes were closed and his breathing even. His face looked completely relaxed. The lips, which were so often nowadays raised into a sneer, were smooth. He had, much to his displeasure, become rather lazy over the summer. Whilst he still read his books and exercised his body, he found that he still had hours left in the day, which he often spent in this relaxed state. Potter! A rap of sharp knuckles signaled the end of his rest. Potter, open the door. Harry's eyes darted open, and he rose steadily. Potter! Came the voice again, a warning note rising steadily. He opened the door slightly and noticed Mrs. Phelps standing before him. He opened the door widely, and the woman entered quickly, her eyes taking in the meticulously clean room before her. I know it was you, Potter. I don't know how you did it. Indeed, I don't know why, but I know it was you. Harry's confusion was not faked. Mrs. Phelps? The woman scoffed at him, raising her hand to rub her temple. He noticed just how hysterical she looked. You've been a nightmare, Air Potter, from day one. She swallowed, and her bosom swelled as she took in a deep breath. Nothing's ever normal with ya, is it, Potter? All the broken bones, injuries, young George Nayland's still in a coma. I don't know what you are, but I thought if we left you be, you'd leave us alone. Harry wasn't surprised that she was blaming all these incidents on him. Then there was poor Cecil last year. He only ever looked up at Yer. Why would Yer abandon him? Harry's attempt to defend himself was lost on the irate woman. I've had Potter. I've had it. And now, you had to kill all the pets. Harry was surprised. He hadn't done anything to the orphanage's small shed which housed the chickens and hamsters which were there for the boys' enjoyment. Why kill him? They didn't do anything. Harry felt a pit open in his stomach. His mind had analyzed the situation, and he quickly figured out where this was going. I've made up me mind, Potter. I want you gone. Tonight, I'll give you a fare for a cab to London, and then I never want to see you again. Ya hear me? You'll just be another kid lost to the system. Harry's jaw tightened, his fingers itching to grasp his wand concealed in his shirt sleeve. You hear me, Potter? Asked the woman, her face very red. I hear you. Harry responded quietly, his voice filled with malice. Now if you will leave me, I have to pack. The woman opened her mouth as though to shout some more, but seeing the look on his face wisely thought better of it, and left quickly. Harry could have yelled in frustration. He had often dreamed of leaving the orphanage, but he had nowhere to go. He wasn't yet 14 and was facing homelessness. Not a pleasant prospect. He hurried around, stripping his drawers and putting all his clothes into his trunk. It was a difficult task, and he was forced to bounce on the trunk to close it properly. Dragging the heavy trunk behind him, he made his way down to the front desk, where Mrs. Phelps and the aged receptionist sat looking at him angrily. He stood straight as he stood before them. I trust you have me a taxi? The matron nodded, motioning with one of her bony hands to a car waiting outside. Don't return, Potter. You won't be welcome here no more. The receptionist obviously agreed, as she nodded her head quickly. This is not the last you will see of me. I will return, and I will see you burn for making me suffer this ignominy. Both women recoiled from the look on his face. His emerald eyes seemed to burn with barely repressed scarlet rage. The sneer twisting his handsome features looked alien. Mrs. Phelps recovered first. Is that a threat, Potter? She asked, although the tremble in her voice gave away her fear. I'm glad you're paying attention, Harry said with a smirk, his features retracting back into their usual calm. He turned on his heel and dragged his trunk out into the summer rain. His shirt became soaked through quickly, and he hurried across the gravel car park to the waiting black cab. "Charing Cross, please," he told the cabbie, who nodded with a smile and hurried to help lift his trunk into the back of the car. They trundled off in silence up the road, the only noise the drumming of heavy rain drops upon the roof of the vehicle. That evening, Miranda Rookwood was just changing out of her clothes and into a far more comfortable dressing gown and white fluffy slippers. It was dark outside, and the rain outside had poured down for most of the day. She settled herself onto the beige sofa, curling her feet under her, whilst turning the wizarding wireless onto a classical music channel. The doorbell rang, but she remained seated. Minnie would deal with it. She continued to immerse herself in the symphony being played over the radio. "Please, miss, Minnie is sorry to be disturbing you, but we has a visitor, miss." "Who is it, Minnie?" she asked the elf in a tired voice. "I don't know, miss. He's outside and asked for you, miss." Miranda sighed, but stood up and tightened the dressing gown cord around herself. She walked over to the door and looked down at her nose at the sight of a soaking wet man, a dark blue cloak thrown over his head and a well-used-looking trunk behind him. "May I help? Why?" "Harry." The man had thrown back his hood to reveal the short raven hair and startling green eyes of her only friend. His teeth were chattering and his lips blue. "Potter, what on earth are you doing on my doorstep?" Harry tried to force a grin, but it came out as more of a grimace. He looked up at her and did a double take. Evidently surprised at her informal outfit, she tugged the dressing gown further around herself, embarrassed. Did you miss me?" he asked the blonde, which in an attempt at cheekiness. "Greatly, Potter," she replied sarcastically, "but you haven't answered my question." Harry's body twitched as a shiver ran down his frame. She looked at him with a slight smirk as the normally reserved boy stood before her looking quite so vulnerable. "TT trouble with the muggles. Tish, they don't seem to enjoy my company as much as YYU." She looked at him, eyebrows raised in disbelief. "Well, you better come in before you catch a chill." Harry nodded gratefully, and she let him pass her, feeling the cold emanating off his frame. "And try not to get water on the carpet, Potter," she called mockingly after him. He ignored her. Together, the two of them made their way into the living room. "Minnie, Harry needs a hot bath and quickly, then hang his things up in the spare bedroom. It looks like you'll be staying with us for a while." She saw the look of gratitude in her friend's face, but tried to ignore it. "I think you would also like something hot to eat and drink." The house elf bowed and popped away. They stood in silence, Harry's shivering becoming slightly less pronounced as the water in his clothes dripped into the pristine carpet. Before too long, the elf returned and with a bow led Harry through to the spare bathroom. Like the rest of the house, it was decorated tastefully. A large white bathtub was the centerpiece of the room. Gold tap fittings covered the surfaces. "The bath is hot, sir, and if Minnie would be permitted, may I take your clothes for washing and drying, please?" Harry quickly shrugged off the soaking wet cloak and shirt before shimmying out of his trousers, struggling as the wet fabric stuck to his skin. Before long, he stood in his boxers, which didn't offer much privacy as the white material was equally soaked through. The elf bowed and picked up his clothes before popping into another room. Harry disrobed entirely and sank down deep into the hot water. He sighed in contentment as the warmth entered his blood again, washing away his fears. He lay in the deep bathtub for what felt like hours, before finally standing up and wrapping a thick fluffy towel around his waist. He stepped into the corridor, coming face to face with Miranda as she left what Harry assumed was her room. She had changed into a well-fitting white blouse and tight dark blue jeans. Her eyes fell upon his bare chest, and a small blush graced her cheeks. "Your room is the one on the right. Minnie has hung all your clothes up. Come through to the living room once you're changed." Harry dressed in a comfy pair of button-down jeans and a loose-fitting t-shirt in the living room. He found the table had a large plate of steaming steak pie, and he smiled in appreciation. "Tuck in, Harry. Minnie would be distraught if you let it go cold." Harry smiled and sat at the table. Taking a forkful of the sumptuous-looking pie, he began to eat. The food was good, and he savored every mouthful. Miranda let him eat in silence, filing her nails to a perfect crescent as she waited for him to finish. When he finally finished his meal, he dabbed at his lips with a napkin and looked up at the gorgeous blonde expectantly. She ignored him for a while, a smirk present at the corner of her lips. She finished her last nail and looked at them critically. "Well, I suppose I would be remiss if I weren't to ask you how it is you came to be dripping on my carpet." She looked pointedly at him, and he nodded his head in agreement. "Well, as I'm sure you are aware, muggles are not the most understanding of beings." He continued his story, telling everything from when he had first received his Hogwarts letter to how Cecil's suicide and finally to how he was kicked out. Miranda listened in silence, occasionally interjecting with a short question which he answered as well as possible. At the end of his tale, she looked at him curiously. "Why did you return there each year, if it were so awful for you?" Harry sighed, running a hand through his short hair. "It was never awful. I kept to myself, and they kept away from me. But looking back, I should have seen this coming. I did push them all rather far. I simply forgot that they could snap back. An embarrassing oversight on my part, certainly." She chuckled at his admission. "Well, I suppose you can stay with me for the rest of the summer. I have some of my homework to finish, so do not disturb me. But perhaps it would be nice to have someone else around here." Harry was incredibly grateful. At that moment, Minnie showed up with 2 steaming mugs of hot chocolate, which she left on the table with a bow before exiting. Miranda took a long sip and sighed in contentment, and together they sat together, drinking the sweet, thick liquid. Living with Miranda was far better than the orphanage Harry had discovered. The last month had flown by. They had gone out for Harry's birthday to a small wizarding restaurant across from Miranda's apartment that served French food. Then on August the 18th, Miranda's birthday, they had gone together to the wizarding high street in Edinburgh and got caught up in the celebration of the Edinburgh Eagles' recent victory over Puddlemere United. 3 days before they were due to take the express back to Hogwarts, they finally decided to get their act together and do their shopping. Their first stop was Gringotts. It was extremely busy, and Harry and Miranda queued behind a chubby boy who looked around 11 and his formidable grandmother. When eventually they did reach the front of the queue, Harry received his usual sack of 55 galleons and waited whilst Miranda was taken down to her vault to collect hers. Together, they slowly ambled towards Flourish and Blots to collect that year's textbooks. The new defense book was Dark Arts Defense, a guide to self-protection, a book Harry had read 2 years ago and found to be an excellent source of material for basic defense. So he hoped that he may finally be able to enjoy a decent defense professor. Having collected all the course books for the year, they both collected a few books for their own study. Miranda had dropped potions for her newts, so she headed off to collect a new set of robes, whilst Harry went to the apothecary. Once his purchases were complete, he headed off to meet her at Madame Malkin's. The tinkle of the bell signaled his arrival. After assuring the shop assistant that he wasn't there to be served, he sat down next to Miranda, who was on a stool having her new robes being pinned to her. On the stool adjacent to his friend stood a pale blonde boy. As he waited for the blonde to be finished, he heard the bell tinkle, indicating a new arrival. "And then a new cauldron, I suppose, Neville. Then it's just a wand left." It was the chubby boy with his grandmother that he had queued behind in Gringotts. She pinned the assistant with a stare. "My grandson requires new robes. Immediately, please." "Of course, madam. Unfortunately, both our fitters are busy at the moment. However, they should be available shortly." The old woman sniffed, but they took the available seats next to Harry. "Oh, it's you. How very nice to see you again, Longbottom." The blonde boy next to Miranda called over. Harry started, turning to look closer at the boy next to him. Behind a curtain of curly brown hair, he noticed the famous lightning bolt scar. Though Harry would never admit it to the boy, he was disappointed by the savior of the wizarding world. He looked rather arrogant and had a weak face. "Malfoy, always a pleasure," Neville replied, his voice oozing sarcasm. His grandmother gave him a sharp warning look. "Young Mr. Malfoy, I was unaware you were to be shopping today. Where are you parents?" she asked imperiously. "Mother is collecting my potions ingredients, whilst father is looking at brooms." Harry suppressed a snort. The boy was clearly a spoilt brat. Unfortunately, this drew the attention of the room to him. "I'm sorry," We haven't been introduced. I'm Draco Malfoy, called over the blonde. Harry nodded his head. Whilst he may not like the look of the boy, he was hardly fool enough to risk injuring the pride of the heir of such an influential family as the Malfoys. Longbottom's grandmother's nose flared as she looked at him closely. You boy, you look rather like. She trailed off, so Harry finished for her. Rather like my father? Yes, I've been told, but I assure you, my temperament is far superior. He finished with a wink. The old woman seemed to swell, and immediately rounded on Madame Malkin, who was now watching them with a perplexed expression on her face. Madame Malkin, began Madame Longbottom, I always thought this to be an upstanding, law-abiding establishment. Madame Malkin was cut off as she tried to agree. And yet here, I find you serving traitors and murderers. Harry thought this a little harsh. If you would recall, madam, it was my father who had the less than savory reputation, not me. Do not speak back to me, boy, cried the old woman, standing up. It was your father that got my son killed. Madame Malkin looked horrified at the revelation. Bless my soul, she whispered quietly. The room went quiet, and the silence stretched uncomfortably. Well, Madame Malkin, I think this color clashes horribly with my hair. Do you have a lighter shade of blue? Miranda suddenly asked. The shopkeeper seemed to have forgotten her. What? Oh, yes, in the back. I shall just fetch it for you. Hold on a moment, dear. She bustled off through a door, leaving the room back in silence. Well done, girl. We must always act civilized, unlike this boy. She gestured down at Harry. Miranda gave her a charming smile. Thank you, Madame Longbottom. What's your name, girl? Asked the old matriarch, her tone far lighter than it had been earlier. Miranda Rookwood. I believe your son knew my father, too? Madame Longbottom's smile disappeared at once. She seemed to have lost the ability to speak. She visibly deflated and collapsed in her seat, hand over her heart. Neville apparently took this as his invitation to speak, for he sneered at them all, the expression looking comical on his round, chubby face. Well, this is quite the Death Eater reunion, isn't it? A Potter, Rookwood, and Malfoy in the same room. Should I be scared? The three of them were saved from answering when a distinguished voice sounded from the door. Now, Mr. Longbottom, that's quite an accusation to make. No Malfoy has ever been convicted of being part of that group of terrorists. Standing in the doorway stood a tall, distinguished man with the same blonde hair and gray eyes as Draco. This must be Lucius Malfoy, political powerhouse and one of the richest men in England. I came to see how you were doing, Draco. You have been taking a while. The young Malfoy greeted his father respectfully, before filling him in on what had transpired. Indeed, asked the Malfoy patriarch, a curious glint in his eyes as he gazed at Harry speculatively. Mr. Potter, I understand you are to begin your 4th year in Slytherin. Harry ignored Neville when he sneered out. Where else would he be? And greeted the blond man politely. A pleasure, Mr. Malfoy. Your information is correct. The blond man smirked at him a little. Well, do look after Draco if he too joins Slytherin. He has a nasty habit of poking his nose where it does not belong. Ignoring Draco's protest, he turned tail and left the shop. Soon after, the two of them were ushered out by a flustered Madame Malkin who had hurried Miranda through the rest of her fitting. Well, with Longbottom of the school, I doubt anything will be dull. Harry laughed. Miranda smirked. Just watch your back, Harry. We just mocked Augusta Longbottom to her face. She had a lot of political clout. You don't want her as your enemy. The opening feast at Hogwarts started in its typical way. When the school was seated, McGonagall opened the doors and led the terrified-looking first years down the hall. The Sorting Hat was sat upon its little stall and began to sing. Well, you may not think me pretty, but don't judge on what you see. I'll eat myself if you can find a smarter hat than me. You can keep your bowlers black, your top hat sleek and tall, for I'm the Hogwarts Sorting Hat, and I can cap them all. There's nothing hidden in your head. The Sorting Hat can't see. So try me on, and I will tell you where you ought to be. You might belong in Gryffindor, where dwell the brave at heart. Their daring, nerve, and chivalry set Gryffindors apart. You might belong in Hufflepuff, where they're just and loyal. Those patient Hufflepuffs are true and unafraid of toil, or yet in wise old Ravenclaw. If you've a ready mind, where those of wit and learning will always find their kind. Or perhaps in Slytherin, you'll make your real friends. Those cunning folks use any means to achieve their ends. So put me on. Don't be afraid. And don't get in a flap. You're in safe hands, though I have none. For I'm a thinking cap. The great hall burst into applause, and the hat bowed to each of the house tables. When I call your name, you will sit on the stool and put on the hat. McGonagall called out. Abbott, Hannah, the first year walked forward and put on the hat. At this point, Harry lost interest and quickly returned to his previous conversation with Olivia. His attention sporadically returned to the hat. He watched as Terry Boot went to Ravenclaw, whilst Daphne Greengrass joined him in Slytherin. When Longbottom's name was called, the hall went silent. Unlike the silence that had greeted Harry's name, this silence was more of awe. Longbottom confidently walked forward and put the hat on his head. It took a while for him to be sorted, and Harry could just make out him muttering, "Not Slytherin, not Slytherin," under his breath, much to the consternation of the House of the Serpents. Eventually, he was sorted into Gryffindor, much to the cheers and adulation of the house. Malfoy went to Slytherin, and yet another Weasley went into Gryffindor. Harry heard Olivia mutter that if this Weasley was the same as the twins, then she would scream. Finally, the sorting was over. Dumbledore gave a short speech, and then the feast appeared. Harry and the rest of the fourth years tucked in, and Harry was soon sucked into a conversation about Quidditch. Now that we are all fed and watered, called Dumbledore, once the feast was over, it comes to me to give a few start-of-term notices. First of all, Mr. Filch would like me to remind you that the list of items now banned in the corridors has been expanded to include fang frisbees, screaming yo-yos, and ever-bashing boomerangs. The full list can be viewed on Mr. Filch's door and consists of, I believe, some 437 objects. He paused, and his expression turned grave. This year, I will inform you that the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side is out of bounds to all those who do not wish to die a very painful death. Harry's eyebrows rose. That certainly merited investigation. Dumbledore's speech continued, but Harry soon lost interest. The first week of class passed by pretty quickly. Despite Harry's high hopes, the new defense professor, Quirinius Quirrell, was nothing but a disappointment. He may have known a lot of material, but his severe stutter prevented any accurate form of communication. The first years had settled in quickly and split into two factions. Those who followed Malfoy like a puppy, and, well, those who didn't. The rest of his classes were going well, however. Professor Babbling was hailing him as a prodigy in the art of runes. He dedicated a lot of time to it, seeing as how it was so useful in many areas of magic. In fact, Harry would have said the year had gotten off to a perfect start, if it weren't for the fact that he and Miranda had very little time to chat anymore. She was simply swamped in homework, but they still made time for the occasional conversation here and there. Nothing really happened until the first Quidditch match of the year. It was Slytherin who fielded practically the same team as the year before: Moran, Flint, and Adrian Pusey as chasers, Derek Bowl and newcomer Derek, and Terrence Higgs as seeker. Miles Bletchley was their keeper. Harry thought they were an extremely strong side and capable of taking the cup if they worked hard enough. The Gryffindor team had two new members, a chaser by the name of Katie Bell and Longbottom, who had done something to impress McGonagall, and she had responded by putting him on the Quidditch team. The match was due to start, and Harry was just giving his final pre-match pep talk. The Gryffindor chasers are good. There's no denying it. However, they're also small. We can use our size to force them off the quaffle if we need to. Bonnie, just do your thing. You fiend on a broomstick. They all chuckled, and Harry turned to the beaters. Those Weasley twins are fiends with those bats, so you have to make sure you keep the bludgers in our possession. Hit them hard, hit them straight, and by God, hit them accurately. The beaters nodded, and Harry turned to Higgs. Terrence, you've done this before. You know the tricks that Longbottom doesn't know. This is his first match. Exploit that. Pressure him into making mistakes, and don't worry. The chubby bastard probably can't catch a cold. The team laughed, and Harry turned to Bletchley, who gripped his arm in a friendly manner and laughed out. I know, Potter. Keep my eye on the snitch, and don't be an idiot, and let the quaffle in." Harry grinned at the team, wished them luck, and headed back to the stands. "And they're off," called Lee Jordan, the new commentator. "The talk of this match is Neville Longbottom is Gryffindor's secret seeker, youngest seeker in a century. Let's see him prove why he deserves the spot." The Gryffindors cheered. Slytherin has possession. Pusey passes to Flint, who shoots. No, it's a feint. Passes to Moran. Moran shoots, and it's a goal. 10-0 to Slytherin. The green and silver-clad supporters cheered. But Gryffindor counterattacks. The lovely young Angelina Johnson has the quaffle. Passes to Spinnet. Ouch. Hit by a bludger from Bull. She drops the quaffle, which is intercepted by Flint. He's going on his own. "Come on, Wood," screamed Jordan. He then groaned. 20-0 to Slytherin. The match proceeded this way. Moran led the team sublimely, calling out plays and executing stunning aerial maneuvers. The Gryffindor chasers were good, but they couldn't compete with the Irish professional. 30 minutes into the game, the score stood 160-50, and the Gryffindors were starting to get dirty. Or at least the Weasley twins were. They fired 2 hard bludgers at Bletchley in goal, one hitting his stomach and the other his chest. He fell from a room, and would have fallen to the ground if Harry hadn't managed a quick levitation charm to halt his descent. Fortunately, Bletchley soon recovered enough to play again, and Madame Hooch issued 2 penalties for the twins' attack, 180-50. Harry was scanning the pitch intently, looking for openings when he saw Longbottom's broom give a massive lurch. He chuckled. Longbottom had done nothing but circle the pitch high above the play so far, and now he was unable to control his broom. It was pathetic. However, it soon became evident that Longbottom wasn't unable to control his broom. Rather, the broom seemed to be unable to be controlled. Most of the players on the pitch were watching Neville now, forgetting the game completely. Harry gestured wildly to Flint, who had the quaffle, and he cheekily scored Gryffindor 20 more points before Hooch noticed and called a timeout. Suddenly, just as soon as it had started, the bucking broom stopped. Harry noticed what appeared to be a fire in the teacher's stands, but couldn't accurately see what had happened. Neville clambered back onto the broom, and play resumed. By this stage, it was 200-50, and Harry called a timeout almost as soon as Hooch had resumed play. He flew up to the team. "Right, one more goal, and we play a full defensive game. Don't give them an opening and leave the game up to Higgs. Excellent play. We'll play Beggar's Drift first, and then follow it up with Dragon Defense. Everyone with me." He got nods, so returned to the ground. And play is resumed again, after Slytherin coach Potter has a quick word with his team. Pusey has the quaffle and is storming up the pitch. Johnson and Bell move to tackle. Pusey passes to Moran, who passes to Flint, back to Moran, back to Flint, who passes to nobody? No, Pusey came out of nowhere then. Pusey scores. Slytherin lead by 160 points. Harry smirked at the successful application of his newest move. Distract the opposition chasers, so they leave one player open. Slytherin then clearly changed to defensive play. No matter how many times the Gryffindors tried to find an opening, they were rebuffed by the flexible shield of the Slytherin chasers. And it appears Longbottom and Higgs have seen the snitch. They're zooming after something. Yes, there it is. Higgs has the advantage. He's going to catch it. No, he's hit by a bludger from a Weasley. Longbottom reaches. Oh, sweet Merlin, he's fallen off his broom. Longbottom is in the dirt after a nasty fall. The Slytherins were falling over themselves laughing. However, they stopped when a dusty fist rose into the air. Neville had the snitch in his hand. The Gryffindors cheered loudly for a second before realizing they had still lost the match. And Slytherin win, 210-200, after an unorthodox catch by Neville Longbottom. Harry cheered, making his way down to his teammates. They laughed, and he joined them all in a group hug. Suddenly, they were enveloped by a massive pair of arms. Harry turned. "Julian!" he cried out in surprise. Julian Urquhart, the captain who had led Slytherin to 3 consecutive winning seasons, was behind him. "What are you doing here?" Julian laughed. "I'm playing for the Wimborne Wasps now. I had a free weekend, so I thought I may as well come and see my old team. He laughed and ruffled Harry's short hair. You've still got it, I see, superstar. Harry grimaced at the nickname. Together, the team, plus Urquhart, made their way back to the common room for the traditional party. That had been a party to remember, and Harry had discovered for the first time how lethal fire whiskey could be for an untrained drinker. He had ended up being put to bed by Miranda at 3.30 after Olivia had tried to teach him river dance. It turned out he didn't have a natural talent, and after he had knocked over a table, Miranda had decided he'd had enough. With one arm firmly around his waist, she lugged him up the stairs, vowing to take revenge as soon as she could, and at the same time deciding that Harry's leprechaun impression needed some serious work. Chapter 5. When Harry awoke the next day with a pounding headache, he groaned loudly and heard a corresponding groan from the foot of his bed. He looked down and was bemused to see Charles and Graham were asleep by his feet, still fully clothed and looking rather worse for wear. "What time's it?" asked a groggy Charles, his voice slurred and eyes half closed. "Round 11, I think," replied Harry. His voice sounded too loud, and he closed his eyes again, letting his head fall back onto the pillow. Half an hour later, the three boys managed to make their way down to the common room. It was evident the elves hadn't yet cleared up after the party. Empty bottles were littered on the floor, and there were more than a few passed-out bodies on the sofas and chairs. "Harry," called out Marcus, then winced at the volume. "I have headache drafts. Snape came round earlier." He wasn't impressed. Harry accepted the potion gratefully, drinking it down as fast as possible. His head cleared quickly, and he grinned at Marcus. "What a night, right?" he asked with a small grin. Marcus shrugged, embarrassed. I don't remember too much of it, I'm afraid." The others chuckled, and together they made their way up to the Great Hall for a spot of late breakfast. It seemed all of Slytherin were trying to appear as normal as possible, but it wasn't quite working. Many of the teachers were looking at them with disapproving looks on their faces. "Halloween tonight, right?" asked Olivia from beside Harry. She looked as bad as he felt. Even with the headache draft, her makeup was smudged and her eyes bloodshot. Harry grunted non-committedly, not fully comfortable with words yet. "Thank Merlin, it's Saturday," came a grumble from behind them. Harry turned and saw Bowl and Bletchley stumble into the hall, robes crumpled, and red marks on their faces from where they had slept. The meal took far longer than usual. Every bite took an age to settle in Harry's stomach. Therefore, it was nearly midday by the time he got up with the rest of his year mates and headed back to the common room. He was intercepted by an irate blonde in the entrance hall. Miranda grabbed Harry's arm and bodily dragged the taller boy out onto the lawn in front of the castle. 3 years, Potter. I have been trying to get the concept of self-restraint through your abominably thick skull for 3 years, and yet first time someone offers you alcohol, you're up on the table to try to river dance. River dance, Potter? Harry shuffled his feet, embarrassed, looking up to meet her eyes. She was looking down at him with a mixture of exasperation and enjoyment. It wasn't often now that she was able to get one up on him like this nowadays, and she liked to enjoy every opportunity. He replied simply, and she rolled her eyes. You're lucky most of the rest of the house was equally inebriated, else I might be seriously unhappy. Harry grinned up at her, and she swatted his arm. Together, they made their way back to the common room. During breakfast, someone had cleaned the room back to its normal state. The smell of beer and sweat had been removed, and the upturned tables righted. They separated once inside, and Harry went upstairs to have a shower and try to wash some of the smell off himself. Most of the house was back to normal that evening. They put on their best robes and made their way up to the Halloween feast. The Great Hall had been decorated superbly. Pumpkins the size of carriages were littered around the corners of the hall, while strings of cobwebs were strung around the floating candles. Most impressive of all were the swarms of live bats that danced their way around the air, forming images of skulls and spiders in the air above them. The feast was as excellent as was usual. Harry's appetite had returned full force, and he happily helped himself to 2 enormous plates of food. As the food and butterbeer flowed, he became more and more at ease, laughing and joking with his house. with his friends. Just as he started to tuck into a thick slice of treacle tart, however, Professor Quirrell burst into the great hall. He sprinted up the divide between the Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw tables, shouting as he did so. "Troll! Troll! In the dungeons! Thought you ought to know!" After he had finished, he collapsed in a dead faint. A few of the seventh years snickered at his fate. The rest of the hall, however, had erupted in pandemonium. Harry watched as the Malfoy heir cried out in panic, his face becoming even paler than usual. The scene was similar at most other tables, though Harry noticed that Longbottom and his faithful sidekick Weasley were looking at each other guiltily. Bang! Bang! The hall went silent, and Dumbledore lowered his wand. "Prefects will lead their houses back to their dormitories. Immediately, please." 3 houses hastened to obey as the teachers hurried off to deal with the troll. Slytherin stayed put. Harry overheard Bonnie Moran and Patrick Dwight, the 2 seventh-year prefects, having a hasty conversation. "Obviously not, Dwight," Bonnie was saying. "There's a troll down there." "Well, fine. Why don't we stay put?" "No, let's go to the library. I need to pick up a reference book for arithmancy, anyway." Several around the pair chuckled, and together the house made their way upstairs to the library. They were stopped on the 2nd floor when a terrified-looking Ronald Weasley pelted around the corner, bouncing off the opposite wall. He slowed to a stop when he saw the amused-looking Slytherins. "TT Troll," he cried, pointing back the way he had come. As if to support his declaration, an inhuman bellow sounded from around the corner, shaking the castle walls. Nobody moved. Suddenly Longbottom appeared, looking equally terrified, his arm wrapped securely around Granger. They pelted through the Slytherins, and Ron quickly followed after his friends. There was an eerie silence as everybody looked around, not sure what to do. However, that was soon changed when a horrific smell began to waft over the school children, followed by the sound of enormous feet running down the corridor. Bonnie took charge quickly. "Everyone back. 7th years to the front and cover the rest. Move." Everybody hurried to obey. Harry stayed put, however, unwilling to leave his closest friend to hold off a troll. They beat a hurried retreat, but the troll was faster. It rounded the corner and saw them. It was huge, 12 feet tall at least. Small piggy eyes glared at the children from its small head. The 7th years, and Harry stayed still, not daring to breathe. It had lumpy gray skin and large stubby fingered hands in which it held what appeared to be the trunk of a good-sized tree. The troll cocked its head and blinked stupidly before taking a step forward and raising its club menacingly. "Kill it! Kill it now!" cried Bonnie, and a hail of lethal spells, most borderline dark, slammed into the vast creature. It howled, enraged but seemingly unhurt. It began to lumber towards them, club raised to strike. The 7th years continued to pelt it with spells, whilst Harry ran up to try and help out. It swung its club, narrowly avoiding Bonnie, who with Quidditch-trained reflexes managed to roll out of the club's path. Harry sent a cutting curse at its neck, but it was absorbed by the creature's hide. It swung again, catching Terry Blake on the arm. He cried out and collapsed, limb clearly broken. Harry grabbed his collar and was able to drag him out of the combat zone quickly. "Aim for its eyes and mouth, quickly!" shouted Bonnie. Miranda managed to strike the beast with a conjunctiva curse, and it flailed blindly. To Harry's horror, he saw the club swinging towards Miranda. There was no way she could escape in time. Harry reacted on instinct, sending an exploding curse towards the club, but the spell struck too late. The huge club struck his best friend in the chest, and she was sent flying backwards. She struck the wall hard and didn't move. Harry's curse struck the club, and it exploded in a shower of splinters. Releasing a primal cry, Harry began to advance towards his fallen friend, keeping up a solid stream of curses, each one darker and more malicious than the last. "Ocular putresco, hasties glassy," he cried. The first spell struck the troll's eyes, causing them to die and rot instantly. The troll howled in pain, whilst as the spear of ice he had conjured struck it in the shoulder. It bellowed and hurled the end of its club at Harry. It struck him on the shoulder, and he felt the bone grind and shatter. His vision flashed white, but he gritted his teeth and managed to send out one last ice spear before his knees buckled. Fortunately, his aim was true. The long icicle shot from Harry's wand and struck the beast in its open mouth. It easily slid through the unprotected tissue and emerged from the other side of its head. The troll gave a groan and collapsed forward. However, Harry wasn't out of the woods yet, as the corpse had fallen right on his exposed left leg, pinned, and with his shoulder and leg broken, Harry blacked out. He awoke several hours later in a bright white room. He had been changed into uncomfortable cotton pajamas, and his leg and shoulder both ached horribly. He looked around. 5 unconscious figures were in the beds around him. He recognized a few faces. Bonnie lay to his right, her head wrapped in a white bandage. However, he couldn't see Miranda amongst them. He felt his heart tighten and beat rapidly. His stomach clenched as he thought of what that could mean. "Potter, you're awake." "Good." Harry looked up. Madame Pomfrey was before him, Professor Snape to her right, and the grave countenance of the headmaster to her left. "How are you feeling, Potter?" asked Snape. His black eyes looked almost concerned. "I'm quite well, Professor. Thank you for your concern." He snapped his occlumency shields up, feeling the peaceful emptiness that they left in his mind. Being emotional right now would not help him. "I will be the judge of that, Potter," the healer interrupted, wand out as she performed several charms on him. He ignored her. His attention returned to his head of house. "I can't help but notice Miss Rookwood is not here, Professor. Yet she was injured by the troll. Is she all right?" It took all of Harry's very considerable self-control for his emotionless mask not to crack. "Miss Rookwood is fine, Harry, my boy, or at least she will be. She has been transferred to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries. She suffered some internal damage, and Madame Pomfrey didn't wish to take any risks," the headmaster said with a benevolent smile, though it didn't reach his eyes. "I see. And the rest of the Slytherins?" Harry asked, looking around at the full beds. "All will make full recoveries, Mr. Potter. Miss Rookwood was the worst hit," the potions master said with a nod towards Harry. "Well, I would like to see her as soon as possible." Madame Pomfrey looked askance. "Absolutely not, Potter. You suffered severe injuries. Your leg is healed, but your shoulder is still in about 30 pieces. You will remain in that bed until I release you." Harry scowled angrily. His green eyes suddenly changed from emotionless to furious in less than a second. "My friend is in hospital with severe injuries, and you expect me to do nothing?" He growled angrily. Madame Pomfrey took a step back. "Harry, don't be angry or upset. Madame Pomfrey simply wants what is best for you. You can look after your friends after you have looked after yourself." Harry ignored the headmaster and turned to Snape. "Have you found the bastard who let a troll in, Professor?" Madame Pomfrey looked horrified at Harry's language, but Snape sighed. "Not yet, Potter, but we will find him, and he will be brought to justice for what he did." Harry nodded, forcing his emotions but under control. "Have you considered Professor Quirrell?" As the only member of staff not present in the Great Hall when the troll was released, he is the most likely candidate. Also, the thesis he wrote in 1988 does rather seem to suggest he has an affinity with trolls. Snape looked impressed. My, Harry, that's quite an accusation to make," said Dumbledore, his smile gone now. "However, I am impressed by your knowledge." Harry nodded briefly at the headmaster. "It was not an accusation, headmaster, merely an observation." Snape nodded, and the headmaster seemed appeased. "We are considering all avenues, Mr. Potter. I assure you this incident will not be forgotten," Snape said, trying to pacify the boy. "We shall leave you to rest, Harry. You may visit Miss Rookwood when you are fully recovered. I will also award yourself and all those who fought the troll 25 points each for your bravery this evening." With that, the 3 teachers turned and left. Harry sighed, letting his head fall back onto the pillow. His shoulder ached something terrible, but his leg was at least feeling better. He closed his eyes and willed himself to sleep. The next morning when Harry awoke, it appeared all of Slytherin was in the hospital wing. It seemed most of the 7th years had woken up. When they saw he was awake, the rest of his year mates hurried over. Are you feeling all right? I can't believe you killed a troll. Is your shoulder okay? You are a fucking hero, Harry. The shouts and praises of his year mates gave Harry a smile, and he attempted to return the gentle hug that Olivia had given him. Marcus gave him a pat on his good shoulder, whilst Clara sat on the end of his bed. The whole school is talking about it. Dumbledore announced at breakfast what happened. Why did you stay behind? You could have been killed. Clara scolded him. He gave her a weak grin. I was concerned about Miranda. I couldn't leave her. He tried to appease them. The half-Spanish girl sniffed. I still don't see what you see in that girl. Is it just because she has big boobs? Harry almost choked, whilst the somewhat prudish Olivia looked horrified. She was the first person to try and help me become stronger. It's thanks to her that I am who I am. She deserves my respect. Her big boobs are merely a plus. Clara merely sniffed disdainfully again, but leant forward to give him a gentle hug as well. They all stayed around Harry's bed for a little while longer discussing what had happened with the troll. However, before too long, the bell for classes rang, and they had to leave him, promising to return before too long. The day passed excruciatingly. When his friends had returned after lunch, Terence had thought to bring along several books for him from the library, and that helped while away the hours. As night fell, Harry's shoulder began to itch terribly. Then it felt like he had severe pins and needles in it. Madame Pomfrey assured him this meant the bone was knitting itself back together and gave him several potions to help speed up the process. It's a good thing, Mr. Potter. It means I can probably release you tomorrow morning. The healer was correct once again. Harry's shoulder, whilst not perfect, was at least at a stage where he was able to be released the next day. He was given a large regimen of potions for the next week, but Harry was pleased to be free. He waited for the healer to leave before hurrying over to her fire and fleeing to the hospital. He joined a long queue at the reception, waiting to be shown where to go. The man in front of him seemed to have had his arms replaced with flippers, whilst the man being helped at that time appeared to have dozens of little squid suckered onto his face. It took a while, but eventually Harry reached the bored-looking receptionist. "What's the problem, sir?" she asked in a bored drawl. "No problem, miss. I was hoping to visit my friend. She was brought in a couple of days ago." The woman brought out a list. "What's her name, then?" "Rookwood, Miranda Rookwood." The receptionist flitted through the list before finding her name. "Floor 3, intensive care ward." Next, Harry walked toward one of the waiting lifts and pushed for the 3rd floor. The light rose quickly and pinged when it stopped. "Floor 3, intensive care ward and permanent spell damage," came an automated voice. Harry stepped out and walked down the open ward. A round-faced, cheerful-looking healer stopped him. "Can I help you?" she asked kindly. Yes. I'm looking for Miranda Rookwood. I was told she was on this floor." The healer nodded and gestured down to the end of the ward. "You're in luck. She just woke up. She's still very weak, so be careful." Harry thanked her and went to where she had pointed. "Good morning, Potter." Miranda greeted him, her voice weaker than he had ever heard it before. Harry smiled. She looked pretty terrible. Her chest was tightly wrapped in cotton bandages, and she had an extremely unpleasant-looking bruise across the right side of her face. "Good to see you too, Rookwood." There was a moment of silence. They said, "I was so." They both spoke at once. Harry gestured for her to continue. "They said you killed a troll. I hope you don't get a big head after beating me at something." Harry forced a smile, but it was clearly fake. "Merlin Miranda, I'm glad you're okay. I thought you died." Harry blurted out. Miranda smiled softly and held out one hand. Harry took it, and she brought him into a hug. They stayed that way for a long time. Harry lay on the thin hospital bed next to his best friend as she slowly stroked his hair, his head upon his chest, the two of them gaining comfort from the other after their harrowing ordeal. "I can't believe you thought I would die, Potter. I'll always be there to bust your balls. Don't you doubt it." Harry gave a short laugh. "You better be. God knows where I would be if you weren't around." "Hole in the ground, most likely," she replied casually. "Most likely," Harry agreed, before they fell silent once more. The hospital continued to bustle around them, and the sun slowly sank behind the cloud. The two lay in silence. However, too soon, they were interrupted. "Mr. Potter, I thought I had told you that I would take you to see Miss Rookwood when you were feeling better, not when you thought it most convenient." "Come to collect you, wayward student, Professor Snape?" Miranda asked, her voice still very weak. "Indeed, Miss Rookwood. It is good to see you awake once more." "Thank you, Professor." "You had better go, Harry. It's never a good idea to keep Professor Snape waiting." Harry got up, his joints stiff after having lain still for so long, and together he and his housemaster returned to the castle. The next 6 weeks introduced a new element to Harry's time at Hogwarts. Miranda had returned to Hogwarts, and to celebrate her return, for it marked the end of the slight depression that had gripped the house after 7 of its members were hospitalized. They had organized a party. It was not wild like after a Quidditch game, but they stayed up late drinking and eating, sitting around a fire and toasting food in its embers. The change came, however, as Harry and Miranda began to get closer. They had always been close, and their relationship had changed from mentor-student to friends and equals, and then to best friends, and now it seemed to have changed again, but Harry wasn't sure what it had changed to. They had become a lot closer since the troll incident, and their relationship had a new tactile element to it. Hugs were given where none would have been before. Harry was not, no matter what Clara would like to think, naive in the ways of relationships. However, he refused to even consider attempting anything like that with Miranda. She was too important to lose. Thus, November turned to December, and the Christmas holidays began. Most of the house left, leaving just half a dozen Slytherins, and Harry grew to enjoy the peace and quiet that the empty house offered. He quickly finished his homework and then delved into his latest favorite subject, the dismantling and creation of ward detectors and defenses. It was tricky work, requiring great patience and logic. Harry relished the challenges. Christmas morning dawned bright and cold. Frost had turned the lawns in front of the castle white and bristly. Harry rose early and took a long shower. When he entered the Slytherin common room, it was to discover that the remaining Slytherins were waiting for him. He joined them on the sofa and awaited the last few members of the house. After a long breakfast filled with jokes and laughter, they all retired to the common room for the traditional presents. It was an excellent haul in Harry's opinion. From Marcus, he received the Quidditch player's playbook, whilst the Montags had given him an elegant wand wrist holster made of dark brown dragon hide. From Terence, he had received a book called Taking Down Trolls, a must-have guide for any troll hunter with a note inside reading. For next time, Harry had smirked at that, but the book could certainly offer excellent advice on trolls. He already knew how fearsome opponent they could be. Olivia had given him a large representation of a Quidditch pitch in which he could better demonstrate his plays. His other friends had given him sweets and a few books, but his gift from Miranda had surprised him. It was a simple, unadorned silver crucifix on a thin silver chain. He had once confessed how he retained many Christian beliefs, seeing as how it was a Christian orphanage, and he was touched by the fact that she had clearly been listening. He turned to her and gave her a firm hug, which she returned. "It's enchanted. It'll warm up if there is poison in your food, and will go cold if someone near you is using magical methods of concealment. Sentimental and practical. Thank you so much," she just smiled. "Can I put it on you?" "Of course." He bowed his head, and she fastened the silver chain behind his head, then tucked the cross into his shirt, patting his chest where it lay, before giving him a peck on the cheek and returning to her present pile. The next night, on Boxing Day, Harry was sat upon his bed in his empty dormitory, trying to get to grips with a new take on his friendship with Miranda. As the clock struck midnight, Harry sighed. He would take a walk that would settle his mind. He changed his clothes into a pair of dark trousers and blue shirt. Slipping out of the silent dormitory, he made his way up the stairs to the corridors. He heard footsteps up ahead and quickly cast a disillusionment and silencing charm over himself. However, whoever it was didn't pass him, so he carried on walking. After 15 minutes of walking or so, he saw an open door to one of the disused charms classrooms. Inside he saw a curious sight. Neville Longbottom was sat upon the floor, looking up at a mirror with a look of absolute longing on his face. Harry thought this was a peculiar expression to have whilst looking in a mirror. Harry knew the boy who lived was arrogant, but anyone would think the boy wanted to marry himself. Whatever it was that was happening in the room, it was more interesting than whatever was happening in the corridors, so slipped inside. The door creaked a little when he hip-brushed it, and Neville whirled around. However, he clearly didn't see Harry through the charms, for he quickly turned back to the mirror. Harry sat upon one of the disused desks and watched. It was very dull, but Harry was hardly in a position to sleep. His interest was piqued, however, when he thought he saw a shimmer in the air by the door. He quickly used his magical vision to determine that there was indeed someone entering the room, also under a disillusionment charm. After a few minutes of watching, Harry saw the disillusionment fall to reveal the headmaster. "Back again, Neville?" asked the white-haired wizard. Neville spun and looked shocked to see the headmaster. "Headmaster, I'm sorry to be outside, sir." The headmaster waved his hand cheerily. "Do not worry, my boy. It is Christmas. I am prepared to overlook this one excursion." "Thank you, headmaster. I didn't see you come in." Dumbledore chuckled. "Yes, funny the things we don't see when we are invisible." Neville paused before asking, "What's this mirror do?" Dumbledore paused, clearly thinking hard. "That," he began, "is a difficult question. The mirror of Eris holds many secrets. However, may I ask what you see in the mirror?" "I see. I'm head boy and Quidditch captain. Everybody is impressed by me." Dumbledore nodded. "Yes, and your friend Ron saw himself as greater than his brothers. He who has always been in his family saw himself becoming greater than all of them. So tell me, Neville, what do you think the mirror shows us?" "It shows us what we want, what we really want." Dumbledore sighed. "Yes and no. Let me put it like this. The happiest man on earth would look into the mirror and see himself as he is. The mirror shows nothing less than our deepest and greatest desires." Neville looked just as confused by the explanation. "I would suggest you return to bed, Neville. It is getting late. So put on that remarkable cloak of yours. Off you trot." Neville stood and put his invisibility cloak around his shoulders. Harry was shocked to see that it made him invisible even to his magical sight. Just as the chubby boy reached the door, Dumbledore called him. "Neville, it is not good to dwell on dreams. No matter how pleasant, the mirror will be removed from here tomorrow, and I ask that you do not look for it. Men have wasted away before it, and it would not do for you to join them." "Yes, Professor. Professor." "Yes, Neville." "What do you see in the mirror?" The headmaster chuckled. I see myself holding a pair of thick woolen socks. I never have enough pairs. Another Christmas has passed, and yet people insist on sending me books." He finished mournfully before his eyes fastened on Neville. Now bed Neville. The boy left Harry and Dumbledore alone. "He's an interesting young man, isn't he, Mr. Potter?" asked the headmaster. Harry cursed himself for thinking he could have remained hidden. "Well, he's certainly something," he replied cautiously. "I must say, I had hoped his dearest ambition would have been a bit greater." Harry had to agree with that. The savior of the wizarding world's dearest ambition was to be head boy. It was a bit pathetic in Harry's opinion. "Have you looked in the mirror, Harry?" asked Dumbledore. He shook his head, and the aged headmaster motioned with his hand for Harry to stand before it. Harry nearly gasped by what he saw. The mirror showed an image of Harry. He looked older, perhaps early 20s. In this image, Miranda was held tightly to his side, with his friend arranged around him. They all looked proud, confident, and successful. Before them were many thousands of people, looking up at him with awe and wonder. It took Harry a long time to tear his gaze away from the image. "Eristra eru oit ube kafru oit onwosi." "I show not you face, but your heart's desire." "What do you see, Harry?" asked Dumbledore. Harry almost answered, but then he looked at the headmaster. The man's face looked just a little too interested in the answer, and Harry became suspicious. "That is an incredibly personal thing to ask." Harry replied evenly. "Is it? I'm just curious." replied the elderly man, eyes twinkling in the dark. Harry didn't buy it for a second. To know the greatest desire of my heart? I would have described that as personal, yes, sir. Well, will you tell me what you see? Dumbledore tried again, Harry considering making up a story, but dismissed the idea. No. Very well. Then may I suggest you return to bed? Harry nodded, but then turned back to the mirror. He kept his eyes away from the glass, instead using his magical sight to examine it. He quickly identified several rune clusters, each of which contained dozens of runes. The whole mirror was surrounded by such strong magic that Harry ran his hand over the frame, trying to feel the warmth of the latent power it possessed. Harry, the mirror is ancient, older than you or I. It was made by an old friend of mine, Nicholas Flamel. One of his greater creations, in my opinion. Do not try to understand it. It would take a lifetime of study. Harry paused at that. This mirror was made by Nicholas Flamel? It could be ancient, although I would hardly suggest that this mirror is a greater work than the Philosopher's Stone. Dumbledore's eye twitched at the mention of the stone, something Harry picked up on. The man suddenly looked uncomfortable. The stone could grant one immeasurable power, wealth, immortality. Harry pressed, carefully watching the headmaster's expression. It was a very dangerous game he was playing. He wasn't arrogant enough to assume he could beat the headmaster and veteran politician at the game of words. Yes, Harry, the stone is powerful, but power is nothing without a cause. The mirror could give one that cause. Harry considered that the mirror was powerful in a sense. It could be used on enemies to exploit their hidden desires. So you suggest that neither should be used without the other? Harry pried. I would certainly believe that the mirror and stone do coexist to a certain extent. Then they should be kept together, to stop one being used without the other, the mirror to grant cause to power, the stone to prevent someone being destroyed by being unable to achieve their dreams. Dumbledore looked extremely uncomfortable and shifted slightly on his foot. Well, certainly, he said cautiously. Well, does that mean the stone is in Hogwarts? If you do not believe they should be separated, then you would do your utmost to keep them together? Dumbledore's eye twitched again, and Harry knew he had got to the truth. The stone and mirror sometimes must be separated, as in this case, to prevent a greater evil. The headmaster said, his voice strong, and if not for Harry's strength and clemency, Harry may have been overcome by the slight compulsion charm laced into the headmaster's words. As it was, Harry was able to ignore it. Yes, headmaster. Good Harry, now may I suggest you go to bed? Yes, headmaster, he replied, and left through the door. However, his midnight walk had done nothing to calm his mind. Instead, it now raced. The Philosopher's Stone, arguably the most powerful object in magical Britain, was in Hogwarts, Chapter 6. The next morning, Harry awoke late. He yawned widely and stretched out, hearing the satisfied crack and pop of his muscles. He looked at his clock. It was 11 in the morning, and Harry sighed. He would have to rush to get any breakfast. He skipped his shower and went straight to brushing his teeth. When he arrived in the Great Hall, it was just in time to see the food disappear from the table. He cursed his bad luck and slowly walked back into the entrance hall. Missed breakfast? He turned, and to his surprise saw Cedric behind him. He grimaced and nodded, and Cedric laughed at his misfortune. Don't worry, Harry. Do you know where the kitchens are? Harry shook his head, and Cedric put his arm around Harry's shoulders and led him through a part of the castle Harry had never been to before. So how have you been, Harry? I only ever see you in Transfiguration, and you always ace that. Harry laughed. That's pretty much it, I'm afraid. I've been doing pretty well in school so far. Cedric grinned at him. Harry truly liked the Hufflepuff. It didn't speak much, but Cedric's constant and genuine friendliness made it easy to like him. They carried on chatting about nothing, until they arrived at a painting of a bowl of fruit. Tickle the pear, Harry, Cedric ordered with a small smile on his face. Harry did so, and to his surprise it giggled and formed a doorknob. Inside, Harry was shocked to find a full-size replica of the Great Hall. Inside were hundreds of house elves. They were mostly washing up after breakfast, but a few hurried over. "How can we be helping, sirs?" they asked, looking up excitedly. "Harry here slept through breakfast, I'm afraid." The elves looked horrified that someone had missed out on their cooking and quickly led him to a table. Cedric slipped onto the bench next to him, and together they carried on chatting. Three Hufflepuff sixth years casually wandered in as they were chatting, looked around and waved at Cedric. They sauntered over and casually fell into the bench opposite. "I thought I saw you at breakfast, Leo," Cedric asked one of the boys. He looked somewhat surprised that Cedric was talking to him, but grinned happily. "Felt like some cheese scones." Harry blinked. The boy didn't seem all there, and Harry noticed his two friends looked the same. He raised an eyebrow at Cedric. Said, "Are they normally like this?" he asked, puzzled. Cedric shrugged. "Most of my house is, don't worry, you get used to it." They were prevented from further conversation as their food arrived. Several bacon sarnies for Harry, as well as sausages, toast, marmalade, and some sautéed potatoes. Harry grinned at his pile of food and tucked in with relish. Cedric received a slice of toast and jam, and they ate with some small talk before lapsing into comfortable silence, interrupted occasionally by the nonsensical chatter of the Hufflepuffs. When they were both full, Harry promised to chat with Cedric soon and then returned to the common room. He sat on the sofa and was soon lulled deep into his thoughts by the soothing fire. He was deep in thought about his conversation with Dumbledore. The headmaster had as good as admitted that the stone was somewhere in Hogwarts, and to Harry that meant it was most probably under heavy guard in the forbidden third-floor corridor. If Harry were a Gryffindor, or maybe if he didn't like to analyze any situation before he threw himself into it, he would have immediately gone to explore. However, Harry was not like this, and he was lost in his mind, trying to remember everything he knew about the corridor. Out of bounds to all those who do not wish to die, a very painful death. Well, that made it easier. If he was caught, he merely had to state he had a desire to die, a painful death, and he was out of that one. Useful as that was, however, it did not help in getting him past whatever obstacles might exist. He wanted that stone. With it, he could become so much greater, money, long life. This was a 1 in a million chance to elevate himself to greatness. He sighed to himself. It would appear that he would have to go through the door and go through the obstacles. A less elegant approach, certainly, but it would be effective. He had the whole year to discover how to reach the stone, more than enough time. However, even if he could reach it now, it would be unwise to do so. He didn't want Dumbledore to have too much time to consider who took it. He needed to be out of the picture as soon as possible. After exams, the whole school would be busy relaxing, making it easier to sneak in and out without being missed. That would be the best time to do it. He also decided not to probe the defenses until at least May. That way, Dumbledore wouldn't be alerted to the problem. Until then, he would act like a normal fourth year. The rest of the year passed fast. Harry was being pressed by Bonnie to take a greater and greater role in the Quidditch team as she crammed for her newts. Harry was okay with that. He took a more proactive role in training the team, managing the practices, ordering which plays would work, and who should do what and when. Bonnie took it as a blessing, as she simply got told what to do and didn't have to think. Professor Snape had come down to watch the practices and had been impressed with how the team fared. They had been working hard. All of them knew what they had to do. Slytherin had held the Quidditch Cup for 5 years, and none of them would want the ignominy of being the team that lost the cup. It was becoming apparent that Gryffindor were the biggest competition. Oliver had always been a Quidditch fanatic, and now that he was captain had a zealous devotion. There had been several clashes as Gryffindor and Slytherin both tried to take advantage of bad weather conditions. One morning in early February, Harry had been informed by Bonnie that today was heavy rain, whether that the Slytherins were unable to play at their optimum in, and that there would be an unscheduled practice after lunch. When Wood and the Gryffindors arrived to take advantage of the same conditions, wands had been drawn, and it was only the timely intervention of Madame Hooch that spells were not cast. However, thanks to their mad schedule, Harry was pleased to say that his team were able to pull off plays he would never have considered before. It was looking good for 6 years of Slytherin glory. The year progressed steadily. Harry maintained excellent grades without too much sweat. whilst at the same progressing in his studies, which had now been expanded to include anything that would get him a certain stone. To that extent, he had gone over several detailed maps of the castle that showed that the forbidden corridor in fact contained a trapdoor that led to an otherwise inaccessible part of the castle, the ideal place to set up a spread of defenses. On April the 24th, Harry was sat in his usual seat in the common room, Bonnie on one side of him and Marcus on the other. "I'm telling you, Harry, send me and Moran to the left with the quaffle, and then Pusey might be left unmarked." Marcus was exclaiming loudly. "Marcus, we already have that move. It's Beggar's Gauntlet. We practiced it today," Moran had said with a quirk of her lips. Marcus looked embarrassed. "What about this?" Harry drew several lines on the blackboard they were studying. "We send 2 chasers here." He jabbed at one part of the model pitch at their feet, with the quaffle, with one chaser too far away from the action for the others to consider him a threat. Chasers throw quaffle to the seeker, who gets it to this chaser. Both of them studied the move. The seeker isn't allowed to handle the quaffle, Harry. He doesn't have to. Just use his broom like a bat. If not that, then replace the seeker with a beater who has an actual bat. It's very simple, Bonnie said cautiously. And nothing like it has been done on the Hogwarts pitch in the last 4 years. Harry exclaimed, "No one will see it coming." Bonnie opened her mouth to say something when they were interrupted by a first year. "Excuse me, Miss Moran," the girl asked timidly. "What is it, Tracy?" Bonnie asked casually, still paying attention to Harry's suggestion. "Draco Malfoy says that Longbottom and the oaf Hagrid has hatched a baby dragon." The 3 on the sofa looked at the girl in shock. "Ugh, dragon?" Bonnie asked skeptically. Tracy nodded. "A Norwegian Ridgeback, he says." Bonnie let out a frustrated sigh. "Very well, bring him over here." Tracy scurried off, and a few seconds later, Draco Malfoy swaggered over, looking incredibly pleased about something. "Malfoy, Tracy Davis says you saw a dragon. Is this true?" Malfoy gave a wide grin. "Well, yes, the oaf hatched it tonight. I saw him, Longbottom, Granger, and the Weasley down at his hut." Bonnie looked at him confused. "What were you doing in Hagrid's hut?" she asked. "No, I was outside the hut. I saw it through the window," Draco explained. "Why were you spying on Hagrid's hut?" Harry asked, equally confused. Malfoy's cheeks pinked. "Well, I was looking for dirt on Longbottom. Make him lose some house points." "You don't need to spy on him for that. From what I hear, he loses enough points and potions as it is." Marcus spoke up. The 4 Slytherins all chuckled. "Let me get this straight. At this very moment, there's a baby Norwegian Ridgeback in Hagrid's hut?" asked Bonnie. Malfoy gave several quick nods. "Hagrid lives in a wooden house," Marcus said slowly. "Well, he's never had much of a brain, has he? Probably bought it in one of his drunken binges." Harry added his 2 pence. The others laughed. "So what do we do?" asked Malfoy. "Tell Snape?" Harry shook his head. "If revenge is what you want, merely telling Snape won't be enough. Plausible deniability. Only Hagrid would be punished. We need Snape to catch them at it." Bonnie smirked. "Since when have you had it out for Longbottom?" she asked. "Since he insulted me in Madame Malkin's this summer," Harry told her. That night, Harry sent 2 letters. One he scrawled in a passable imitation of Hagrid's untidy writing and sent to the Golden Trio of Gryffindor, and the other went to Snape. The first read, "Neville, I need help tomorrow. Come to my house after class. Hagrid." The second, "Dear Professor Snape, it has come to my attention that certain illicit practices will be taking place in the gamekeeper Hagrid's hut tomorrow after class. I would appreciate if you could investigate this matter fully. Thank you." He didn't sign the second letter, but knew the potions master would know it was from him. This would be fun. He had never really had time to prank people before, and whilst potentially getting 4 people in trouble with the law for illegal dragon breeding, harboring a Class A restricted species, and unlawful possession of an endangered magical creature was not the typical sort of prank, Harry thought it quite fun. He, Bonnie, Marcus, and Draco, therefore, were hanging around in the entrance hall as soon as class ended. Neville, Hermione and Ron all hurried out to the hut with concerned expressions on their faces, and not 3 minutes after Snape, looking particularly malicious, followed them. He gave the 4 Slytherins a nod before heading down. Satisfied the deed was done, Harry led them back down to the common room. The gossip mill of Hogwarts was so effective he was sure he would hear about any punishment soon enough. To his surprise, however, he didn't discover the fate of the Gryffindors and Hagrid through the rumor mill. Instead, it was through an announcement at supper. "Students, students!" Dumbledore shouted, his countenance grave. The hall quickly fell silent. It came to my attention that there were seriously illegal events occurring at Hogwarts. Mr. Hagrid, gamekeeper and keeper of keys here at Hogwarts, has been found harboring a baby dragon at the school. Whispers and concerned murmurs erupted around the hall, but Dumbledore carried on regardless. As this was not his first incident involving dangerous magical creatures, he has been taken away by Aurors until such a time as he ministry sees fit to release him. This caused yet more whispers. It also falls to me to let you know that due to certain students being aware of these illegal deeds, I have had no choice but to take 300 points from Gryffindor. The large hourglass filled with rubies suddenly emptied, leaving only a small pile in its place. There was stunned silence in the hall, and all eyes turned to the Gryffindor table, where Neville, Ron, and Hermione were sitting looking miserable. Suddenly, a couple of 7th-year Slytherins began to clap slowly. The applause spread through the Slytherin and Ravenclaw tables. The Hufflepuff table looked bemused at Gryffindor's plight. Hermione Granger suddenly stood up and fled the table in tears. Harry caught Neville's eye and raised his goblet in a mock salute. The boy flushed scarlet in anger. After the exciting events of April, spirits were high in the Slytherin common room. With the loss of 300 points, Slytherin had no realistic opposition to the House Cup. However, it didn't take long for the joyful mood to diminish. It was exam season. For 5 days, Harry and the rest of the school slaved away over papers. Harry was extremely confident that he had aced the wand base classes, as well as ancient runes and arithmancy, but the other classes he was far less sure about. As he left the great hall of his final exam, he decided to go down to the lake to relax. He was just returning to the Slytherin when he overheard a fascinating conversation and stopped to listen. "No, Longbottom, you can't. The headmaster has been called away on urgent business at the ministry. He will not return until tomorrow at the earliest." Dumbledore was away. This would be the ideal time to make a bid for the stone, Harry thought. He carried on listening, though, as Longbottom blurted out, "He's gone? But he can't be. It's practically an invitation for Snape to steal it," he cried in apparent panic. "Professor Snape Potter, and steal what?" "The Philosopher's Stone," the Weasley cried out. Harry blinked. They thought Snape was after the stone? They were even stupider than Harry had thought. "How do you know?" McGonagall began, but cut herself off. "Professor Snape is not after the stone. I assure you, Longbottom, he helped protect it." Evidently, she was about to be cut off because she said loudly, "No, Longbottom, I will not hear about it. Go outside and enjoy the weather, and please don't attempt any more ridiculous heroics. Gryffindor can hardly cope with another loss of points." Harry sniggered. The conversation was over, and Harry hurried back to the common room. There was little he could do until this evening, and so he picked up his book, Gaddying with Ghouls, and walked slowly out of the common room to the lake to while away the hours before the biggest night of his life. That evening, at around 10 p.m., Harry was restlessly sat in the common room. He was trying to appear relaxed. However, it was impossible. His stomach was churning, and he felt bile at the back of his throat whenever he swallowed. "What's the matter, Harry?" Miranda asked, slightly concerned. Harry grinned at her. "I might just change my fate tonight," he replied. She looked at him confused and put her hand on his forearm. "It's not going to be dangerous, is it?" she asked. He squeezed her hand softly. "I don't know. Probably quite dangerous, though. However, I promise Miranda that if this pays off, our fate will be forever changed for the better." The beautiful blonde looked at him deep in his eyes and saw the excitement and passion in them. She gave him a small smile. "How can I help?" "You can't. I don't want you involved. If I get caught, then things will go catastrophically for me. She nodded slowly. So I can do nothing? She asked. No. Yes. Your house elf can apparate in a Hogwarts can't. He asked hopefully. The girl blinked. I've never tried, Minnie, she called, and with a crack the elf appeared before her. How can Minnie serve mistress? The elf asked, bowing low. Minnie, you are to obey all of Harry's commands tonight, as though they are my own. Come when he calls and do whatever he asks. Do you understand? The elf turned to Harry and nodded. Minnie is to treat Mistress Harry as though Master Harry is mistress. It said quickly. Miranda thought through the phrase before she nodded. Exactly, Minnie. You may go. Minnie bowed low and then vanished with a crack. Anything else I can do to help? She asked. Harry thought for a moment. I need a detection ward on Quirrell's door by tomorrow morning, preferably tonight. I have a feeling he will be involved in this. Miranda nodded once. Well, if that's all I can do for you, then at least take this. Miranda reached in around Harry's neck and pulled the crucifix he still wore out from his shirt. She gave it a lingering kiss, then placed it back in Harry's shirt. Good luck, she said, then walked away, up to the girls' dorms. Harry watched her go and sighed to himself. This was it. Harry waited until 11 before hurrying up to the dorms. He changed into a pair of black trousers that offered plenty of movement, as well as a black jumper, then hurried back down to the common room. He cast a disillusionment charm, silencing charm, an odor-removing spell upon himself, and stepped out into the hall. He reached the third floor and examined the door. He saw nothing, but turned on his magical sight and, as he expected, saw a tiny detection ward scheme on the door frame. He drew his wand and carefully nullified it before opening the door. The room beyond was long and low, and Harry caught sight of the trapdoor he planned to investigate. However, there was a problem, a giant three-headed problem. The first layer of defense was a Cerberus. Harry dared not breathe, but fortunately, his anti-detection spells worked with nothing to see, hear, or smell. The dog was oblivious to his presence. He crept to the trapdoor and opened it as quietly as possible. The hinges squeaked, and Harry froze. Fortunately, however, the beast was clearly sleepy and ignored the noise. It's a rough road that leads to the heights of greatness, Harry thought to himself as he fell through the blackness. Fortunately, this rough road had a smooth landing, and Harry took a few moments to recover. However, he quickly took out his wand. Lumos, he whispered, and to his horror found that in the darkness long green vines had wrapped around his legs. He cast his mind back to what this plant was. His mind supplied Devil's Snare. He had studied that in first year, he thought, perplexed. However, he brushed off the easy obstacle, casting a low-powered incendio to force the vines to retreat. He clambered out of the vine pit and headed towards the only door. He found himself in a brightly lit chamber. It was quite small, but with a high ceiling. Above his head, dozens of shiny things fluttered. He walked over to the door on the other side and tried the handle. It resisted a simple unlocking charm, and Harry tried to think up a solution. He looked back up at the flying things. What were they? Birds? Insects? Suddenly he realized. Keys. Winged keys. He looked around the room and saw by the door he had entered in by a broomstick. This was frustrating. Harry was no seeker. This wouldn't be easy. However, he'd come this far. He examined the lock and determined he was most probably looking for a big old key. Silver, and at least 3 cms high. He kicked off from the ground and quickly ascended to the other keys. He looked around the chamber and saw the key he was after. He flew after it, but after 5 minutes of chasing it wildly, he had achieved nothing and now was hot and sweaty. He examined the keys angrily. In frustration, he drew his wand and cast a wide area flame spell. To his delight, it worked, and a great swathe of keys caught fire, the feathers of their wings burning to ashes, making the keys fall to the ground. Harry burnt the rest and landed, sifting through the pile of keys, which were rapidly regrowing their wings until he found the one he wanted. He fit into the door, and it unlocked smoothly. The keys had already returned to the air, wings fully reformed, and Harry released the correct key. The fourth layer of defense was fairly obvious in what he had to do. It was a giant chess set, each piece at least 7 feet tall. He tried to cross the board, but one of the pieces moved to intercept him. "Only the victor may pass," rasped the king in a gravelly voice. Harry nodded his head. At least this was something he was good at. He took the place of a black bishop, and the game got underway. His opponent was good. It didn't fall for many of Harry's obvious traps, and tricked Harry into losing a few of his pawns early on. However, Harry wasn't Slytherin's reigning chess master for no good reason, and for every piece he lost, he took 3 from the whites. 20 minutes into the game, Harry had the king in checkmate. It had been a fun game, and Harry wished he could play the opponent in real life more often. It was more of a challenge than most people offered him. Once the king dropped his sword and crown, Harry was allowed to pass through to the next chamber. He smelled it before he saw it. A horrendous stench filled the room. In the room before him stood a 13-foot-tall troll, larger than the one from Halloween. This one also held a club filled with rusted nails sticking out of it. Harry mentally thanked Terence for his book on troll hunting. He hadn't expected the next time to be so soon, but he was glad to have read it. Trolls are highly resistant to traditional magical attack, he remembered. However, they have no special defense against elemental or physical damage. After reapplying the silencing and disillusionment charms, Harry went on the offensive. Imbrignes, Harry thought, wordlessly send the spray of flaming liquid at the troll. It stuck to the troll's skin, and before long the beast had become a raging inferno, bellowing and swinging its club wildly as it slowly burnt to death. Hurrying forward, Harry passed the still twitching corpse and entered the next room. If the troll was Quirrell's defense, then this must be Snape's. It was a riddle, simple as that. A test that might stump some more foolish wizards and contained none of the foolish wand-waving that Snape so deplored. However, Harry's analytical mind made short work of the simple riddle, and he picked up the bottle and drank, advancing to the next room. This was evidently the final test. Before him, impressive as the last time he had seen it, stood the mirror of Ariste. Harry slowly advanced towards it, gently stroking one hand down the frame. The mirror was clearly the key, but how? Harry thought back to what Dumbledore had said. The mirror and stone do coexist to a certain extent. Was it possible the stone was in the mirror? He looked into the glass, and once again saw himself, Miranda pressed to his side, friends behind him, but this time the mirror Harry held the stone. Presuming his guess to be accurate, Harry tried to will the stone out of the mirror. It was unsuccessful. He tried a different tactic, trying to force his will to tell the mirror that he wanted to use the stone to right an injustice, as he presumed that was the sort of rubbish that Dumbledore would approve of. Nothing happened, except the mirror Harry wagged its finger condescendingly at him. How long he stood there, trying to persuade the mirror to give up its prize, he didn't know. However, he was interrupted from his thoughts by a voice. "So, I see the lure of wealth and immortality have attracted you as well, Potter." Harry turned slowly. Behind him stood Quirrell. However, he wasn't trembling now. He stood calm and confident, wand held loosely at his side. "Good evening, Professor," Harry greeted politely, drawing his wand from its holster. "Have you had any luck with the mirror yet?" the professor asked, walking down the steps towards Harry. "Not yet, I'm afraid. May I offer you the chance, however?" Quirrell nodded his head and stepped up beside Harry. He looked deep into the mirror and frowned. "I see myself with the stone. I see myself." He trailed off, looking at Harry suspiciously. "Will you help me with the mirror, Harry?" he asked politely. "I am given to understand you are a prodigy at runes and arithmancy. Both skills will be needed here." Harry ran a hand through his hair. "It's a tempting offer, Professor, one I would have agreed to before Halloween." Quirrell's face frowned. "It was your troll professor, wasn't it?" he asked. "It was." Harry nodded. "Normally that wouldn't bother me. However, it attacked my friend, hospitalized her for a week. And now, out of some sympathetic notion of pride and vengeance, I cannot help you." Quirrell sighed. "That is a pity. I assume you know the other option." Harry chuckled darkly. "I presume we duel to the death, and the winner continues to try and take the stone?" Harry asked, chuckling. Indeed, although it seems a great waste. You have a great deal of talent, Mr. Potter. Harry nodded his head at the compliment. And your acting skills were sublime, Professor. I especially enjoyed the feint at the feast, very moving. His lips twitched in a smirk, and the professor flushed. Reducto, Quirrell said lazily. Harry blocked it with a shield. Aguamenti, Harry returned, overpowering the spell, so a great surge of water flooded out of his wand. It struck the professor in the chest, and he lost his balance. Harry tried to follow it up with a cutting curse, but the professor recovered quicker than he thought possible. Avada Kedavra, cried the professor. Harry dived to one side as the bright green curse sailed past. Vermilius Tria, Harry silently sent at the professor, but Quirrell blocked the electrocuting curse easily. He returned fire with a bombardment hex. Harry managed to deflect it into the wall. Stupefy, Reducto, Rictum Sempra, Tarantalegra, Hastes Glassy. Harry sent the spell chain at the professor in an unbroken stream. Quirrell's shield held, but he was forced to stop casting. Well, Potter, I am impressed. You have surpassed my expectations. Thank you, Professor. Harry didn't stop to think that maybe he should cut out the honorifics, seeing as how the man had tried to kill him. Professor Quirrell? Potter, came a voice. The two combatants stopped the spells they were casting and looked around. Longbottom stood at the top of the steps, looking horrified at what he was seeing. LLL Longbottom. HH help. P. Potter is trying to steal the stone. Harry rolled his eyes at Quirrell's ridiculous attempts. Unfortunately, Longbottom was both stupid and gullible enough to believe him. Don't worry, Professor. Reducto, he bellowed. Harry sent a stunner at Neville and dodged Quirrell's disemboweling curse. Ulcus, he snapped out at Quirrell. The blood-boiling curse deflected off Quirrell's shield curse, and to the horror of all three combatants, struck the mirror. There was an almighty crash, and the plate glass exploded into 100 pieces. Glass shot like shrapnel around the room. A piece struck Harry on the side of the head, and he gasped in pain. Quirrell still had a shield up and survived unscathed. Harry and Quirrell looked horrified. However, at the same time, they both saw the glint of ruby in the shattered glass on the floor. Quirrell was closer and picked it up. I can't believe that worked, Harry muttered darkly. He had wasted 20 minutes in front of that mirror. I have it, Master. I have the stone, cried Quirrell. Seeing no master for Quirrell to be speaking to, Harry prepared to continue the duel, blood from his head wound trickling down his face. Well done, Professor, called Neville, patting the defense professor on the back. To Harry and Neville's surprise, Quirrell began to smoke out of his mouth. When Neville saw his teacher's pain, he grabbed both his shoulders to attempt to see what the matter was. As Quirrell slowly turned to ash before their eyes, Neville turned to Harry in anger. What did you do, you slimy snake? He cried, raising his wand wrathfully. Stupefy, Harry shot silently. The spell struck Neville in the chest, and he collapsed. Harry walked over to the pile of ashes that had once been Professor Quirrell and looked down for the stone. To his horror, a spirit rose from the pile and shot straight through Harry and out of the wall. Harry blinked. So, that just happened, he thought. This night was turning out to be plain wrong. He picked the stone out of the pile of ashes and grinned, holding it up to the light. The ruby-red stone radiated power and felt warm to the touch. Just holding it was intoxicating. It's beautiful, he thought, reflecting the light from the torches 1,000 times on each facet of its face. Minnie, he called, and with a crack, Miranda's elf appeared before him. He handed the small elf the stone. Discover any tracking spells on this stone and disable them. Then hide it in the most secret place you can think of. Tell no one where it is except myself. Do I make myself clear? The elf nodded. No one, bar you and I, may know I have this. The elf nodded, ears trembling, and vanished with a crack. Harry grinned. He could still salvage this. He turned to Neville and pointed his wand at the boy. Obliviate, he cried, and willed the spell to remove any trace of the stone appearing from the mirror, but other than that all the events remained the same. Satisfied that his work was complete, Harry collapsed onto a stone step, exhausted. He lay his head in his hands and tried to work on strengthening his occlumency. Not 20 minutes after obliviating Neville, a frantic-looking Dumbledore hurried into the room. Everything moved very fast after that, and Harry was exhausted. He was led up to the hospital wing by Dumbledore, who was also carrying the unconscious Neville behind him. Madame Pomfrey had appeared wearing a frilly yellow nightgown and horrified at the thought of injured students so late at night, after reviving Neville and healing Harry's gash, so he simply had a small scar over his left eye. Pomfrey released them, and Dumbledore took them up to his office. Harry was surprised to find Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger waiting for them in the headmaster's office. They both looked tired and bruised, but were looking at Neville with concern. "It is a very situation we have here tonight," began Dumbledore, looking at the four students over steepled fingers with grave eyes. "Neville, Ron, Hermione, tell me exactly what happened." Neville looked at the others, and together they launched into a tale encompassing the whole year, how they had discovered Fluffy, to Hagrid informing them about Nicholas Flamel, their growing suspicion that Snape was going to steal the stone, to all their events surrounding that night. Harry listened intently to Neville as he described the events in the mirror chamber. "I saw Potter and Quirrell dueling. Quirrell asked for help, so I sent a few curses at Potter. In all the confusion, one of Potter's spells bounced off Quirrell's shields and hit the mirror. It smashed Headmaster. I'm sorry." Dumbledore nodded and gave him a benevolent smile, gesturing for him to continue. "Well, Potter and Quirrell both were distracted by the breaking mirror, and I went to check on Quirrell. I put my hand on his back, and he just, disintegrated Headmaster into nothing but ashes. Whatever it was that happened exhausted me, because I passed out not too long afterwards." Harry nodded in satisfaction. The memory he had given Neville was clearly passably realistic. "Thank you, Neville. You and your friends were all incredibly brave." The Gryffindor trio blushed, and Dumbledore turned his gaze to Harry, who raised his chin. "Harry, none of this explains how you came to be in the chamber in the first place." The old man's eye began to twinkle madly. "No, Professor," Harry replied. "Was there a question in that statement?" Hermione gasped at the thought of someone giving the headmaster cheek. "Well, my boy, would you care to tell me how you came to be in the Forbidden Corridor?" Dumbledore asked with a small curl of his lips. "Of course. I suppose it all starts with that troll. I told you I had my suspicions about Quirrell at the time, and after the staff took no action for the rest of the year, I resolved to deal with the situation myself. I put a small detection ward on Quirrell's door, and when he triggered it tonight, I moved to confront him." Dumbledore looked concerned by Harry's story, but gestured for him to go on. "I was about 10 minutes behind Quirrell. The dog was still asleep. Devil's Snare is hardly an obstacle. I burnt the wings off the keys, beat the chessboard, killed the troll, and Snape's riddle. I met Quirrell in the mirror room. I asked him about the troll, and he confessed to being the one to release to help him get to the stone." "Quirrell wanted the stone?" Neville asked in horror, looking at Dumbledore askance. "Yes, Neville. Quirrell, like so many others, was eager for the power and wealth of such a device. Now to go on, Harry. Well, Quirrell confessed, but he asked me to look in the mirror. I did so. The image in it was the same as before, and when I told Quirrell this, he got angry. We dueled, and about 5 minutes in, Captain Gullible arrived." Dumbledore tried to suppress a smirk, and Neville flushed crimson. He fell for Quirrell's attempt to trick him and got involved in the duel. Neville told you what happened next. Dumbledore looked at the two of them carefully. Harry met his gaze head-on, reinforcing his occlumency shields to their maximum. Neville looked down at his feet in apparent shame. "All four of you have broken so many rules that I don't know where to start." The Gryffindor trio looked miserable. "Forgive me, Professor Dumbledore, but by my reckoning, I only broke 2 rules tonight." Dumbledore looked at him in puzzled amusement. "And how do you reach that conclusion, Harry?" he asked. "Well, aside from being out after curfew and magic in the corridors, I truly believe that I didn't break rules." Dumbledore chuckled. "The Forbidden Corridor?" he asked. "Never forbidden. I had a death wish. and you said only those who wish to remain alive should stay out of it. Dumbledore looked deep in thought before a small smile graced his lips. Attacking Professor Quirrell? Self-defense, he cast the first spell. Dumbledore nodded. Well, Harry, evidently we could go through this all day. Harry just shrugged. However, let me instead cut to the end. The Gryffindor trio looked nervously at one another. All four of you shall receive 50 points to your respective. Yes, Harry. Dumbledore paused as Harry cleared his throat loudly. Well, Headmaster, I hardly think points are the correct way of dealing with this situation. Harry took a breath. We broke rules, acted in violation of your advice, and far exceeded our mandate as Hogwarts students. That is true, my boy, but you also prevented a dark wizard from gaining one of the most powerful objects in history. Harry shrugged nonchalantly. Nevertheless, points would be a terrible reward. It would suggest to other students that rule-breaking in certain situations is okay. Neville killed a teacher, and you want to reward Gryffindor in response. Neville flushed, and Dumbledore looked down his crooked nose at Harry. Well then, Harry, what would you do? Asked the headmaster. Well, for those three, they were brave, certainly, but ultimately useless. Longbottom merely made a nuisance of himself in the chamber. Neville looked at him angrily. So perhaps points would be in order. Dumbledore nodded. And what of yourself, Harry? He asked, eyes back to twinkling in full force. Well, I defended the school from someone who would harm it, protected Neville from Quirrell's wrath, unmasked the man who released the troll, and generally saved the day. You did indeed, replied the headmaster. I want a slightly more permanent reward that could regain my name some of its honor. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled as he seemingly remembered what Harry's father had done. The services I did to the school have been rather special, headmaster, so I would like to be awarded for that. Dumbledore's mouth thinned, and he appeared deep in thought. He once again steepled his fingers and looked at the four students for a long time. Very well, Neville, for your bravery, I award you 50 points. Hermione, for your wisdom in the face of adversity, I award you 50 points also. Ronald, you, well, for following your friends and playing an excellent game of chess, I award you 50 points. Harry tried to hide a laugh behind a cough. The redhead's ears had turned bright pink, and he looked understandably humiliated. Mr. Potter, for courage, heroism, and defending the school from a terrible man, I'm going to give you a special award for services to the school, and 50 points to Slytherin. Harry nodded his head graciously. So the stone is lost forever, then? Neville asked, looking at the headmaster. It would appear so. Perhaps that is for the best. It is too powerful an object to simply have lying around. But your friend, Nicholas Flamel, he will die without it. Dumbledore chuckled. He will die, but Neville, when you live for as long as they have, death is simply like going to bed after a very, very long day. Dumbledore said with a twinkle of his eye. Now, you four go to bed. It is very late. Well, it's very early, and you need some sleep. With that dismissal, Harry stood and quickly returned to his dormitory. As he lay back on his bed, he allowed a wide grin to spread across his face. Tonight had been a quite marvelous success. The next 2 days passed quickly. Miranda had been curious, but after Harry had indicated that he was probably being watched, she had shut up about the whole situation. 3 days after the events surrounding the stone was the Quidditch final, Slytherin versus Ravenclaw. The match was not exciting by any stretch. Ravenclaw played well, but the Slytherins played with a fervor that could only occur when the possibility of retaining the cup for a 6th consecutive year was on the cards. The final score had Slytherin winning by 190 points after just 25 minutes of play. After that, time raced forward and too soon. Harry was at the leaving feast, having just gorged himself on an enormous meal, when Dumbledore stood up and motioned for silence. Another year has passed, and once again we find ourselves looking towards leaving Hogwarts. To all students who will be back next year, work hard and I look forward to seeing you next year, to our 7th years. It has been a privilege and a pleasure to watch you grow and develop, and I wish you the very best in your future endeavors. There was a round of applause. Now, on to certain matters, as some of you are aware, there was some drama surrounding Professor Quirrell's departure from Hogwarts. What you don't know is that Quirrell, in fact, tried to do great harm to the school, and it was in no small part due to some students that he was stopped. Therefore, I have decided to give a special award for services to the school to Harry Potter, which will remain in the trophy room from this day forward. Most of the school clapped politely, and Harry ducked his head in a show of humility. On to the exciting matter of the House Cup. In last place, with 206 points, are Gryffindor. In third place, with 358 points, Hufflepuff. Second, with 415 points, is Ravenclaw. Therefore, our winners with 427 points are Slytherin. The House of Green and Silver cheered. As the drapes from the ceiling changed to green and silver, Harry grinned. It had ended well this year. It had ended very well. That night, Harry finished packing up his trunk and sat down in the common room. "What are you planning for the summer, Potter?" asked his best friend from next to him on the sofa, still not welcome with the muggles. Harry shook his head, and Miranda sighed. "Well, lucky for you. I rather enjoyed having a housemate. I suppose you can stay with me again if you like." Harry smirked at her. "You are too kind to sacrifice so much for me," Harry said dramatically. The blonde laughed and swatted his arm. "What can I say?" Miranda said with a smile. "I'm just excited to see whatever it is that you've recently acquired." Harry smiled. "It's worth it. This is game-changing, Miranda. We will want for nothing." The blonde only grinned and leant against his side. It would certainly be an interesting summer. Chapter 7. Harry and Miranda arrived back at her flat in the early evening on June the 27th. It was a warm evening, and the two of them decided to go out to get some supper. They went to a small cafe they had found the year before and enjoyed a simple, though delicious meal. "Well, Harry, I've waited long enough. What is this thing that you've managed to get?" Miranda asked. An impatient edge to her voice, Harry grinned at her. "When we get back to the house. Trust me, it's worth the wait." She grumbled good-naturedly, and they continued their meal. When they were finished, Miranda paid their bill. This would soon be the last time he was dependent on anyone, he thought to himself, before they stood up and arm returned to the flat. Once inside, Harry shrugged off his light summer jacket and hung it up on the hook. He walked into the living room and sat down on the sofa, looking at his friend with a smirk playing on her lips. The girl frowned, hands on her hips, just daring him to try and postpone this any further. "Minnie," Harry called, not taking his eyes off the girl. The elf popped into existence and gave a short courtesy. "Mistress Master called?" she asked. "Minnie, the object I gave you to hide, I would like it, please." The elf bowed low and vanished. The silence was absolute. Harry hardly dared to breathe as he considered what he was about to get his hands on. Wealth, immortality, power. 20 seconds later, the elf popped back into the room, a package wrapped in a brown hessian sheet. The elf passed it to him with another curtsy, and Harry held it up to Miranda. She took the package slowly, before slowly unwrapping it. As the stone became revealed, she gasped, and held it up to the light. The light shone through the brilliant rock and shone upon her face. "It's beautiful," she whispered, entranced by the power radiating from the stone. "It's more than beautiful, Rookwood. It contains such power," Harry replied quietly. She looked at him confused. "What is it?" Harry grinned broadly at her. "What do you know of alchemy?" he asked her. "It's the process of turning any metal to gold, but it's supposed to take years of study to be able to do anything with it unless you have." She gasped and looked at the stone again. "Unless you have a philosopher's stone," Harry finished for her. The girl blinked and laughed. She threw her head back and laughed. Harry grinned at her. It took her a few moments to recover. "You stole the most powerful object in the wizarding world from under Dumbledore's nose?" she asked. Harry grinned and nodded. "Do you know how to use it?" she asked pensively. Harry shook his head. "We will figure out, don't you worry." However, despite Harry's optimism, the process of figuring out the secrets of the stone was far harder than he had hoped. The days turned into weeks, and there was still no success. No gold had yet been created, and they were both getting pretty frustrated. Then, in the first week of July, Harry had a breakthrough. He had placed the lead ingot they were practicing with into the fire on the stone, in the hope that the heat would facilitate the change. To his disappointment, however, the lead retained its dull gray color. Frustrated, Harry took the stone out of the embers and placed it in a glass of water he had next to him to cool off so he could try a new experiment. He opened his journal to write in his latest failure. Experiment 198, medium heat and lead. Failure. No discernible change. He turned back to the glass to fish out the stone when he stopped. The water of the stone was in it turned a rich golden color. He could just make out the stone at the bottom and took it out with the fire tongs, unwilling to touch this strange new concoction. "Miranda," he shouted. "Success," came an answering shout from the other room. "Not exactly, but you may want to come check this out." The blonde walked into the room. She was barefoot, wearing a small t-shirt and tight-fitting black jeans. Harry couldn't help but admire the view as she walked over. "What is it?" she asked. Harry gestured to the cup. She picked it up and examined it under the light. "How did you make this?" she asked, her ice blue eyes bright with excitement. Harry explained, and she grinned at him. "I presume you're thinking the same thing as me?" she asked. "Elixir of life was my thought," Harry said nonchalantly. Miranda grinned at him. "We need to test it on something," she declared. "Minnie." The elf appeared and bowed low. "How can Minnie serve, mistress?" "I need an animal, a small one, preferably a rat or rabbit." The elf bowed low, and a second later popped back in with a small gray rabbit. Harry took the rabbit from the elf and held it before the girl, who had drawn her wand. "Defendo," Miranda said, her wand slashing down. With a spray of blood, a long gash appeared on the creature's back. Harry took the goblet of the mysterious golden liquid and poured it into the creature's mouth and along its wound. They watched intently. At first, nothing happened, but suddenly, the long gash that had been oozing blood began to heal before their eyes. Skin knitted together, and in less than 3 seconds, the deep cut had healed without even a scar. The two best friends looked at each other, slowly. Identical broad grins appeared on their faces. "So, we can live forever," Harry said, his smile broad. "Forever," echoed the blonde. "Together." Harry smiled widely. Suddenly he laughed, and she mirrored him. He pulled her tight for a hug. "Want to take some elixir?" he asked. He felt her nod against his chest, and Harry passed her the goblet, and she took a long sip before passing it to him. It felt wonderful. Every ache, every pain, and every single flaw he felt and didn't feel suddenly vanished. He felt the old scars he had on his body slowly vanish. He opened his eyes. The world was so crisp, everything was so in focus. Harry had never had trouble with his eyes, but now it was like a veil had been removed from his eyes. He glanced at Miranda. She had her head thrown back and her eyes closed. She looked down at him suddenly, eyes snapping open. Had her eyes always been such a bright blue? He thought to himself. The two looked at each other. Before, at practically the same time, they rushed each other. Her lips met his in a wonderful chorus. Caught up as they were was in the rush of feeling the elixir had given him. Harry felt all his doubts concerning the stunning girl within his arms wash away. He kissed her with everything he had, and she returned the gesture. After what felt like an eternity, they pulled apart, looking deep into each other's, lowered his head once more, and slowly placed his lips upon hers again. This time it was different, slower, and more sensual. Long into the night, they stayed up together, caught up in the wonderful feelings of the elixir and the feel of the other's body. The next morning, Harry woke up feeling exhausted. He opened his eyes. He was in Miranda's enormous bed, with the girl in question cuddled up to his side. He took a brief look under the covers and blinked. They were both naked. Now Harry was by no means innocent in the ways of the world, but at that moment, 10,000 thoughts rushed through his head at a speed that made him dizzy. He closed his eyes and sank his head back onto the pillow. For a man who always tries to think through every situation, Harry thought, "You've been doing a lot of reckless acts lately." He quickly tried to clear his mind and run through every situation. Option 1. Try to act like this never happened and pray to God and Merlin that he salvaged his friendship after this. Option 2, make sure that Miranda knew he had a good time, but try to tell her it was a one-time thing. Option 3, try to have a relationship with Miranda. Option 4, react to how Miranda acted and play it by ear. Harry sighed. Much as he wanted to take the third option, Miranda was 3 years older than him and had left Hogwarts. He didn't know what would happen when she got a job, and he was left at Hogwarts. That left the only option left to be option 4. You coward, he thought to himself. He was shaken from his musings when he felt the girl at his side stretch against him. He opened his eyes to see her smiling serenely at him. He gave her a small smile and returned the kiss she gave him. This was unexpected, she said in a deadpan voice. That would be one way of putting it. Harry replied with a sarcastic edge to his voice. That elixir is powerful stuff. Harry tried to joke, but was cut off. Don't, she cried, eyes wide and looking at him. Do not try to blame this on the elixir. You knew what you were doing when we did this. Miranda, Harry started. His usually stoic friend, for the first time that Harry had seen, looked totally open, all the layers of her incredibly complex personality stripped away like so much wrapping. Her ice blue eyes had lost the cold and dark look, replaced with a look of pain and loneliness. Harry thought he could see the innocent girl who had once walked into Hogwarts, nervous and excited as everyone else. The girl she could have been before her father's name got in the way and stamped those hopes, those childish dreams into dust. I love you, Miranda, he said simply. It was much later when they eventually left the bedroom. They finally cracked how to create gold 3 days later. It was a simple idea that Harry had, but it was anything but in practice. Harry used the stone like a wand, forcing his magic into it and allowing the stone to focus the power before pressing it down onto the lead. The stone glowed bright, a fire from within illuminating Harry's hand and throwing red light onto the walls. When the stone touched the lead, there was a bright red flash, and then, where once plain gray lead had rested, was now a solid lump of bright gold. Harry had laughed loudly, his smile threatening to tear his face in half. He and Miranda spent the rest of the morning transforming the numerous metal ingots they had purchased to practice on into solid gold. After that they had placed it all into a weightless sack, they hurried to Gringotts. How may I help you? Sneered a goblin down at them. We have gold, goblin. We would have it converted to currency, Harry had said disdainfully. Ripblade, the teller called, and a short, old-looking goblin hurried forward. The teller whispered in his ear, and the elderly goblin led them toward the small desk in one corner, where a solitary goblin sat, looking bored. How can I help you? The bored-looking goblin asked. We have gold. We would have galleons. Miranda replied, voice hard. How much gold? The goblin asked suspiciously. Miranda nodded at him, and Harry upended the sack onto the desk. There was a loud crash as the 18 gold bars, each one weighing 1 kilogram, fell onto the desk. The goblin blinked. His eyes widened, and he carefully picked up one of the bars. He turned it over in his hand. Call Bangak. He snapped at the goblin who had escorted them over. They waited a few moments before an ancient-looking goblin slowly walked over. His hair was long and white, and his face so wrinkled it was hard to see his features at all. My Lord Bangak, these humans have brought gold. I need to know its purity and value. The ancient goblin hobbled over and picked up one of the bars. He viewed it practice skill, peering down a long nose. It's definitely gold, pure too, he announced after a moment. He then withdrew a small hammer, a file, and several vials of potion. After tinkering with the bar, he looked shocked. This is pure, at least 99.95%. Very rare and very expensive. How much do they have? He asked the teller. 18 kilograms, the goblin replied. Well, it's worth a lot of galleons. Let me see, a typical Gringotts bullion bar is 12.5 kilograms, and we sell those for 22,000 galleons each. So 18 kilograms is, let me see, around 31,500. Miranda gripped Harry's hand tightly in shock. It wasn't a fortune, but it was far more than she had in her vault at that time. Gringotts would be prepared to buy your gold for 27,000 galleons. The goblin said with a wicked grin at them. Harry smiled calmly back. I think 30,000 would be more reasonable. That is not all we have. If you want continued business, it would be in your best interest to give us a good price. The goblin scowled. The gold is worth 31,500 galleons, but the cost of converting it to galleons reduces that. 29,000. Done. Harry and the goblin grinned. And we would like a new vault to be opened for these new funds. The goblin nodded. Of course, although. Let me guess, there's a cost involved in doing so. The goblin grinned wickedly, showing sharp teeth. Indeed. The two of them spent much of the day in the bank, hammering out the details of the final price. A vault opened in both their names, as well as keys. It was a long process, but when Harry was taken down to his new vault, he was mollified by the large pile of coins that greeted him upon entrance. Miranda grinned at him, and he picked her up and span around, laughing all the time. Well, Potter, it's about time you finally learnt proper shopping. The rest of that day was one of the best of Harry's life. He finally could go wherever he wanted, and buy whatever he fancied. He bought Miranda jewelry and himself a whole new wardrobe, each outfit carefully selected by the blonde. That evening, Miranda operated the two of them up to a small wizarding restaurant in Aldborough. It was lovely. The warm summer air permeated the buildings, whilst a cooling sea breeze kept the temperature comfortable. The restaurant specialized in seafood, and they both ordered happily. So, Harry began, taking Miranda's hand across the table. I suppose I will address what we've both ignored so far. He looked down at the table. What happens to us? She finished for him. He sighed. We can do this, can't we? He asked, tentatively looking her in the eye. She smiled. I don't know, Harry. I never took divination. But we can try, can't we? Harry nodded, and she continued, we've been friends for years. You don't have any dirty secrets left from me, most likely. Harry chuckled. I don't know if we have a future, Harry, but I think I love you. I have never had to do this stuff before, Harry began, his voice cautious. But I promise you, if there is any small chance of us staying together, I swear to you, I promise you, I will take it, and I will fight for this. Potter, you're so corny it makes me ill. Thank you, Rookwood. The two of them smiled. This would be interesting. The summer passed quickly. They had decided against creating tons of gold, else they come under suspicion from either the goblins or the ministry. However, they kept their account around a very respectable 100,000 galleons, more than enough for the two of them to live comfortably. With regards to their new relationship, Harry reflected that very little had changed in his life. Certainly, the sex was a new element, and the random acts of affection that they littered on each other were a rarer event. But really, the honesty, the jokes, and the affection had always been there. As July turned to August, their Hogwarts letters arrived. Harry was surprised to discover in his two surprises. He had been made a prefect and Quidditch captain. He had shown it to Miranda and expressed his surprise. She had laughed. Harry, you've been practically running the team since second year. This should not be a surprise. I know for a fact that Bonnie suggested you to Snape. Miranda had received her Newt results, 3 O's and an E, and she now had to consider employment. Harry was preparing for a new year of lessons, and both of them were feeling the strain of potential separation. I could see you at Hogsmeade weekends, and I will write all the time. Besides, it's for the best. You'll be too busy settling into your new job to bother with me. Miranda laughed and kissed him. We'll be fine. We just keep talking to each other. Harry added, and we can go away for Christmas, somewhere hot, somewhere exotic. Miranda suggested. Harry just grinned. We'll be fine. However, despite their assurances, it was a very melancholy Harry that kissed his girlfriend goodbye on the platform and stepped onto the train. He found his friends on one of the back carriages and settled down with a sigh. Potter, could you settle an argument for me? Asked Terence, his lips quirked. Marcus here doesn't believe that you were just kissing a certain Slytherin's ex-resident bitch. Harry looked at Higgs, with a bemused expression. And if I did, he asked. Marcus laughed. But what's it like? Does her breath freeze your soul when you kiss her? Who's Harry kissing? Asked Clara, walking through the compartment door. Graham, just behind her. Hello, Clara. Good summer? Asked Marcus brightly. Good, yes, very nice. Now Potter, spill. Harry blushed. He's kissing Rookwood? Clara looked surprised. Does that mean you warmed her frozen heart? How romantic. Harry threw a cushion at the girl who dodged it. Potter's finally learned how to read signals from girl. Olivia asked, walking through the door, took his sweet time. Everyone in the compartment bar Harry roared with laughter. Can we change topics? Harry asked, a disgruntled expression on his face. He looked around and spotted a prefect's badge on Olivia's robes. His attempts were less than subtle, but everyone laughed and accepted the change in conversation. I can't believe Snape made Potter a prefect, Charles said with a laugh. I mean, it won't look good to the other houses, the son of the second most infamous man in the last decade, and Slytherin makes him a prefect. Harry chuckled. The boy did have a point. Give Snape a break. He didn't really have much of a choice. Harry is the best candidate by a long way. He's known throughout the house thanks to Quidditch. He's top of our year academically, and now he's got a special award for services to the school. What have you got, Warrington? Challenged Olivia. Throwing Harry a wink, he grinned back. Hey, I'm not complaining, Charles argued, throwing his hands up in mock surrender, simply looking forward to the fireworks. Graham and Marcus laughed. Talking of fireworks, did any of you see Longbottom and Lockhart in Flourish and Blots? Asked Clara, looking at them with a grin. Longbottom looked like he would start crying, whilst Lockhart practically raped him on stage. Clara gave a very disturbing reenactment of her description, which had the whole compartment howling with laughter. It took a few minutes, but eventually Harry was able to calm down. He wiped the tears from his eyes and clutched the stitch in his chest. Why have we been assigned so many Lockhart books? Asked Marcus, who appeared to have contracted the hiccups. Are you serious? Asked Olivia, looking at him with a confused look. What? The large boy asked, looking around the compartment to see all the disbelieving looks. Marcus, have you ever read a newspaper in, the last 3 weeks? Harry asked conversationally. The Quidditch chaser flushed. He didn't need to answer. We have been assigned Lockhart's books because Lockhart is our teacher, Clara explained exasperatedly. Our teacher made us fork out a shed load of galleons on his own books. Is this some sort of sick way of boosting sales or something? Marcus asked incredulously. Did you manage to get all your books, Harry? Clara asked, her voice filled with concern, not ridicule. All his friends were aware of Harry's financial state and had often stepped in the past to help him out when absolutely necessary. No problems, Clara. Thank you. The half-Spanish girl nodded kindly. The rest of the train ride passed quickly. It was a time filled with joking and conversation. Towards the end of the journey, when the sun was setting behind the mountains, Harry pulled out his wizard's chess set, and everybody rolled their eyes. Eventually, Harry was forced to watch and not play, but he enjoyed giving both sides hints. Stepping into the Great Hall that night, Harry was pleased to be back at the first place he viewed as home. The 6 Slytherin fifth years walked over to their table, sidestepping an anxious-looking Granger, and sat down. Eventually, after 5 minutes or so, the doors burst open and Professor McGonagall led in the first years. Fuckers get smaller every year, Harry whispered to Marcus. The older boy nodded sagely, before returning his gaze to the line of odd-looking 11-year-olds. The Sorting Hat began to sing, and Harry and Marcus spent the time waiting discussing the upcoming Quidditch trials. Their attention was returned to the front when they heard the sorting proper begin. Around 3/4 of the way through the waiting students, the whole hall's attention was suddenly diverted to the doors into the Great Hall. Neville Longbottom and Ron Weasley had just thrown them open and were walking to the Gryffindor table. They looked completely relaxed and slid into the empty seats at the Gryffindor table. Their relaxed expressions were suddenly replaced by those of fear when Professor Snape came up behind them and took them by shoulder. The 3 left the Great Hall. and the sorting slowly resumed, though now punctuated by whispers as rumors of what the two had done flew around the room. The sorting finished, and this was followed by the feast. As the final plates of food, Harry stood up, and together with Olivia began to herd the first years in the direction of the common rooms. The new students seemed like a nice enough bunch. They chatted quietly amongst themselves, and there were no unpleasant words or tones to be heard. Reaching the door to the common room, Harry stopped the group and raised an eyebrow at Olivia. She winked and began to speak. "Welcome to Slytherin First Years. My name is Olivia Moran, and this is Harry Potter. This got a few murmurs, and we're your fifth-year prefects. This is the entrance to the Slytherin common rooms. If you look in the top corner, you will see the Slytherin crest. That is how you can identify which bit of wall." Olivia looked at Harry and took over. "The password at the moment is ambition, and it will change every 2 weeks approximately. When we get inside, Professor Snape will give a short speech and explain the house rules. Professor Snape is very strict, but fair, so make sure to work hard in potions and not to get into trouble, and you will stay on his good side. As fifth-year prefects, it is our job to ensure that you fit in, and we will help get you accustomed to the house and school. However, we are not your babysitters. Slytherin values ambition, and so we will not hold your hand." He opened the common room door and led the first years inside, enjoying the expressions of awe and wonder they had when they looked around the comfortable room. First-year dorms are on the first floor, boys on the left and girls on the right. He noticed Professor Snape enter behind them and nodded respectfully to the man. "Thank you, Mr. Potter. Miss Moran, I can take it from here," the bat-like professor said, and the group looked at him. Snape gave his usual introduction and explained the house rules. Once he finished, he dismissed the group and called Harry over. "Mr. Potter, I trust you know your duties as Quidditch captain?" he asked. Harry nodded. "I know. I will make sure to look after the team, sir," the man nodded. "I will leave you to it then, Potter. I rather like Slytherin's current collection of silverware. Please make sure we don't lose any of it." Harry smiled and nodded, and the professor left. The week got underway quickly. Harry got used to the routine fairly quickly. The time that in previous years he had spent with Miranda, he now spent on his own learning magic. Although he doubted the magic he was teaching himself was on the approved syllabus of any magical school, even Durmstrang. One thing that Harry could never have been prepared for was the unique style with which Gilderoy Lockhart taught defense against the dark arts. They fifth-year Slytherins and Ravenclaws were walking up from breakfast to the defense classroom laughing at the fate of Ron Weasley, who had received a howler from his mother over stealing a flying car to take to Hogwarts. To add to the problem, Gryffindor had had 100 points removed, meaning it would be very difficult for them to catch up with the other houses. The inside of Lockhart's classroom was bizarre. Harry had decided. The walls were decorated in lilac and turquoise, whilst the portraits on the walls all depicted the same man, Gilderoy Lockhart. The pictures were all winking and grinning roguishly at the camera, and at the front of the room stood the man himself. Lockhart was beaming down at his class, revealing every one of his perfectly white teeth. Settle down," he called jovially. "I thought we would start this year with a little quiz, just a way for me to understand how well you learn my books over the summer." Harry sighed. He had had the painstaking task of reading each of Lockhart's books. Whilst the methods and spells he had used to take down each opponent were correct, the flamboyant writing style made it painful reading. "You have 1 hour. Begin." Harry sighed and looked down at his paper. It was worse than he had thought. 1. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? With a sad sigh, Harry used his occlumency to drag up the correct memory from his mind and began the quiz. 1. Lilac. 2. Honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League. 3. Ogden's best fire whiskey. For world peace. 5. Hair care. 6. Going out in public with hair curlers. The list went on and on, each question getting worse and worse. Finally, Harry wrote the last answer, 49, peace between all magical and non-magical races, and laid down his quill. Lockhart was still at the front of the room, smiling broadly down at them all. The class, however, was doing less well. Marcus appeared to have gone into shock, looking at the page with a look of horrified disbelief. Terence was writing what appeared to be "You're an idiot" as an answer to every question, whilst Olivia, who had been the most excited to have Lockhart as a teacher, was drawing pictures of rabbits on her quiz, looking thoroughly bored. Finally, Lockhart took in the question papers. Let me see," he called roguishly. "Well, I'm afraid to say the class average isn't looking too good. However, Mr. Potter, well done, full marks." Harry felt like he wanted to melt into the floor. The whole class looked at him with horrified expressions. "Potter? Potter? Where have I heard that name before?" Lockhart asked, looking deeply down at the paper. "Mr. Potter?" he asked, looking around. Harry raised his eyebrow, and the teacher zeroed in on him. "Mr. Potter, have you done anything to get in the news?" Harry shook his head. "Well, did you appear at one of my book signings?" he asked with a perplexed expression. Harry was amazed. "No, Professor, although you probably have heard of my father in your line of work." The Slytherins and Ravenclaws laughed. "Ah, I see. So your father is involved in the fight against dark magic?" Harry smirked. "Not exactly." Lockhart looked at Harry intently, but then appeared to give up. "Well, it doesn't matter, on with the class." He produced Travels with Trolls from his desk and held it up. "Please turn to page 6. Today, we shall learn about me." The lesson passed slowly, and Harry wanted to cry. So far, all Harry had learned in terms of defense was that Gilderoy Lockhart's own brand of hairspray, Gilderoy's Lock Hair, was available for only 3 sickle from most stores. Harry scratched his previous thought. So far for defense, he had learnt nothing. The next month, Harry learnt that whilst most teachers seemed to be increasing the workload for the OWL students, Lockhart didn't seem to have been told about there being an exam at all, going on and on about himself each lesson, often leaving his exploits behind and instead describing in painstaking detail his distressingly complex hair and teeth routine each morning. The most exciting event of the first couple of months was the Quidditch tryouts. 30 students turned up to compete. Marcus, Adrian Bull, Derek, and Terence were all there to defend their positions, leaving Harry especially eager to find a new keeper and chaser. "Good morning, hopefuls. We are especially looking for a chaser and keeper this afternoon, so if you play those 2 positions, then please stand on the left." Around 20 of the students made their way to where Harry had indicated. "Excellent. We will do chasers first, then keepers, followed by beaters, and finally a seeker." The chasers' audition went perfectly smoothly, and they quickly gained their new chaser, a 3rd year named Amelia Milliken, and a reserve from 6th year, Dominic Hahn. The keepers were very quick also. Harry had each keeper block 20 shots. Those who were consistently good or those who clearly had potential were kept. 3 remained, and Harry had a shootout to decide. To Harry's delight, it was Graham Montague who won, and thus Slytherin had its new keeper. The remaining students all attempted to steal either the seeker position or that of beater. Harry gave them a fair trial, but it quickly became apparent that those currently on the team were the better players. Harry looked over his new team, 6 boys and 1 girl, and gave them a smile. They smiled back, pleased with their success, although the smile quickly diminished when they saw Harry's training schedule. 3 times a week, with that being increased to 5 the week before a match. Together, the new team made their way down back to the common room. However, they were all stopped on the way back. "Well, congratulations," came a sneering voice. The team turned around and saw the small form of Draco Malfoy. He was casually stood against a tree, with his usual companions of Crabbe and Goyle by his side. "Thank you, Malfoy. I understood you wanted to join the team this year. Why didn't you appear for a trial?" asked Amelia. Malfoy only grinned. "Oh, Milliken, I do want to be on the team, but I didn't think a trial was quite my cup of tea." Harry's eyes narrowed as he looked at the smug boy. "Well, how do you intend to impress me, if not by trialing?" he asked. Malfoy laughed and sauntered towards them. Harry noticed for the first time that Crabbe and Goyle were carrying a bundle between them. "I intend to impress you like this, Potter." Malfoy laughed, gesturing to his lackeys. The 2 boys put down the bundle and removed the cloth wrappings. 7 Nimbus 2001. The wood was stained a dark brown, the twigs perfectly sculpted. Harry glanced at the brooms, keeping his face expressionless. I see, he said. Malfoy smirked wider. Do we have a deal? Malfoy asked. Harry looked at him curiously. Should I say no, what then? The pointed-faced boy looked confused. Would your father return the brooms? Or having forked out so much gold, would he just go ahead and let the team use them? Malfoy spluttered, and Harry raised a brow. Finally, the blonde recovered and spat out. These brooms come on the condition of my inclusion on the team, he said angrily. Harry nodded. And what position would you like to play? Malfoy smirked, clearly thinking he had won. Seeker Potter, I would rather like to be the one to beat Longbottom. Harry nodded and turned to Terence. Want to defend your title once again, Terence? The fifth year smirked broadly and nodded. Well then, Malfoy. Simple, you and Terence, both on school brooms, will play a best-of-3 game. The winner of that competition will get the spot. Draco looked surprised. How arrogant is he? Harry asked himself, but he led the team back to the pitch. The competition was interesting. Malfoy did know how to fly and was very good, but there was little argument that Terence was better. Of the best-of-3, Terence won 2, and Malfoy the third. However, despite Harry's previous comments, he was not about to give up on such a great advantage as those brooms. So, with Terence's blessing, he gave Malfoy the spot on the team, making sure he understood that if he failed to maintain Slytherin's winning streak, he would be off the team before he could say my father. In the weeks that followed, it quickly became apparent that Harry had made the right choice. Whilst Malfoy was skilled on a broom, he was undeveloped, but Terence had sportingly agreed to help the arrogant blonde get into shape. The other 7 players, though, they were loving their new brooms. Moves which previously had been impossible now became possibilities, and Harry was confident that he could whip the team into shape. It was a cold afternoon that Halloween. The Slytherin team were just returning from their final practice of their week. As they walked past the Great Hall, they watched the schoolhouse elves feverishly preparing the decorations. Harry, Terence, and the 7 players tiredly walked into the common room and promptly collapsed in a heap. Harry had worked the team hard, and it showed. They were all muddy and exhausted, although the excitement of the Halloween feast seemed to have brightened their spirits. Excuse me, Potter, came a voice from behind Harry. He turned and saw one of the second years, Daphne Greengrass, behind him. Yes, Daphne, he asked politely, and she smiled shyly. This arrived for you. I hope you don't mind collecting it. Harry looked at the envelope in her hand. He immediately recognized Miranda's elegant curved calligraphy and took the letter, thanking the brunette Slytherin. Dear Harry, you will be pleased to hear that I got the job. I am now officially employed by the Ministry of Magic in the Department of Experimental Charms. I start work on Monday, and thought you should be the first to know. I got our first investment quarterly today, 2.3% growth. Not too bad, I think. As per your advice, I'm holding off on our next delivery of the product until Christmas at the earliest. I met up with Bonnie today. I'm sure you already know from her sister, but she has been scouted for the Irish World Cup side in 2 years. More than a little exciting, she offered us tickets for the group stage match she's playing in this Easter, Ireland versus Lithuania. I said we would love to, so you have that to look forward to distracting you from revision. Right soon. With love, Miranda. Harry grinned down at the letter. He was sure that his girlfriend would have spent hours debating over how to write the letter in a not totally formal way, and for the closed-off girl, Harry rather thought she had succeeded. He folded the letter and put it in his book bag, deciding to reply the next day. He stood up and stretched, checking his watch, 6:35. He still had time to have a shower and change out of his Quidditch robes before Halloween dinner proper started. The feast was excellent, the food perfectly prepared and overflowing in quantity, but Harry couldn't enjoy it. His mind was miles away with a certain blonde witch. He sighed and tried to enjoy the conversation around him. At least she was happy and had finally got herself a job. Many of the places she had applied to had rejected her out of hand, unwilling to employ anyone with the name of Rookwood. Before long, the evening grew late, and Harry stood with the rest of the school to return to the common rooms. However, as they were just descending the stairs to the dungeons, they heard a scream, and most of the Slytherins about turned to investigate. Up on the second floor, a crowd had gathered. Harry forced his way to the front and was confronted by a most interesting sight. He first spotted Longbottom, Weasley, and Granger, all looking guilty, gazing at the wall next to them. "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the heir, beware," was written in what appeared to be blood. Possibly the most sinister of all was the dead-looking cat hanging from a torch bracket. It was Mrs. Norris Filch's cat. Harry looked back at the words on the wall. "The Chamber of Secrets?"